Good afternoon, everybody. Here in America, this is Martin Luther King Day, so it's recognized as a federal holiday, and many people aren't having to go to work. So I figured today would be a good day in the afternoon, which is 2 o'clock p.m. Central Time here in America, but it's also a decent time for our friends overseas as well. They can actually perhaps call in. It's a good mix. And it's wide open for everybody. What I'm talking about is, I call it a call-in with KJ. It's not exactly a call-in, but in the chat room, here in a little bit, I'll put the link to the live show in there. You just click the link. There's a waiting room that holds 10 people. And then I just go right down the list and just kind of, click one after the other, and we talk. It's awesome. Technology, who knew? And it's really great, man. I love these kinds of shows. It's nice to give you guys a voice as well and offer my platform to anybody. And we can talk about whatever you want. And we always do. It's always a wide range. So if you've never done this before, but have heard of it, maybe seen some of the past, and you've wanted to, I hope you'll choose today to join in. Don't be shy. Don't be scared. Nobody can see you. Remember that. So you won't be on camera. And also, one other thing is, once you come in, like once you're clicked into the show, please make sure you have the volume down on your computer or TV, whatever you're watching this on in the background, because there'll be an echo. And that's really all you need to know. It's just that easy. So welcome once again to the show. Hope you guys are doing well, man. Shout out to all of our friends here in America and abroad. Crazy times. We're a couple of days from something massive. It will be a transition for sure, the way I'm seeing it, unless some crazy, last 10 seconds to midnight thing happens. I don't see it. We'll talk more about that probably on my What Happened show tomorrow night. Then I'm working on a big video for YouTube and a few smaller off. Sorry, they're not up yet, but I keep adding things and changing them up, but it's stuff that I think is important, so thanks for your patience on that. Okay, enough about me and my videos. I hope you're good. I'm going to go ahead and just get started. Oh, shout out to I saw Tamara is here, and I haven't seen any of the other mods yet, but they always kind of pop in and pop out. Just shout out to the mods in general. Thank you all. Always much appreciated. You guys are awesome. All right, so let's jump over here to the comments section. And there we go. I'm putting the link in right now. Again, feel free, guys, to join in. And I know it takes a little bit. And if you're not able to get in on the first round, throughout the show, I'll drop the link in the chat again and give you another chance to kind of jump in and join in with us, okay? So let's see here. One more time. We already got it filling up pretty quick. So far, got CT, Art of Music, Aaron K-Dub, Prodigal Heel, and Sojourner. And still got room for one. There's Ryder. There's B Felt, and there's Sue Young. Okay, awesome. Okay, good. Now we got a full room here, all right? So I'm going to go ahead and just start bringing you all in. I'm going to start the very beginning, and that'll be CT. CT, are you there? Hey, CT, can you hear me? No? CT, can you hear us? Oh, you've got to unmute your microphone on your side.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can. How are you?
Hey, what's good, KJ?
Hey, I'm doing good.
Hello?
Hey, I got you. I see you're Justin. That's okay. I see you. They can't.
I'm trying to get it off a speaker.
That's okay. Do whatever you got to do. I probably surprised you.
How do I do it? How do I get off a speaker?
Actually, I don't know, man. But right there, I hear you really good. Am I coming in real loud on your end?
No, you're coming in clear. Okay, I'll just start talking. Man, it's crazy talking to you right now, bro.
Well, I'm glad you called.
Yeah, I've been following you since 2012.
No way, man. Wow, way back.
Yeah, it's been a minute, bro. You and Days, man. I follow both Days of Noah. I follow both of y'all, man.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, he's always. I need to have him on a show and unplug him together. That'll be fun.
Yeah, both of y'all put me on a lot of game, man. Just I was like you, man. Just growing up, always knew something was off about the world, man, and really couldn't tell what it was. And then, growing up, well, I can tell you my story how I got on.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know if you remember. He used to go by Black Matrix,
Oh man.
but he had another name prior to that.
Oh gosh. No, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of another guy that I thought it was him. Do you remember a guy that he might still be around? It's like 13 astrology something. I don't know, but different guy.
I can't call it.
I know there's so many. Go ahead.
Anywho, man, I'll just go ahead and say it. He was talking about the boule. And you know how a lot of famous actors come on there from the boule, fraternities from college. He would show like all the handshakes and all the signals and everything, and what they would do in movies and the rituals. And, I'm like 18 at the time. I'm like, I don't believe any of this. And me and my friends kind of shunned it off. And then as I started watching TV, like after that, little by little, I would see the little handshakes, the little signals, the little signs they would put up. And I'd be like, man, there's something to this.
Isn't that beautiful?
I just started,
That's beautiful because what you described is what we all go through. And that's that literal scales falling off of our eyes. That's Christ helping us to really see the matrix we're in,
Yeah, and that's how I looked at it, man, because I just always had questions. And it was like the Lord was answering, telling me the answers right there.
Yeah.
It was just up to me to start plugging it in, and I started plugging it in, and the more I got in it, the more deeper I went down, and I was just like, man, like I see it now. Like it was crazy, KJ.
All of them, right? Steve Harvey, Medea. I mean,
yes.
Almost all the biggest famous black. Well, it's also same on the white, right? But the boule is primarily for the black people. But yeah, you're right, man.
The boule started it off with me, man. And then I started seeing all the other secret societies, Skull and Bones, like all of that. All the stuff you talk about, man. And I find your channel years later, you and Days around the same time, Days of Noah. And I was able to go down those rabbit holes and see the signs and symbols, and I was like, man, this is real, man. Like it's real deal,
Yes, I know. Hey, did you ever listen to Yash Kara?
Yeah, that's the one. He was the one who put me on game. He went by something else though.
He did. I can't remember, but he's had a few because he would come around for a couple of years and disappear for 6 months and have a new channel. And Black Child was real good about taking bits of his, speaking and put it on video and whatnot. But Black Child's another one. He was always one of my favorites.
Yeah, So it was Black Child Productions, but it was Yeshua speaking.
Right. A lot of it was
one of his early videos talking about the boule, Prince, Jamie Foxx, Steve Harvey, all of them. Just talking about the little rituals they had to go through, man, to get parts in movies. It started off little like that, and just, I started going down the rabbit hole, man, like the sacrifices. And I mean, it goes deeper than that, man. It's the symbols and the signs, and it's real, man. It's crazy.
It is, and it helps you. The world calls it being a conspiracy theorist, but it helps you to critically think, because now every time I see a celebrity that's posting about their miscarriage or something like that, I have to kind of wonder about it, depending on the level they're at and what they've done, and do they show the signs and, things like that. But that's all a part of, I think, really unlocking reality. That's really what it is. And we've seen, well, if you've been around since 2012, you already know. Look at the mass awakening that has happened in a sense. I mean, and look how they're trying to stifle it, right? And just stomp it down.
You see it, man. You see it, and you know it's something, because they call it out now. Like they speak out, like, oh, don't believe in quote unquote conspiracy theorists. Don't believe what they're saying. They're crazy. Back then, they never used to call it out. Like they never used to speak on it. Now you see it a lot more, because they see a lot more of the masses are starting to wake up and recognize it now.
They had have you ever heard of Project Veritas?
Yeah, I've seen a couple of his videos.
Right, he's great. So they did one a few years back. They had a Google insider, one of those guys who was exposing a lot of the censorship that started here on YT. And he even said that, and I put it inside the movie as well, because I think it's that important. He even said that for whatever reason, they had us meet at a Masonic lodge. And that was when they first told us how the censorship was going to start up and all this. So Right. I mean, it's all connected to that. It's all connected back to not just masonry. There's other bricks in that pyramid, but predominantly masonry in Washington. And that's why, you know, for years, that darn false right paradigm. But, you know, the Republicans always give their people the false hope that they're going to stand for liberty and justice, but they don't do anything. And I always think it's because most of them are compromised by those societies. You know, Newt Gingrich even mentioned that. Remember when Trump was first running, whether this is coordinated or not, but and Newt Gingrich came out and said, Trump's never going to win because he's not a part of the secret societies. He hasn't gone through the rituals. Right. So it's all coming out. Isn't it cool, though, in a way? I mean, I think it's very exciting because I know what comes after. I know what comes after. Right. And it'll be a short time he has. And that's why I feel like it's just so accelerated. Because they always keep telling us 2030, you know, that's really when the agenda, but look how fast it's moving. What do you think about that? Like you're right.
Yeah, I'm here. It's coming quick, man. Hell, I mean, just Corona hitting and them shutting everything down just kind of shows you like where we're at. And you know about the Great Reset, the World Economic Forum, like with their plans and what they're trying to do. The contactless delivery. I mean, come on, like they already had this technology stuff out and they were just waiting on a perfect time to put it out, you know. And it is the perfect time. People are scared to touch stuff and go out and do anything. So it's like this time more than ever for them to pull out their agenda. I think, in my opinion.
How are you keeping yourself together? How are you keeping your head clear, calm, rational?
I'm good, man. I'm good, KJ, man. I just had a little one 2 years ago. My
Congrats.
Little son. Appreciate it, man. We're just staying out the way. I live in Texas too. It's way different. I live in Houston. It's so different down here. Yeah, everything's open. I still go to the gym. You know, I stay out the way for people, you know, for them to feel comfortable. But, you know, I know people that got corona, man, and they literally were sick for like 3 days and they were like, it wasn't even that bad. They were like, even people that aren't on game, they're like, I'm starting to think this is a hoax because, like, why shut down the whole planet for like a little virus flu bug that you may catch and get over? You know,
because that's why. Sense. Yeah, you know, you see it. That's why it's totally for control and good for Texas. I lived in Austin myself for a few years. Really liked it down there.
I remember you talking about it. Yeah, man. I love Austin, bro. Like going
me too.
Down there.
What a great, it's a great state in general, you know, but yeah, I mean, that's what it is. I mean, it's a pandemic and it's all coming out. And I'll tell you this much, this happened like 10 minutes before I went live today. One of my family members called me. I'll just say that. And they're panicking because a couple of my family members have got it. They just tested positive.
Oh, damn.
And they're really scared, you know. And I was like, well, at least there's a 99% survival rate, you know. And they're like, but what about they're like, what about the 3 million people that? And I was like, no, actually. And then I stopped and said, look, honestly, I love you. I'm not going to argue with you about this. I'll wear my mask because they kept asking me to wear a mask. And I'll talk to you later. I got to do a show, you know. And that was it, you know. But I mean it. And I'm not trying to be dismissive of them or anybody in my family, but I'm just going to, you know, I love them. I got to keep that in mind, do what Christ would have me do, I believe. I don't want to get, you know, fighting with them and stuff, but go ahead.
And I just want to share something because I know it's coming time for the end. I just want to share something with the people out there in the chat and everything. Damn, I never admitted this. I was a heroin addict, man, a heroin opioid addict when I was 16. And I was on that stuff until I was 26, 10 years straight. I mean, PODs, which is partially overdosed. Little stuff, man, and it's crazy, man. I don't know why the Lord kept messing with me, man. Like I really didn't know, but he did. And the times I tried to get straight and get clean, you know, he was always speaking to me and I never listened. Like I was purposely like going against the grain for whatever reason. And then when I was 26, man, I almost died. I got sick. And it's like the Lord came to me. I know I sound crazy, man, but I got to speak this. The Lord came to me and said, come home. And I said, what? And he said, come home. And he just said, just release. He said, just release, let everything go. And any pain that you feel, he's like, just give it up to me. I got you. And you know what, KJ? I cried like a little baby, man. I cried.
Good.
And I let it go. And I said, you know what? I'm just gonna follow you, Heavenly Father. I'm just gonna follow you. And I've been clean ever since, man. I'm 30 now. It's been 4 years. In January. So early January.
Man,
my life turned around, man. I got a good job, my dream car, I got my girl, and I got my son. And man, I follow his word, KJ, man. I do. And I just want the people to know out there that like if you give it all up to him through Jesus Christ, man, like he is here, like he hears us, man, especially in these times, man, where it's so crazy. He hears us, man, and he'll reach out for you. If you reach out for him, he'll reach back to you and get you through whatever you're going through, man.
Dang, man, you've got me just feeling like vibrations over here. Seriously, like, look, thank you, because I appreciate you sharing that, because I know right now I felt it, man. You're blessing so many people out there. I myself have a dear friend who just finally went through recovery several years back. She's been good ever since, but just what a nightmare that particular drug is, or opioids in general. That seems to be the real monster. Well, and speed, of course, like crack and crank and you know, all that too. But thank you so much for sharing, man. And I'm glad that, look at that, man. And you know, you're blessed.
Blessed, man. I can't even name it, man. I have a beautiful child. You know, I follow the Lord, and I still have fun. It's not like strict religion, like oh, you do this, do that. It's not like that, man. I follow in His ways, and I still have my, my personality. But of course, I'm strict when it comes to His word. Like I follow in His word. And KJ, man, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I put down the TV for a year or so after I got clean, man. And when I cut it back on, it was just dark, man. And I watch TV here and there, and I love my scary movies. I'm like you, bro. I love my scary movies, man. But I see the effect and the energy they can put out if someone isn't observant to what's going on, you know?
Yeah, definitely. I don't subscribe to Netflix anymore from a while back now. I even did some videos on this stuff they're showing on there, but there's still things I want to find. I can find it in different places online, if you will. But yeah, Netflix is one of the worst. It's truly wicked.
It really is, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's all, but again, we know what it is, man. We have the eyes. We get it. It's all being revealed to us. Nothing will remain hidden. And that's why I think it's exciting. You know, it's going to be interesting.
It really is, man.
Well, thank you for sharing. And anything else you wanted to share with us today?
Just keep doing what you're doing, man. I know I hear sometimes in your what happens, you kind of get discouraged, or people come at you. Not discouraged. I'm not even gonna use that word, but people are like, KJ, you doing this? I'm listening to them, man. All the people that love you and we listen to you. We know your roots and your seeds, man. And you're a good-hearted dude, and the Lord's allowing you to put all this info out. You know what I mean? He's allowing you to put all this info out and not get any backlash from like YouTube or people trying to censor you, man. It's the reason you're not knocked off, man. It's because the Lord's on your side. So just keep doing what you're doing, man. And I'm praying for you every day, man.
Will do. CT, you're awesome. God bless you and your family. And we'll talk to you soon, okay? Take care.
All right, man. Have a good one, bro.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, that's a great start, huh? This is how these shows go, man. It's you guys. Ryder, up next. Hey, Ryder, how you doing?
What's up, brother? How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. Just chilling. Got a cup of coffee and relaxing. Just talking to you guys. That's all it is. You know, it's fantastic.
Yeah, I wanted to thank you for doing these shows, man. Like this is an amazing thing. I don't really see too many other YouTubers ever doing a show like this. So I just wanted to show my appreciation and gratitude towards you for doing these. I mean, you do them pretty often too, so it's really awesome that, you know, and I've called in the past couple ones, and like I always go back and rewatch all of it, no matter how long it is, and like to listen to everyone. So I really appreciate you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you so much. I've liked this format for a long time under different names. Rigged Reality Radio used to do some and stuff like this, but this is the best way. I think it's the most honest and transparent, and it's also oftentimes the most educational. It shows that, you know, it's not like I'm the king of the circus over here or anything. You know, it's all of us. It's a group of people, and there's a lot of people out there who have tons of amazing knowledge or amazing stories to share or amazing testimonies that don't have YouTube. They don't put stuff on Insta. You know, they don't do all that. And this is their chance to just show us, you know, talk to us, you know, what's going on, what's on your mind. And isn't it great though? I mean, it really is. Sorry, I'm tooting my own horn over here, but it really is. I enjoy it.
You're that's 100%, man. Like I appreciate you, dude. Like I've watched you for a really long time, probably around 10 years now. And, you know,
Thanks.
We might might not see eye to eye on some things, but I think that you, especially with your KJs, what happened, bro? Like, I like how you don't really pick a side, right? You're just kind of neutral in all of it while taking like a back seat to it, and then
Yep.
Just
Thanks.
showing what's going on, right? That's the most important thing, is that we just expose and talk about things, right? And that's what I appreciate most about your show, right? Because we can have disagreements, right? We can talk about, we can have disagreements about whatever, right? But I think the important thing is that we show love toward each other, right? I think that's what's really lacking a lot in the world right now, because we expect all of the disinformation and the chaos and the disruption and the political unrest and the lies and the manipulations and the controls from the media, right? But what I didn't really expect, and what I hate to see, is people turning on each other, right? A neighbor against a neighbor, a friend against a friend, a family member against a family member. That's what really upsets me the most.
Yeah.
Is that we see all this division like in our lives, right? Because we know that the media is untrustworthy. They're nothing but lies, manipulation, and control, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's whenever we see this and we get this from our friends, right? And we're seeing all this division game, right? And I feel like a lot of people are just lacking like love and compassion for one another.
Oh, for sure.
Right.
It's the great division, isn't it? It really is. It's a great shaking, and people are literally being divided into one of two camps, because there'll be no room for the middle road anymore. And we see that happening. We see it coming, especially with these trends we see with news. People are thinking, Trump's going to leave and go start a news network or something like that. It's like, no, man, they are going to. And it'll be interesting, actually, I think, to see what they do with him, if they actually, how far they go. But they're definitely coming for anybody who supported him, which is millions of people, right? So, and they're not hiding that. So that goes back to that division. You know what I mean? Beyond politics, we know that's just part of it's the tackle they use. But anyway, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Ryder.
Yeah, it's they want to come after everybody, right? It's not just a
it'll be anybody who won't bend
this side. It's anybody. Yeah, it's anybody that is wise to the agenda that they're playing, right? Like we've seen this with the big tech takeover in the last couple of months. I mean, we've seen this coming for a long time with the censorship on YouTube, people's channels just getting taken down, Facebook just outright banning people with no warning. Like we've seen that coming for a really long time, but now it's really coming to a head, right? We're cracking down on every single little thing, right? But this is what I think that a lot of it comes down to, right? And you can agree with me or not, but I think what they have to do, there's a couple of levels to this, right? There's the consent level that we have to consent for something negative to actually happen to us, right? And then there's the actual, like, sorry, I just kind of lost my train of thought there.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
Basically, on the consent level, right?
Like the different levels.
They have to kind of make us consent on many levels, right?
Right. Yeah, and it's also a way to divide us against each other, right? And that goes back to all the videos we see of the mask madness and fist fights and people pulling weapons and stuff because someone didn't wear the mask.
Oh, yeah. I remember what it was now. What I was trying to say is that they have to set up a self-governing system, right? They have to make it to where we enforce their laws, right? We enforce their mandates, right? Because they know that they can't get away with this stuff because a lot of it is unconstitutional, right? So what they do is they make people enforce it, right? Like we've seen with the mask situation, with the social distancing
Hey, Ryder,
You
I'm sorry,
believe that it's
Ryder, I'm sorry to cut you off, but your audio, I'm losing you a little bit, man. It's coming in a little crunchy, and then sometimes it disappears and comes back. I don't know if there's anything you can adjust, just in case, because I want to hear you. That's all.
Yeah, let me look at this real quick. You were kind of breaking up. It was
Really,
weird
me
because
too.
like whenever I was listening to you on your actual video, and then I jumped into your chat for
Yeah,
my Safari, like it started up kind of bad.
Ruh-roh, the darn Illuminati.
Can you hear me better now?
A little bit, yeah. It's still a little bit of that crunch in the back. Can you
hear me any better now?
Yeah, right there. You sound really good. Do I sound okay on my end?
Yeah, you sound good.
Okay, cool, man. So please go ahead. And it's no worries. This happens on live shows.
I think what might be happening is that there's like a little delay with us, and whenever we're trying to talk or speak at the same time, it's breaking up our audio and making it hard for us to talk. But basically, what I was saying is that they have to set up a self-governing type of system, right? They have to make the people enforce these mandates and these unconstitutional laws upon everyone else that doesn't necessarily believe in them, right? So at this point, I don't think that it really matters if you think that the Cobra, which I call it the Cobra, yeah, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
The Cobra is actually a real virus, or it's not, or it's just the flu, or it's a bioweapon, right? Because they've gotten the majority of the population to believe that it is, right? They've gotten everyone to believe that it's a real thing, a super deadly, crazy, contagious virus, right?
Mm-hmm.
And whenever you've got enough people to believe in something, then that in turn makes it real and then brings it into our reality, right?
Indeed.
But anyway, that was my thoughts on that.
Well, thank you, man. It's a good point. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of it is its own magic. It is a spell in so many ways that's been placed on people. And I see it. I mean, I talk to people, like I said, even in some of my own family, and they are so fully under these spells. But so it takes patience, it takes trust, it takes faith, it takes prayer, most importantly. But just to remember, my opinion is to remember to be loving with people who are falling for all this stuff, and not get into, try not to get into fights with people, and try not to be a part of the division. That's just me right now. Now that may all change in a few months or so, or a few years, depending on what comes our way as far as laws and everything else. But anyway, I'm rambling. But hey, man, Ryder, I appreciate you calling in. Thanks a lot, man. Good points.
Yeah, no problem, brother. Yeah, just really quick, like this is what I think that they want, like out of any of the conspiracy theories about what's going on and what's going to happen in the future. I think I've kind of nailed it down to a few things that they're trying to do, right? And the first thing is they want to create as much civil unrest as possible, right? They want people emotional, they want people divided, because they want to start like a mini civil war, right?
Yep.
And then in the midst of that mini civil war, a foreign country will see an opportunity to attack us, right? They've already had that set up with China. They've had that predictive programming set up with China for decades now, right? That's not me saying that it's going to be China. It could be Iran, it could be Russia, it could be a combination of all three of them, right? They're going to find that weakness and a time in the midst of all the chaos, and they are going to attack, and that's going to spark a world war, right? And then after this world war is over is whenever they're going to install this new world order type of system.
That's right? It.
And I think that that's the way that it's going to go, because they have to tear everything down. They have to collapse absolutely everything in order to build something up new. They just can't come out with all of this new stuff. They just can't be like, oh, hey, now we have, we have a new currency. We have a new digital blockchain currency, because people wouldn't go for it. Right? They have to collapse it, and they have to blame it on somebody else. And the easiest way to blame it on someone else is to start a war, so they can blame it on another country.
Yeah, that's what they've been. That's some may say we need a war for the AC to appear and everything else. But yeah, you nailed it, man. That's exactly what's playing out, and the phoenix shall rise from the ashes. We'll see how it plays out, man. But hey, thank you as always, my friend. I try to give everyone around 10 minutes, so I'm not trying to rush you. But I just want to try to get in as many people as I can today. But thank you, Ryder, 100%, very much.
Brother, and I thank you and appreciate you. If anybody wants to check out my YouTube channel, it's Raised by Giants. And thank you. Appreciate you guys, and have a great day.
All right, man. Take care. I'll see you. All right, guys. I'll tell you the lineup. I got, thank you, Ryder, again. Got Jane, Battered Kitten, Sojourner, Sue Young, Prodigal Heel, Kieran Lisney, Lucky 7, Ned Ayers, and Aaron K-Dub. So I'll be putting the link back in here in a while. And I don't remember people, unless I hear the voice sometimes, I don't remember if someone's called in before or not until I'm talking to them. I don't remember the names of channels so much. I just bring that up because, again, if you're out there and you've never done this and you feel like you really have wanted to, please do it today. I'll put the link up again here in a little while, and then, try to jump on in, man. Don't be shy, okay? It's always nice to have all y'all get a chance to jump in here with us. All right, Jane, thanks for your patience. Hello, Jane. You there?
Hi there. Hi, can you hear me, KJ?
Yes. How's it going?
That's wonderful. It's wonderful. I'm calling from the Dominion of Canada up here.
Oh, nice.
KJ,
I hear great things.
Well, it's funny, KJ. You've been good enough to have me on before, and I just wanted to shout out to CT there. Thank him for bringing the Lord in on this conversation. That's just brilliant.
Yeah.
Anyway, KJ, quickly, what I want to talk about is I'm involved with the church here up in Canada, one of our major churches, and we just got our bishop's charge for the year. And we were told that we were to become less white and less English. And the funny thing is, I come from the Anglican Church of Canada. That's my dog back there for some reason.
That's okay.
He wants to add in. But anyway,
yeah,
there's a lot happening, and I'm privy to a lot of sort of back information on the workings of the church as I'm seeing it. My church is shuttering right now as we speak. But anyway, I just want folks to know there's a lot going on in the church. They're asking us to revisit scripture. I think it's Deuteronomy or Leviticus, and reassess how we feel certain things. I think we all know what I'm talking about. So anyway, there's a lot going on up here in Canada, and it's just nice. I feel grateful that I have my finger on the pulse. And KJ, listen, I do have you in my prayers every night. God bless you.
Thank you.
You really are a service for a lot of people, KJ.
Well, I really appreciate that. And I appreciate the updates as well. I mean, for sure, the churches are being shaken. Think about this. In a few days, when the Biden thing happens here in America, if it goes what it looks like it's going to happen, right? Unless, again, there's some last minute deal because there's so much BS. And once this happens, I'll do a show and we'll talk about it. We'll revisit all the BS before this, because a lot of churches and religious leaders in specific, lots of them were prophesying that Trump's going to get a second term. And don't get me wrong, it'd be great to see. But either way, we know the beast is coming. The system's coming either way, right? I mean, it's coming in, but we'll just see. But when that happens, think of all the churches and the religious leaders that are going to be shown as false. It could be the reverse of what everyone thought. Oh, finally, the deep state and all this is going to get arrested, But meanwhile, it actually flips around, and it's all the religious false leaders and whatnot that are going to be exposed.
Yeah, KJ, you're right. I don't want to be dramatic, but I'm going to use the word infested. There's certain church or denominations that are actually infested with corruption. So it's going to be a bit of a relief. But yes, full beast mode up here in Canada. Our Justin keeps us on our toes with a mind-numbing number of things that he, makes us proud. So really nice to talk to you, KJ. God bless you. God bless everybody in the chat, and stay safe and keep the Lord. Keep your eyes on Jesus, folks.
Thanks, Jane. Hey, you too. Much love to you, my friend, and we'll talk to you again soon. Take care, okay?
Thank you, KJ. God bless you.
Bye-bye. All right. Next up, guys. Thanks again, Jane. I've got Battered Kitten. What a name. Battered Kitten. Hi, Battered Kitten.
Hello there, KJ. Can you hear me?
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. I'm really nervous. This is my first time ever calling in or anything, but
oh, don't be nervous at all. In fact, here, I'll give you I guess kind of a funny story, but I was with a friend and his group of friends recently. One of his buddies said to me, and he wasn't joking around, he goes, "Hey, remember when we were all teenagers and you used to put firecrackers on cats or up their bottoms?" I'm not even kidding. And he said it completely seriously. And I was like, "No, man, I've always been a friend of the animals and the little ones. I wouldn't even," but just the fact that people were laughing and just, "You don't remember?" and talking about all these stories about how they used to torture kittens. Anyway, so when I saw our cats, when I saw your name, Battered Kitten, it made me think of that. I know it's kind of grim, but hi, nice to meet you. Welcome to the show.
I've had that happen to a childhood cat. You know, it was sad. My name is my name because I've kind of been tossed and rolled around in this world, you know, beaten up a lot and put down just like anyone else. I mean, we all are at some point by other people, but yeah. Oh, I'm so nervous. I'm sorry. I don't usually put myself out there, and it's something that I'm struggling with right now because, you know, in the Bible, God commands us to preach his word and speak his word and get ourselves out there, but
yeah,
it can be kind of nerve-wracking sometimes when so many people are against you, you know.
Oh, well, it's just the time it is, and you know, everyone's having to toughen up now in a lot of ways, especially spiritually, or putting their armor on, if you will. And there's a lot of different ways to do that. But yeah, just remember, we can't see you. No one knows you. This is a cool, 98% cool audience. There's every now and then a few, you know, not so nice people, but that's very rare. Honestly, it's a great group. And we just want to talk, say hi. I just want to visit with you and whatever you want to talk about.
Oh yeah, I've been watching you for years, and the first guy that came in the chat, he did stir something up into me too, because I was an addict for a long time, and it's probably because I'm still in it. I can't really put my finger on the exact moment that God woke me up, but it's like now I'm married, I have my family starting, I'm in a house with vehicles. Like I've never had my own car, I've never had my own anything, and ever since I like kind of turned my life over and turned my life around, it's like God has just opened his arms and given me everything, because he knows, you know, it says he knows what we want, what we need, and when he'll give it to us, you know, is in his terms, not our terms.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
love it.
It's just so crazy, the stuff going on in the world nowadays. Like it's hard to wrap your mind around how people can fall so folly and just follow all this crazy, just everything, you know, crazy nonsense.
Well, because most people have been trained to just go along to get along. You know, as long as things still seem normal, they still get their $2 cheeseburger. They get, you know, watch a whole series of something for a whole day on whatever app. And you know what I mean? People are comfortable. And as long as that's in place, well, you know, but that's all about to change, in my opinion. And not just mine. I think other people can see it coming, but that's all about to change. It's about to get painful. And once that actually starts happening and people start losing things, we'll see a real change. It'll become obvious eventually for the whole world.
Oh, definitely. I agree. There's so much going on right now that I feel like it's all going to clash about the same time, and people are still going to be distracted and swirled up in their emotions. They're not going to still even then not really realize like what's going on, because these powers, they have so much going on at one time, you know, and we just never know when that time's going to be, that everything is just going to smash together.
And that's also why it's important to remember it's a time to really pray and really have faith and to pray for these people, because it can be frustrating when you feel like, you know, you want to wake up everybody and and you just can't do it. And that's not our job necessarily. I just pray about it, say, Lord, how could I be led to wake people up or show people you or whatever it is, you know, and each of us have opportunities all the time to do that. So go ahead.
Yeah, I pray for everyone I see. I mean, you know, I try to do my best on that part. Just keep them all in my heart, because, you know, at that point, there's not much that you can do but try to open people's eyes.
Indeed. What else is on your heart and mind there?
I've got a lot. I'm just so nervous, and I don't want to take up too much time, but I'll definitely be calling in more when you do these. This is so awesome that you've created this community, and we have this unity. You know, it's just, it's awesome. It's really awesome.
Thanks. I think so too.
Thank you so much for having me on. Sorry.
You're welcome. That's okay. Hey, thank you so much for sharing. I'm glad that, you know, you took the step and did it, and see, it wasn't too bad, right? And yeah, come in next time, okay? Yeah. And we'll talk to you next time.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
All right, you too. Take care.
You too.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, moving on, guys. Spattered kitten. Maybe I overshared with that story about the cat. Sue Young coming up next. Sue Young, are you there, my friend? Oh, you have to. Maybe I have to do it here. There you go. Oh, you need to unmute the mic on. There you go.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes. How are you?
Hey, what's up, KJ? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. Always good talking to you guys.
Man, it's a trip talking to you, man. Oh man, I've been listening to you for a minute, dude. It's
Thank
crazy.
you for that. I mean it. Thank you. I never forget that. I'll tell you this, what my biggest guilt is all the time, for real, is that I don't answer emails and messages as much. You know, it's hard to keep up with it all. And I wish I could answer everybody. That's another reason I like doing these shows. That way it's an open opportunity. And, you know, if I missed your message before, just jump in and talk to me. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, man, like this community is just like, it feels like a big family. Like I don't feel shy. Like I don't feel scared to like leave stuff in the comments, or, you know, like express myself, because like everybody has an open mind, and I love it. Because when I try talking to my friends, they're all like, "Oh, you're crazy," and you know, they start giving you bad looks, and it doesn't even make you feel like hanging around with them anymore. You know,
it will change that. No, hey, it's true. I've myself, man, all these years, I've lost never family over this stuff. I mean, we have you know, again, I put the effort in with family to still love on them, but I've lost lots of friends though throughout the years because of this stuff, for sure. So yeah, or acquaintances, we'll say. So I guess we're thinking of friends at first, but that's a part of it, man, and that's okay, because you can only be around really ignorance for so long, especially when the ignorance is prideful in people. When someone's prideful and they're ignorant, man, you know,
worst combinations.
It's the worst, you know?
Yeah.
So go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, man, my friend 2 days ago, he got the vaccine, and I'm like, bro, what? Oh my God, you didn't do any like research before you did it? And he was like, nah, my girlfriend's mom is a nurse, so she gave it to me like a hookup. You get me?
Wow, yeah.
And I'm like, bro, you really wanted it that desperately? That's sad, you know?
Yeah, there's stories coming out now where they're offering money to students and other groups to actually take it.
Yeah, and I seen news reports that people died in the UK.
Oh yeah, there've been a few, and of course the Bell's PALSY. That's probably a new bad word on here too.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, man. You know what's crazy too? I just noticed that today was like a month that Jeff died, and it's crazy that you're doing a live show, and it makes me feel kind of better about myself, like about everything that's happening. You know, like I feel choked up. You got me?
Oh, it's all right. Yeah.
It's crazy.
Well, it isn't it crazy? Yeah, but that's where just, and you know, I saw him as a warrior going back home. You know, is the way I saw it go down. But yeah, that's that time. You know, it's just, again, that's that time. It's a great shaking. Anything is possible. I really believe that. Like at this point, anything's possible. We're really that close to, you know, AC, I believe, on the scene. So, you know, buckle up. But, you know, we have to still live. You know, that's the beauty of those of us who have Christ, which is the most important aspect of this whole system, getting out of this system. We have that peace. We have the knowledge now. We understand what time it is. And, you know, we know how it all ends. We know where it goes. And we know he won't leave our side at all during whatever's to come.
Yeah. Hey, also, I've been wanting to tell you that I've been having crazy, like, apocalyptic dreams.
Hey, tell me about them, because look, I don't remember dreams much. I'll just share this quickly. Just a few weeks ago, I was actually praying and asking if I could have a so-called rapture dream. Like, can I have a dream to see kind of when that'll happen? I know it will happen eventually, pre, post, or trib, they say, but what's that going to look like? And, will it be before? And, you don't always get what you ask for. Maybe it'll happen in the future. I never had it. I haven't had anything like that yet. I've had some dumb dreams that made no sense. But anyway, go ahead.
Oh, man. Well, I hadn't like that. So I was just with a friend, and we're just walking. The mask, everybody's a zombie. And hear a loud trumpet in the sky, like it was like a whiplash in the air. It was like, God, and I turned around, and like the whole world turned dark, and only one light source came out from the space. And I looked up, and I saw, and it was Jesus. I didn't see the face, of course, because there's no image of Jesus.
Sue. Hey, Sue, I'm really sorry to interrupt. It's just that the audio, again, I just want to hear you, but it's coming in and going out. And, I just don't want people to miss this, because it's good. I heard you heard the last trumpet. Yeah, I heard you said you heard the last trumpet. Then the light went out. Then you saw one single source of light. And then it all just kind of started coming in and going out. Are you there? Man, we just lost Sue Young. Guys, this is the wacky kind of things that can happen on a live broadcast. So sorry that we lost Sue. And yeah, and the room's full. So Sue, hopefully you can come back in here in a little while. I didn't mean to stop you, but sometimes when the audio is just kind of really bad, we just want to make sure everyone hears everything you're saying and see if you can't fix it. So I'm going to just keep on soldiering on to Prodigal Heel is the next guest. Prodigal Heel, are you there?
Hey, how's it going, KJ? Funny that you keep soldiering on. I was military. And I've been following you of course, like a lot of people on here. And I don't have the problem that you have with about like the end times and stuff like that. I've had quite a few myself. But I wanted to go ahead and really put it out there, because I've been observing some of the movements of the enemy right now. And right now, the 117th Congress has about 8 bills targeting that Second Amendment. And so they're setting for something coming down the pipeline. And of course, I don't know if you saw this or not, but they have a lot of people. They put out some brochures and some advertisements trying to elicit some of the Trump supporters, which is basically people who are against pretty much the secular government taking over in a communist fashion. So, I mean, if these areas, I would try to avoid a lot of the propaganda, because you're getting a lot of misinformation coming out from the State Department right now, man. And I kind of, because I know that they tend to target Christians, particularly like, I guess that's what I kind of consider myself as, more of a Paul Revere for people to look out. And that's generally who they try to demonize and attack, and me being a Christian myself, it's kind of just a way to find if they can get you to bite on something that's fake or set you up in some way to make you look bad. It's demoralizing, and it makes you question your faith. So something big is about to go down, man.
Yeah, the NRA just filed for bankruptcy, and they're moving to Texas from New York.
A lot of people are moving to Texas. I live in Texas. So I've noticed an influx of a lot of the people, particularly people who are more constitutionalist and faith-based people, to some degree moving here. So I meant, I don't know if it's going to come down to like a duality, maybe. I know that they want civil war in this country, and a lot of this is coming from secular places. And like I said, you gotta, because we're living in the apocalypse. Your channel, A Call for an Uprising. I listen to a lot of School for Prophets, Marcus Rogers. So my playlist for Christian channels, I make sure that I support Christian content creators such as yours.
Thanks.
And so I meant, it's good because it's like a fellowship. And like I said, right now we're going to have to probably rely on each other and start networking a little bit, because the enemy is, and
big
you
time.
know, and I think that, I think you're right. I think you're dead on with your feelings about the AC, as you like to call him, coming up to the world stage. I don't think that's going to be able to happen until this whole quote unquote new world order falls. Mark, I don't know if you've heard of this channel yet. I subscribe to him, but like I said, I subscribe to all Christian channels, so it's good to have a different perspective from everybody.
Definitely.
And Mark 13 Records, have you ever seen his channel at all?
I have not, but if you suggest it, I'll check it out.
Yeah, it's really, really good, because he's a Christian YouTuber, and he goes through the Bible and explains stuff through the Bible. But the really good thing about his channel is he lets you know exactly what's going on the global level, what the movers and shakers at the global level who, assume control of this world right now. And he's a good channel to watch if you're a Christian and you want to know exactly what their plans are. He goes step by step. So, yeah, okay. Definitely.
What's the name again?
It's Mark 13 Records.
Okay.
And generally that's I guess that's probably one of his favorites. Favorite Bible verses is why it's Mark 13. But yeah, it's a good channel. But like I said, I'm not going to keep you for very long.
Oh, you're fine.
Yeah. I just wanted to go ahead and share that because, like I said, the enemy's preparing, they're strategizing. And like I said, whenever you're talking about the secular control of this world, they want to kill out any kind of remnants of actual Christianity, because there's Christians, people who claim they're Christians, and then there's actual Christians. And it seems like the actual Christians are the ones that are more commonly targeted. So, guys like you call for an uprising who do a service for people by getting on this platform and giving us, an alternate voice and stuff, and being able to rally and start these communities and start to gather the flock in the body and stuff. We're going to start to be targeted.
Well, we need your prayers. That's, I always pray over the channel for the protection. And I always say if something happens, then, people find my links below and we'll start something new. I'll start somewhere else. So I always have my website, which will be updated. But I don't plan on that. And I know most people don't plan on it. But, I just, again, always pray for protection. I show God how grateful I am to say, Lord, thank you, and please keep guiding me and make sure I'm putting stuff out that matters. That's why I don't crank stuff out again. I always say that, but I want to make sure I make the best thing I can make to express the point the strongest. That's what I'm doing, so yeah. I'm rambling, but no, thank you very much, man. We need your prayers, everybody too.
I need to follow you on Minds as well, and it's something that people ought to also do is think about other platforms, because we can tell right now with YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook that they're targeting people who want to bring out the light, who want to expose light on the darkness. So like Minds is a good channel. I seen that you had that on your thing. I didn't.
Yeah.
I haven't subbed to you yet, but I'll follow you on Minds. And
cool.
You have Gab, another site. So.
Yeah, exactly. I thought about even with my KJ's What Happened shows, just instead of showing Twitter stories, showing Gab stories. So I'm kind of working on making that transition. I haven't really used Gab much, but it's a good move anyway. Twitter's just the worst. We know that. And it's just so much of it's so fake and contrived. And it's just, it's a huge psychological operation. It's terrible stuff. It really is.
Oh, Twitter suspended me. And that's fine. And I'll tell you, I never really cared to go. They suspended me twice, actually. I've had a couple of accounts. And of course, everybody knows my position. So they suspended 2 of my accounts, basically because once you make them stand on their material and make them stand on their agendas and whatnot, they can't back and forth. So they suspended me twice. And so I have a lot of these alternative accounts, and of course I'm suspended on Facebook. So it's getting to be about that time. So
right, yeah, you're in the battle. It sounds like so many of us. Well, That's the times we're in. It's interesting. And, you know, we shall see. You know, I'm definitely always say I'm not good at predicting things. I do what I do. You know, I think effectively, but I'm not Nostradamus. I can't. But we see trends, and it's going to be interesting to see how it goes. But the Bible tells us that, you know, once AC's here and everything, Christians will fall into one of three categories. Essentially, they'll live by the sword and die by the sword, which we already see there's elements of that at the ready. They'll be beheaded, of course, right? And then there'll be people hiding out in the mountains, I believe it says. So there'll be three different categories, right? Yeah. So, you know, we'll see, man. I right now, I already know people who are working on things like that, not to say too much, and they're living like that, and they're communicating with other people, and they're already trying to work on this kind of a scene. So we'll see how all this stuff develops. Maybe someday maybe I'll need to start guiding people to these areas. You know, we'll see. You know, I'm just kind of playing it by ear like the rest of you, but it is happening. There's movements happening, you know. You there?
All right. Well, hey, I'll let you go. Get to the next caller, man. God bless you. You're doing a good job. Just keep fighting the good fight.
I will. Thank you very much, man. Nice talking to you, and take care. Have a good one, all right?
All right, you too.
Okay, bye. All right, guys. Next up, still got a full house here. I got Kieran coming up next. Kieran Lisney. Hello, Kieran. Welcome.
Hey, KJ, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can. How's it going?
Hey, brother, dude, this is crazy. I've been watching you since like 2013.
Thank you for that very, very much.
Yeah, I'm geeking out a little bit right now. My work partner's sitting next to me. He's trying to hold back laughs at me because he's like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "You don't understand. You have to drive back from the job site because I need to talk to this man." It's like the third time I've tried to get on, so this is dope.
Awesome, man. Well, welcome to the driver as well. It's probably like, who is
he
this
says
guy?
Welcome, then. Yeah. Hey, dude. So, I just wanted to call and talk about two things. I had a thought a little while ago. I know you're familiar with Jay Dyer. I've seen work that you've done with him before.
Yeah.
And I've been following Jay for like probably 5 or 6 years at this point. A little bit less time than I've been following you, for sure. But so he's an Orthodox Christian. I converted to Orthodoxy, and there's actually on Vedic end of Orthodoxy, most people sort of equate it with Catholicism, even though it's very, very different. But there was a book I had in mind that I read a few years ago called Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future. And it's by he's dead now, but he was a Russian Orthodox monk by Seraphim Rose. And he basically wrote this entire book that was, it was written in about 72, first published in 75. And the things that he speaks about in this book, everything from globalism to the one world order to the alien agenda, I mean, you name it, he has it in this book. He essentially...
How old did you say this book is? I'm sorry, but how old did you say the book is?
So at this point, it's over 40 years old. It was in 75. Wow.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it was way ahead of its time. And basically, he was saying the things that are happening now were going to be happening back then. He could see the seeds of it growing then. And I thought, oh, dude, every time I hear any of your shows, specifically your take on the whole alien phenomena, I always think, man, it would be so great if KJ could have a copy of this book, because it's not even so. I know that your take on organized religion is, not so much on that end. I know you don't bash it, but you're.
Well, there's still good stuff to come from it. Yeah, like anything, right? You got to find the truth and use your discernment, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so I thought, well, this would be good. This is definitely in KJ's wheelhouse, because even though the title of it is Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future, and it comes from an Orthodox Christian perspective, it talks about many of the same things that, you or I would be interested in, and indeed, everybody else that's on this chat right now. Obviously, that's why they're here. So for anybody that's interested in something that was written way ahead of its time, Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future. That's the first thing I just wanted to bring up. then the second thing is just your overall take on what's going to be, what do you think is most likely to go down in the next 2 days? My family, my wife, my in-laws, everybody is going insane. And I have a family that's, we all have different perspectives on it. My mother-in-law in particular is of the mindset of more of the Donald Trump kind of coming in as a savior kind of thing. She's a very God-fearing woman. She loves Jesus Christ. She's more of the charismatic kind of influence, and she's very into, speaking in tongues and that kind of stuff. And her and I sometimes go tit for tat on some of those theological things, but at the end of the day, we both love Jesus, and that's what's important.
You nailed it. That's it. Jesus knows her heart, and all the other people in religions that are being mind controlled on a certain level, Jesus sees their beautiful heart. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I guess my take is, have you experienced anything in your own family? If you have Christians in your family, I know your parents are a little more up there in age, and you say they watch like Fox News and mainstream and stuff like that. But do you have anybody in your family that you've kind of that's come from the same perspective as somebody like my mother-in-law, for instance? Because I'm personally of the mindset that Donald Trump is either an unwilling participant in the New World Order's plans, or maybe he's actually willingly culpable for it. But ultimately, I do think that he's controlled opposition. And one of the things that makes the most sense to me is, like, in the last year in 2020, we had the Great Awakening happen, and I see a lot of good coming from it. But at the same time, a part of me can't help but notice that it might be co-opted to sort of shift the narrative a little bit. And I think one of those narratives, just from my perspective, is that there is somebody that could come on the scene who could totally upend the New World Order agenda, and this person, of course, would be Trump. But I just personally don't hold to that viewpoint. I think that it's far more likely that he's either an unwilling participant in the PSYOP or he's knowingly participating in it.
Yeah, there's definitely, I'm with all that. And you're right. It's almost hard to tell because there's so much disinfo. That's why I'm saying that we have to wait. In a few more days, I'm sure I'll do a show. We'll talk about it. But that's when finally everything's going to be revealed, for the most part. But as far as the crazy stuff that might happen, I'm looking at an invasion of China, like in America, as a possibility. And also the aliens, man, whether it be Project Bluebeam or whether it be the actual ascended masters disguised, they're demons, fallen angels disguised as, the saviors from above. But we already know that's a big part of the agenda. I'm working on a big video about that right now, about how they could fake something like that. And they certainly could. And there's already hints something like that's coming. But that's just the big crazy stuff I'm seeing. As for Biden, he could get up there, and this is where the potential of Obama being the AC comes in. Maybe he signs over to Obama. Maybe Obama comes in and seems to save the day and seems to do patriotic things at first. And I don't know, but I don't think that'll be it. I think if Obama comes back, it's going to be hardcore going after these Christian, nationalists or whatever, right? Things like that. And that's already in the Patriot Act and the NDAA. So I've said it for years, right now it's all the red blue paradigm they're using in the mainstream, but soon it'll be shifting over more towards, we already know this. If you will not bend a knee and raise a fist to this system we're creating, no matter what religion you are, it's not just going to be Christians, it'll be a lot of people, then you're not coming in,
Right. Yeah, no, I definitely feel that.
We'll see. I don't feel like Trump's going to save the day at the end, but, I don't know. I mean, I'll tell you this. I didn't see Trump being president the first time. I mentioned this way back. That's why I mentioned after it happened. Yeah, I was like, that's why I'm glad I didn't make predictions. You had all these prediction videos, what Hillary was going to do. And I was like, I didn't know, man. And I was shocked. I was like, oh my gosh, he did it. So,
Yeah. Part of me, I don't know. Part of me is like, it would be great if it did happen. Even if it was contrived and it was manufactured, it wasn't actually a real coming in and saving. Part of me would kind of be like relieved in a sense, because as you say, it's sort of a restrainer. But on one hand, there's the one aspect of it that bothers me more than anything else, and this is something that I struggle with a lot with my in-law, is specifically in regards to the so-called prophets of the televangelist movement that have been, supposedly saying that Trump's going to have a second term since, the early 2000s, etc. I mean, I don't want to put people on blast, but there's a couple really, just absolutely absurd televangelists that people are falling for because it's tickling their ears. And one individual in particular, which I have no problem calling out because I think she's very dangerous, is a lady by the name of Katie Kerr. She's a Kerr lady, and Kat Kerr, yeah, dude. Oh my gosh, man.
Care, right?
Yeah, she is insane, dude. And I'm not trying to be mean. I mean that from like a clinical standpoint. Like either this lady is like really, really wicked, or she's absolutely like she might be schizoaffective. And I worked in the mental health field for a number of years, and the way that she even just presents her normal the way that she speaks in general is just like, wow, this is not a lucid person. But she's one of these people that is, a lot of these other, what I would consider at least somewhat more credible, quote unquote, prophets are tying themselves to her. And I think that in and of itself is problematic. And these are the kind of people that I just see as being dangerous to the faith, because if, they're laying claim to all these different things that are past, and what's going to happen, I fear, is that not only if they do not come to pass, people are going to lose their faith, but it's also a total degradation and a sullying of the name of Jesus. That these people, it's going to lead so many people astray. Like what happens, because I personally think Wednesday, is going to come out where we have all this tension build up. And I think that it's more than likely that they're not going to allow the tension to be released. And that what we'll expect to happen maybe won't. It'll just kind of come and go. And then perhaps in a couple of weeks, we'll see something astronomical once the NG is gone, that sort of thing. But in the minds of our faith.
Sorry, Kieran, you just kind of lost your audio, man. Yeah, I can't hear you. You said
sorry about that.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you? Yeah, sorry about that. But I think ultimately, if it doesn't come to pass, a lot of people are going to wind up losing their faith and could even potentially end up disavowing Jesus because they put so much trust in these so-called prophets who ultimately have been directing them towards Trump, not Jesus Christ.
Man, you just nailed it. You nailed it.
If anything comes from Trump not getting in, I want these people to be discredited. These people that are wolves in sheep's clothing, I want them to be seen as the wolves that they actually are, so that they can stop hypnotizing and possessing the people that have been falling for them time and time again, who just want to love Jesus but have been led astray.
Yep.
Because it's tickled their ears. And Scripture talks about a great deception, a great falling away. And I see this as the potential area in which that could start to happen.
Oh, absolutely, man.
But
anyway, no, you nailed it. That's even what we talk about on the channel all the time. Is it's a great shaking, and there's a division taking place, and so everything's breaking apart. We literally entered the age of Aquarius, which is what many of these New Agers and so-called prophets have been predicting for so long, and they talk about in all their writings and literature. Alice Bailey, Foster Bailey, the Theosophists, always the ascended masters in the age of Aquarius, and the age of Aquarius is when the ascended masters are coming back. So that could be, again, go back to this kind of alien thing. But no matter what it is, though, yeah, man, I think you certainly nailed it. And that's what I mentioned earlier to one of the other folks I was talking to, is that for all this time, many people have been led to believe that this is going to be the great time that Trump, we finally see justice and they all get locked up and all this. But it turns out, and it looks like it's turning out to be actually something against the false church mostly, and also against people's false faith in man, not turning more to Christ. So yeah, I think you got it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I really appreciate the talk, man. It's been awesome. I gotta get going, but let the next person go. But dude, it's been surreal talking to you. Literally, after listening to you for 7-8 years at this point, it's freaking crazy. I love that you do these shows. The community is awesome. Even when people disagree in the comment sections and the live chats, everybody's super cordial. And I think because obviously the glue that holds everybody together is Christ in your community, and you are the one. You know, there's like maybe 2 or 3 other really solid Christian YouTube channels, and all of them are affiliated with you and do shows with you rather frequently, that actually uphold what Christ, you know, is, or who Christ is, and what he's about, and what he told us to be, who he told us to be, and what he told us to be about. And it's really cool. You're one of the few that's actually able to be in discussion and dialogue and debate with other people and hold a difference of opinion, but without being divisive and so set in your own personal views. And you totally lack pride, which is refreshing. So thanks, man. It's been great.
Dude, thank you. I don't know how to respond, but just thank you so much, sir. That's humbling and nice talking to you. And the driver. Driver, have a nice day, sir.
Yeah, Ben, he says have a nice day.
All right, Kieran, take care.
He says have a nice day.
Will do.
All right,
see you
dude,
later.
God bless you, and God bless everybody else. See you, man.
Thanks, man. See you later. All right, that was awesome. Took a ride with Kieran for a little while. I'll tell you the lineup. Lucky 7, Aaron, Beefelt, Pig Farm. Is that Animal Farm reference? Ned Ayers, Kelly, Sojourner, Skydome Atlantis. So I'm going to keep going here for a bit, then I'll put the link back in the stream. All right, once I get a few more guests on here. And once again, I'll just say hi to the audience. I don't see the chat right now, but big shout out to everyone who's listening today, who's hanging out. Always a big shout out to my moderators. Thank you all so much for keeping it together out there. And that's it, man. Let's continue on with Lucky 780. Are you there?
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Hey, I'm great. Thank you for calling in. How you doing today?
I'm pretty good. I'm probably one of your younger viewers there.
Oh, cool. Always nice to hear from you.
Yeah. I got interested into you about like a couple months ago. My mom introduced me to you. She's watched one of your live streams or something.
Tell her thank you. Tell her thank you. I'm sorry, I won't cut you off again. Go ahead.
Oh, no, you're all good. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the stuff going on, we see it here because I live in New York. So a lot of the big occult stuff definitely happens here, especially with Cuomo, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Anything
I'll say
in
a lot
specific?
of people don't like him.
Anything in specific? Go ahead.
He definitely sent like a lot of COVID patients to nursing homes, and a lot of people got mad about it because a lot of elderly died.
That's true.
Over like, a lot of people are mad at him about that. Have you seen like the newer COVID vaccine effects that are going on?
Is it the Bell's, P-A-L-S-Y, where half their face gets distorted, or is it something new?
There's something new.
What is it?
There's like, if you go on Brightington, there's this thing where like a lot of people are starting to have this uncontrollable shaking. Like this lady made a video. You can't find it on YouTube, of course, but she was talking about how she was like a nurse or something, and she'd taken the vaccine, and now she consistently is having uncontrollable shaking. She can't sit still.
Ah, okay.
It's horrible.
I'll look it up. I may have that set aside for the show. Who knows? But that might not be that one. I feel like there's probably been a few of those. But thanks for sharing that.
There's like, I think there is a few of them. There's like another nurse that had the uncontrollable shaking as well.
Wow.
They like barely can walk. It's horrible.
Man.
It's definitely sad to see those videos.
Well, I just want to say I'm really grateful for you being so young and being aware and realizing how bad a lot of this is, the agenda, and how messed up it is. What's it like for you and your peers, if you don't mind me asking? How many of them are kind of awake and aware, or any of them even bother? I mean, I don't know. At a certain age, most people don't even care about politics or what's happening in the world. But what's your experience kind of in your age groups?
I'm about 16, so I definitely have friends that are definitely brainwashed to this. Like my friends have gotten into like tarot and stuff.
Oh, boy.
And of course my mom has testified to them, explaining to them, the effects of it and how, definitely it's very satanic, but they're definitely following along with this stuff. Of course, I don't really, like you said, with your family, I kind of just keep to myself with it. I say things sometimes, but I know no matter what I say, it's not going to affect, it's just going to start an argument that doesn't want to happen. Like the whole Joe Biden stuff. I don't like either of them, honestly. I trust God, like a lot of people say, but sometimes I just laugh at how people follow Joe Biden like a bunch of sheep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are one of them. Yeah.
And their whole agenda is just becoming so obvious. If you follow the shows, sometimes you even put the Baphomet goat in the D for the D2020 logo. I mean, and it's not everybody can see that, and even if you show that to people, I've shown people things for years just on the spot. One of my favorite ways to shake people awake a little bit on the spot, I used to have a voice recorder thing on my phone. It was an app, and you could make funny voices and stuff with it. I just mess with people, but it also had a thing where you could play something backwards. So this is years ago, but I would take, and this is a real thing you can do, Obama's slogan of "Yes, we can." If you play that backwards, it clearly says "Thank you, Satan."
Yeah, I've heard that one.
It's a crazy one, but sometimes things like that on the spot, people are like, what? It's like a magic trick, and then you can kind of try to explain more things to them. It's my experience. So a lot of your friends, though, most of them, I guess, are kind of more brainwashed by all of this.
Oh yeah, definitely. You can actually see on like TikTok and stuff, they push a lot of like manifestation and everything. And I know that, of course, being an adult, it, not calling you old or anything. It's just,
no, it's fine.
You don't see the things that are, you don't see things that are pushed towards a younger audience. And I've noticed that thing, like my mom and I have talked about it, is that they definitely push like things like manifestation on people and, tarot and the whole astrology stuff. Because I know like zodiacs definitely are like God made zodiacs, and they definitely, God made the stars a certain way, but there's also the whole satanic part of astrology. My friends are into that and everything, crystals, and it's just I of course told them, I'm like, I don't believe in that, just leave that away from me. And I could see a change in them though over time from it.
I'm glad you're wise. Yeah, stay away from the evil like that. You know that. I'm glad you're wise like that. I bet they probably watch Sabrina and Charmed and stuff like that too, I imagine.
Yeah, who knows?
Who knows? But still, there's so much programming for people your age, in your age group, that's all satanic and dark, or people falling in love with. It's called a paranormal romance. It's like people falling in love with werewolves or vampires or demons. So much of that, right?
Yeah. Did you actually see the Simpsons 2021 prediction?
No, I haven't. What is it?
It's crazy. There's like masks and everything else and like apocalyptic stuff. I think they have like the film theorists. I think they did a like video dissecting it.
Cool. I'll look that up.
So there's actually this YouTuber my mom and I watch. He's like you. I mean, of course, God is using both of you. But I mean, of course, he does like stuff beyond my head. Like he knows like little numbers, what they mean. He dissected like the one guy that played Black Panther, his death. He did like a video dissecting it.
Oh, his name's like Kijani Amari?
Yeah, that guy.
He's great. I like him.
Me too. Yeah, he did a video on like the RV bombing and stuff.
Yep.
My mom and I watch him all the time.
Well, I'll give him a shout out for the people listening. Kajani, and then a capital A, then a AMARI, and then I think it's AK capitals at the end or something. Kamari Amani. Yeah, but anyway, he's great, man. He has eyes to see. He does. I guess they can't even say similar. We have similar abilities, I guess you could say, but he goes deeper into numbers. He goes into all of it. He's very interesting. So you guys should maybe give him a shout or give him a look up sometime.
Yeah, because I could see God is definitely using the both of you, most definitely. I've seen that. Because I
hope so. I pray about it all the time. I seriously always pray that I'm not ever doing things wrong or misleading people or, whatever it is. That's one of my biggest fears, because anybody with an audience who talks about Jesus at all or faith or whatever, I mean, I just feel like we have to be good stewards. Comes to mind. I don't know what my title would be. I'm not a preacher, pastor, anything like that, But just, with what we got, we need to be cool and real and authentic and not fake, and, the whole thing.
Yeah, most definitely. Like, honestly, before 2020, before COVID happened, I mean, of course I knew it was the end times. Like, my mom had told me about it, but I hadn't really been awakened to it until COVID. And you were one of the people that definitely helped out with that, because my mom and I had watched your live stream and stuff. I think you were doing one with someone else at the time. I don't remember who. It was a while back.
Mm-hmm.
But that was definitely what started me getting into conspiracy theories and stuff. It's like
Great.
my mom is like, my mom's like amazing. She definitely has like struggles because she has like mental health issues, but she will like witness to people on like suicide videos, telling them they're worth it, and she's like, I look up to her so much.
Good, man. That's great. Sounds like she's doing good work.
Yeah, most definitely. It shows that like, yeah, YouTube and stuff is bad, but you can still use it for good.
Do you want to tell people her channel so people can maybe go visit and watch some videos?
She doesn't have a channel. She just does commenting and stuff.
Oh, my bad. Okay, I got you.
No, you're all good. Yeah, you're all good.
There's people whose gifts are even that, being encouragers and, leaders and teachers and comments. There's a guy, I've only done 2 memorials on my YouTube channel in 10 years or over 10 years. One was for my friend Jeff C., which he just passed recently, but the other was for a guy named Kurt, and I think his last name is Wagner. I'm not sure, Wimmer or something. It's on my channel from years ago, and it wasn't just me. Many other Christian YouTubers were making memorials for this guy. He never made videos or anything. He just encouraged you, and you could look under not any, but most Christian YouTubers. He followed, and a lot of my friends as well. He followed them, and just always the most beautiful messages of encouragement, lifting up, scripture. For years, he was that guy. So I'm rambling, I know, but yeah. So that serves a really great purpose as well.
Yeah, it shows that, you don't have to do something big to help out, Like, even with my friends, I know they're doing bad, but I've actually gotten an opportunity to witness to both of them. And I know that, I know I probably didn't do anything at the moment, but I know I planted a seed, and I just, I pray that they will figure things out, of course, for tribulation. But
man, I love it. You got a good heart. You really do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I'll let someone else go ahead and talk. I mean, there's some amazing people in the chat. Ned Ayers, he's in the line. He's an amazing guy, and he has a YouTube channel too, and I hope it does well.
Cool. All right. I look forward to talking to him, and it's been such a pleasure talking to you. And tell your mom, she did a great job. You're doing so well, and just maintain that strength in Christ and that strength in truth, and you won't fall. It's going to be wonderful.
Thank you so much. You have a good day now.
You too. Bye-bye. All right. It was very pleasant, wasn't it? It's always nice to hear from the younger folk as well, where they're at on things in this crazy world. Just think back to when many of you were 16. I mean, my biggest concern was learning how to drive, was getting my license. And I'd ridden a skateboard for years before that. So this is going to be a big upgrade. But just imagine being 16 and seeing this, seeing this kinds of stuff happening. But it is that great shaking, and I know God won't leave people with a spirit of timidity and fear, and it's that time to really cling to Him. Okay, Be Felt up next. Be Felt, how you doing?
Man, I am. I can't complain too much about yourself, KJ.
Hey, always good, always nice seeing you. You've been a friend around here for a long time. I appreciate that. Yeah,
it's been 10 years or more. So yeah, man, just been riding with you for a while.
Thank you for that, for real. You've always been cool, an encourager as well. I appreciate that. It's just, that stands out to you. So just thanks.
Hey, right on, man. Yeah, I feel like we're kind of cut from the same cloth, man. I've always been pretty laid back and try to just be an observer of everything that's going on, and pray for discernment, which is pretty hard these days because, the information is just, it's insane.
So many psyops on top of psyops. It's maddening.
But no, man. So like I said, I've been rocking with you for like 10 years, but just on a personal note, man. So my brothers, they really weren't too big into the conspiracy realm. And this was years back, but eventually, man, I got them turned on to you. And so now, you know, it'll be nothing for them to be like, hey, did you hear KJ's last show?
Awesome. Welcome to your brothers if they're listening too. That's great. Thank you.
Yeah, man, they don't really go to church. So, you know, I'm sure that, you know, you've ministered to them and like I said, myself as well. So that's just, you've been a blessing, man.
Thank you. It's humbling. I appreciate you.
Yeah, man. Man, this is kind of off the cuff. I really didn't have anything planned. I was actually driving home from work and I saw the chat and I was like, you know what, I'm doing it. So
I'm glad you did. Well, I'll just ask you then, just in your life in general, how are you? How are you holding up with everything? You feel good? You feel strong? You know, excited to see what happens? How you doing?
I'm on the roller coaster like everybody else, man. There's ups and downs. But you know, I can say this to, I guess, anybody in the chat or that hears this video whenever, if you don't know the Lord, my testimony, my experience with the Lord has really just been peace. Like I haven't had like, you know, crazy supernatural angelic encounters or nothing like that, but like he's always kept me in peace, man. And when you experience that, you know what it is and you can't deny it.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it.
So yeah, man, the Lord's been with me, and you know, it's all perspective. My daughter was born this year in January, so that was nice. Yeah, so you know, I gotta say this is one of the best years of my life, even though you know things got pretty wild in March. But
it's weird how at least I always feel closer to the Lord God when I'm around a baby. You know what I mean? And
yeah, man, God's absolutely.
And as a parent, that's gotta feel good. Yeah. Sorry to cut you off, man. There's a little delay there, but I was just saying that's got to feel good, and it's still encouraging. You know, no matter what happens out there, you can always stay encouraged when you have a little one with you.
Yeah, and you know, obviously, I've had the thoughts cross my mind, like, what in the world did I bring a child into? But you know, obviously, you know, we didn't, and none of this was going on whenever you know she was pregnant.
Right.
But at the end of the day, no matter what, we're just not called to live in fear, and that even if you have a baby in the apocalypse, you know what I mean? Like things might get crazy and rough, but like we're just not called to live in fear. So try to hold to that.
That's a great point. Yeah, that's exactly it. And we've been programmed with so much stuff of what it's going to look like and how it's going to go down and zombie apocalypses, but it may not necessarily play out like that. And also that's where we, again, go back to prayer and say, Lord, I don't want that to be my existence. If I have to go through all this stuff, you can protect me and my family, guide us, and I'll listen. You know, that's how I think. And I'm sure it'll happen, you know?
Yeah, for sure. And man, and just my thoughts on how things might play out. You know, like a lot of people, I don't know, man. I mean, I've followed the, I'll say the 17 movement. I don't know. I don't want to get your channel censored, but
they're real hardcore against that one.
I paid attention, man. Like I said, I haven't fully subscribed to it, never have, but I've paid attention because, you know, it's interesting, like a lot of things, but, I don't know, man. We'll just see. But I do know one unique thing about the time we're in right now with like the election and just everything going on. It seems like the whole world is literally watching and at the edge of their seat and in prayer about it.
Yeah.
Like more so, you know what I mean? Like it's different. And so I know that God hears that, you know, the prayers of the world for like one thing. And so I think that's special, man. And that could, I don't know, man, we could see God's glory in a way that we don't expect. So
I'm open to it. That's a great attitude. And you nailed it. You know, there's the other thing. So I mentioned earlier that if this goes down and it becomes Biden's or whatever, but essentially just not Trump's, think of all the fake Christian ministries that are going to be exposed, but also all of these Q channels and all these YouTubers who cashed in for years on the Q stuff. There's a lot of them. They're all going to be crushed overnight. I mean, just bam, right there. You know?
Yeah, I think one of your last callers said that, there's going to be a lot of people that would lose their faith, which, that's just, you know, you're not building yourself on a very solid foundation, you know, if that's the case.
That's absolutely the answer. Yeah, I agree. You know, and they probably need that. If they really want to find Christ, they're going to need to really be shaken, some of these people.
Yeah, man. But like I said, I really didn't have anything specific, man. I was kind of just going off the top and I just wanted to say, appreciate you, man. I'm sure I speak for everybody on that.
Well, thank you. It's nice just visiting with you and, you know, getting to talk to somebody I've seen on the comments for years. So I really appreciate that. Thanks for being along with me on this ride. You know, we're all on this ride together, and take care out there. And just thanks again, Be Felt. Stay good. Okay.
Yeah. You too, man.
Okay. See you later. It was nice, man. Be Felt, been around for a long time. All right, guys. Next up, I've got Pig Farm 80. Are you there?
Hey, yo, how's it going, brother?
Hi, it's good. How are you?
Pretty good, man. And for the record, it's not a Animal Farm reference. That is actually my last name in German. Yep,
oh, no way.
Yeah, loosely translated. Yep, means pig farm.
Interesting.
That's my handle. So I've waited a long time. I've wanted to say this. A long time listener, first time caller.
Yes, I appreciate it.
So, man, I just had a couple of things. I've been watching you two for years. I think I kind of started waking up around 2012, probably mostly due to the 9 Uno kind of stuff. And then that just, you start going down that can of worms. And you can't help but want to draw a parallel between this year and that thing. It's like kind of watching it in slow motion, isn't it?
The December 21st connection alone.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, it was supposed to be December. I was living in Austin, Texas, in a house with 5 bedrooms. Our garage was a studio. Everybody I lived with was a musician. The 2 were in the same band. The rest were in different bands. It's like six of us there. One of the guys, he was a DJ. Him and his girlfriend were about to move down to South America for the December 21st Great Conjunction in 2012. Right, it's supposed to be this great alignment and the new age would be upon us and all this. I don't know if you probably remember all that madness.
Yeah, of course.
And nothing, of course, ever happened. But I have said throughout the years that I feel like maybe something happened in the heavenlies, like through the Lord, if you will, because that was when I started really pushing more and learning about the symbols. And a lot of other people did. And I saw the growth of that community just explode, remember? And then it got to the point it got too big. And you had people like Vigilant Christian out there just making hand over fist by taking other people's work or pointing out the obvious stuff and being kind of not to be a jerk about the kid, but it happens.
Yeah, right. But despite all this stuff, I gotta say, and I hope I speak for some of your other listeners and watchers out there. Thanks for the encouragement. I have. I'll tell you what. I've been struggling with that whole defeatist attitude that you frequently say. That you frequently say not to have. But you're always in there telling us, not to have that. But it's just that I know you're a feeler. You've talked about your your personality type, and I get that way. I just get down when you see, for example, like you look at the Uyghurs over in China. It's like you see that injustice, and it just it saddens your heart. It wears you down. So I just hope there's other people out there knowing that we're not alone in this, right? I mean,
keep that in mind. And I know it's tough, man. I've got friends and family that'll text me and call from time to time, or I'll see some of them are pretty wrapped up in this, and I see it in the way they talk, the way they feel, and that's not calling them out. It's just that I see that this program that's taking place is having that effect, and I know there's a lot of sadness and anxiety, and like I said, after this happens, it's going to be a lot of broken hearts, and as a few of our callers pointed out, a lot of people may struggle with their faith, and Trump had a good run. But even under his run, the beast system is manifested. And that's the other side. I don't know if it's encouraging or not, but just remember that all of this is satanic. All of this is the beast system happening. The Bolshevik Revolution, I'm putting some stuff in this video I'm working on about it, but it has occult roots and roots in Satanism. And so do the Khazars and everything else. So that's all we're seeing, man. And this is the final play. And, we're doing all right. We got the Lord. Jesus isn't going to let us perish. So we're going to be in this now. As far as rapture and all this, I always be honest. I don't know for sure, but I pray for it all. I say, Father, if there's a catching away, if you're going to save the bride, I pray I go. But if not, I already know, but I still pray you're going to be with me, guide me, find me the safe place to go. Maybe I'm able to be with people or help people, or maybe I need to be alone. Whatever it is. You just really have to release it. That whole let go and let God thing, just release all the anxiety and fear. And I'm also a big proponent for doing little things that make you feel better. I'm telling you, I mean, for me, I exercise every day. I walk for 20 minutes. It's not huge, but I do a 20-minute walk. I do, grounding. I haven't done that in a while because my last thing.
I learned about that years ago. I know you talk about that, right? Yeah, I do the same. Yeah.
But you know what I mean. You already know this. I don't need to teach you this. I just don't know you, but I'm sure you're already doing things every day that make you feel better. And I'll play with chubs. I battled it too. Trust me, man. I'll tell you what. There for a couple of years, man, I came so close to quitting doing all this stuff for a couple of years there, and
Yeah, I remember you mentioning that. Yeah.
Yeah, it was bad, but I kept fighting because it's what I love. It was like the struggle. It's like I love making videos and showing things and learning, but then it's like, but anyway, I don't know. I'm rambling again.
No, I know. You couldn't do it without your faith, right? I mean,
yeah,
because that's just it. You know, as a mere mortal, you know, I if I watch too many videos in a day that just get me all full of anxiety, I know it's not good for me. But then it's like a two-way street. You don't want to. My brother, that this kind of big long story. He's part of the Bethel crew, but you know, you know, he's like, don't worry about it. You know, like, well, I don't want to live with my head buried in the sand, but on the other hand, I don't want to just go do. Hey, everything's cool. You know, so there's got to be that middle ground, right? You know, it's
well, it's hard to not want to tell people the truth when it's in you, and we're even told to tell the truth, and you know, we're told to be watchmen and watchwomen all on various levels, even in our own lives. You know, so, and I feel you, man. There's that balance. I mean, a couple times I just put it straight out on some of my family members. Even, you know, my mom one time, she was like, I just don't understand this, and she's worried about the mass. And I said, Mom, it is the end of the world. I said it just like that. Yeah. She froze. She's a super sweet lady. She froze, look at me. I go, yeah, it's the end of the world. We are about to see the most amazing thing that has ever happened aside from the creation of this whole thing.
Right.
And she's like, you think? Like, yeah, well, I think.
Yeah. It does. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to draw the similarities between Revelations and you look out the window today. I mean, it's there. Yeah.
And nothing to fear. We're in it. You know, I hate that the system uses we're in it together, but we all really are in it together. And we're all connected through Christ. And, you know, if they ever did something to my channel here, I'll rise somewhere else on another site, and it will continue, you know, whatever it is. And I'm still making my videos. I haven't put up in a bit, but I've got some, and still fighting. And, you know,
so I had kind of an idea about that. I was really, man, you know, just kind of full of anxiety the other night. And I was really thinking about this, praying, and I don't like to use the word meditating because that's a little new agey for me, but you know, just thinking, contemplating. And I don't know if this was God's word or not, but this is the thought that came to me. You said, I don't know, I think it was one of your last hanging with KJ, something, the fact that you were kind of hiding in plain sight on the beast system, right?
Absolutely.
And so here's my thought. I thought, so what happens if all the Christian channels, all the conservatives get muted, taken off the air, everything gone tomorrow? And even you could take it a step further, and if they came and, you know, confiscated every last bit of my worldly possessions because I won't take a vaccine, what then? And it kind of came to me like, you know, even the internet, you know, especially YouTube, all this stuff, it's part of the beast system. The way my thought was, it's kind of the beast system. It's not of God. So you know what? Yeah, we use it for a time, but you know, what do you think about that? I mean, it's kind of like, yeah, it's even though we use it, it's kind of the beast, part of the beast, you know.
It's okay because we don't have a choice. We're steeped in beast system or American Babylon or however you want to put it, but we're steeped in it. It's everything. And for us to be effective and to reach people in the world, we have to reach them. I have to reach them on the beast through the beast system.
Right.
And then to survive here, I've had to hide in plain sight, which I was blessed with a good name for that, the scariest movie ever. It's very searched. It's very normal. You know what I mean? I don't have anything that stands out as far as any political things. I'm not political. I'm not religious in the sense I don't have crosses all over everything and talking about this and that. So, So like, I think God helped me I was this guy anyway. I took a test in high school, what I'd be best suited for as a career. And it came back, the top two were filmmaker and preacher, of all things.
Really?
Yeah,
well, you nailed it.
Yeah, right. It made no sense to me back then. I was like, religion? I'm not even, and I had kind of gotten out of going to church, but you know how things change. I went to film school, and now I get to do this. So I think I get to play my role. I'm very humbled, very blessed by it, and it's been a heck of a thing, man. But thank you. Go ahead.
Well, to tie in with yours, the Air Force sent me to Hawaii one time.
Oh, cool.
And that's actually where I found my calling. It's to be a beach bum. Now I'm stuck in the Midwest in snow. So I'm working on that.
Yeah.
Just a couple of things, I guess, you know, kind of pertaining to like this frustration, everything. I've been, I've never read the book cover to cover, but I have been, you know, I started now. And I'm in the latter part of Psalms, like Psalm 60 and up. And it's kind of funny sometimes when you do read his word, it speaks to you, right? And you could almost open up random page, and somehow, you know, I really feel that's how he speaks to you. So if anybody's interested, man, those latter Psalms, so many of them are like, God, you know, I'm surrounded on all sides, you know, come help us. I'm like, man, that's what's happening, you know? So I don't know, something to check out if you're cruising the Bible. Yeah,
no, that's a good point. And hey, again, I would love to see a Red Sea moment or something crazy, you know, in the next few days. I mean, all of us would, I think. I mean, I've said it before that, you know, I know we're always supposed to focus on heavenly and all this, but I still want to see justice in this world, like so many other people. I'd love to see these people in cuffs and crying, you know, having to go away forever.
That's the dream, KJ. That's the dream. Right? You know, that's a lot of times I pray. I'm like, God, just let good win, just for a second, for a minute, for a day. You know, no matter how small, just let good win a little bit. You know,
and at least make Nancy Pelosi stub her toe. Anything.
Well, right. Well, you know, and I started praying too. I'm like, man, if you can just change the heart of one of these crooked politicians, I don't mean to say a blanket statement, but, you know, just change one of them, and maybe, you know, maybe that'll be worth it. I don't know. But yeah,
we shall see.
Yeah. But I know he does answer prayers. The last thing I'll leave you with, I had kind of a fun story that I wanted to share, just about answered prayers. It's nothing too fancy, but I was working in an automotive place as a production supervisor, and so one day this kid comes up to me and he says, you know, I've got this problem with my car, and I can't afford it, you know, and you know, he's real stressed, and I felt for the kid, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so I went home that night and I prayed just a simple prayer. I said, man, Lord, can you know, help this kid out? And I forgot about it. The next day I go into work, and this kid comes around, and I should know, you know, he wasn't really a Christian. He was, had an alternative lifestyle,
right?
But he comes running up to me. He goes, hey, guess what? I said, what? He goes, well, I brought my car to this guy, and he said this part was going to be, you know, $500. And then he says he's going to fix it for free and fix this other thing too.
How could you ever be discouraged with things like this?
Even telling the story, I kind of get goosebumps, because I mean, if that wasn't an actual answered prayer, I've never had one, you know. It's just, oh, man. Wow, you know. So that was really cool. But
well, that'll serve your encouragement, my friend, forever if you let it. Right, just seeing that.
Right. Well, thanks, brother, for your work, man. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it, and keep up the good work, man.
Pig Farm, you're great. I hope I didn't cut you off short. Is there anything else you wanted to add?
Man, no, I don't. Okay. I don't think so. There was one other thing we could you know, yak about, but I don't really know where to go with that. I was just going to talk about Bethel and your thoughts on it, being that my brother kind of got caught up in that charismatic.
Wow,
actually, he went out to the Bethel school. He did 2 years, and I think, you know, he kind of studied. What's that? I want to say John Jones. That's not the name. Who's the
Jim
main
Jones?
Jim? Yeah, is that it?
He's the guy that killed the people. Is that the one you're thinking of?
No, Jim. Well, the leader of Bethel guy. He's
my
real
bad.
famous,
someone different. Yeah,
charismatic movement. I forget his name, but you know, he just got really into that, and I went to his church once. He's down in the Houston area, and man, there were people like dancing around with streamers and talking in tongues, and you know, for me that's a bridge too far. But I don't know if you've really explored the Bethel Church and charismatic movie a whole lot in your work. Got any you know, any opinion on it one way or the other?
Well, I've covered some things with symbolism with Bethel Church throughout the years in various videos. You know how I do. I won't title it The Symbol of Bethel Church. It'll be something else, and then the video it'll be in there. But I've covered that. I've always thought of the fruits as how we judge everything, right? Even organizations. There's a lot of bad news has come out of Bethel Church over the years, and a lot of weird people, you know, false prophets, I believe, and whatnot. But I haven't done a deep dig on it. But I'm just not a fan of any of those organized, especially to that level type religions, because they're all falling now. I mean, this is that time. They're all falling. They're all being exposed. And, you know, we'll see how many of them go along with the beast system as well. That's going to be a really big breaking point, you know, when they say you either do this, take a knee and preach what we say, or the guillotines or whatever.
Yeah, and then you get into that whole idealist with the 501c church, right? Like, oh, if you're tax exempt, then you can't talk about this.
That's right. So fascinating times. I know it's all collapsing around us, but I think it's a good thing to see the beast system collapsing, and we know what comes soon after. And just remember, like that beautiful story you shared, man, the Lord's with us, and he'll never leave us.
Yeah, right. Well, again, KG, thanks, man. Hope the rest of the show goes great. Thanks for letting me have part of your day, and we'll talk to you soon, man.
You're welcome. Stay encouraged and take care, my friend. See ya. All right, guys, on down the list here. I've got Ned Ayers up next, Kelly, Sojourner, Skydome Atlantis, This Mortal Coil, and Chippy Pig Pig. That's a fun name. Hi, I'm Chippy Pig Pig. And here is Ned Ayers up next. Hi, Ned Ayers. Are you there, sir?
Yes, sir. How you doing, brother KJ? Long time no talk.
I know. I'm doing good. Hanging in there?
Yeah, most definitely. How's everything in Oklahoma working out for you still? You still looking on moving out of there, or how's that going?
I mean, the reason I'm kind of settled now is just because my family's here. They're a little older. They have their health concerns, and they're really wrapped up into the pandemic situation. In fact, they're excited because they're about to go get the vaccine and everything. So my thing has been for now is to stay here while I'm around my family, to be able to help assist whatever I can do. But we'll see how the near future plays out, because I was thinking about this earlier, and I've mentioned in the past anyway, but, we're living at a time where many of us can overnight become outlaws. And in a sense, many of us already are on paper. So we'll see what that brings and how long we have to go into things. And if I see something coming, I always pray for the wisdom and discernment to see these things. Then I'm probably just going to jump in an RV, throw Chubbs in the back, and we'll hit the road,
Right. Can't forget Chubbs.
Can't forget Chubbs. He's my co-pilot.
So I hear you. It's good to be close to your family, especially in these perilous times, and I can only imagine, what it feels like to have a family that's, leaning into taking this vaccine, and that's hard on everyone. And I actually have an aunt and a grandmother that just recently took the vaccine, and unfortunately, they're going to make their own decision. They're actually on my mother's side of the family, so we don't really get to talk about these sort of things. But thank God that I have actually been able to get my 80-year-old grandmother to come to the understanding that it's not something she wants any part of. So that's been a beautiful thing. And so I definitely get it. And it can be rough. It can be definitely rough for a lot of people that have elderlies that they have to look over. And it's just a hard time, but at the end of the day, God is with us, and He will continue to protect us and keep us in His presence as long as we stay in prayer and supplication with the Most High God. And it's all about just sticking to the Most High.
Absolutely. Yeah, we can't be saved by this world, because just think of that too. Think of how many people are so programmed that, let's say the transition does go as it seems to be, and then Trump's gone. All that hero worship, who are they going to turn to next? So that's why it'll be interesting to see, is the system going to immediately try to stamp that out, or are they going to, will we see, it's been shown in iPet Goat 2 and iPet Goat 3, like the destruction of the Illuminati by a Jesus type figure. So that's another thing I'm kind of waiting for, to see how that might play out. Right. I mean, it's a possibility.
Definitely. Yeah. And iPet Goat 3, it had some good
hacky.
Yeah, but it had some good pre-telling signs of what you could possibly see, and I can tell you what, you and Nicholson and the other brother that was with you that day, and y'all did a really good review on that, and especially iPad Go 2, it was a while since I had seen that, and I was just really surprised how much more I noticed the second time around, and I was just like, oh, this is pretty serious. But then the iPad Go 3. What I didn't like was when I saw that Ark of the Covenant, which is the false Ark. It's not going to be real, and it was lifted up by little tiny UFOs, and I was just like, Lord have mercy, no. I was like, This is not good. But at the end of the day, again, the Lord is with us, and He will continue to keep us in His presence as long as we abide under the shadow of the Almighty. Keep that Psalms 91 protected, bind it to you daily. Pray in supplication, fast, and continue to seek the Father, because He will never forsake us. His ways are way higher than ours, and we'll never be able to fully grasp and understand. But as long as we stay seeking Him, He's not going to just walk away from us.
You nailed that and perfectly. And I want to add something too. It's interesting since we did that show and you and the iPad Goat 3 has the Ark. Just a couple of days ago, there's a story came out about the Ark. I don't know if you heard about this. Some people believe that the Ark is actually in Ethiopia.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Right. And so some guerrilla group tried not like, woo, 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 but, like killers, they came after trying to get the Ark apparently. And I just thought that was really interesting. We'll see how it plays out, if that even means anything, or where the actual Ark is. For all we know, it could be a spaceship landing, and then we have the Ark of the Covenant, and we created your religion. Who knows what they could have planned, right?
Did you ever see? Go ahead.
No, I'm good.
Okay. I was just gonna say, did you ever see that? I don't remember who it was. He was an older gentleman. He had gray hair, and he actually went to he went to Israel. He went to where Jesus was crucified, and he crawled through these caverns and these caves, and he ended up finding an ark, and it was basically, it looked like the ark, and it had blood specks and all that stuff. Did you ever see that?
Dang, man, I'm trying to think. You know what it first reminds me of? Have you seen that footage? That it was from a tomb from some Russian giants, apparently, that used to rule, I guess, many years ago. Some people call them, of course, fallen angels.
Well, yeah.
I don't know how real that footage was, but that's another one for people to go look up. Look up tomb footage, Russian or fallen angel or whatever you want to title and see, because it's crazy and pretty creepy, and they're very preserved. It's really weird, but that's what I thought of. Now, as for the other one, wow, no, I have never seen that.
I couldn't see. I saw it once, and I have not been able to find it since then. And towards the end, because he actually got the ark out of there, and he proceeded to try to open it. And apparently, from his testimony, that angels showed up, and because he couldn't lift the ark top off, and they opened it for him, and inside was some old manuscripts, and I don't know if it was in Aramaic or in Hebrew. But the angels had said that to hold these and leave them in this specific place that they're at. I believe it was still like underground to some degree, because that's what it seemed that way, and that it would be revealed and let out into for us to all see when the end times fully came around, once they revealed who the Antichrist was, to kind of combat that. Now, who's to say if it was all 100%, truth, because you never know, but the fact that you can't find it anymore, that's a telltale sign.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. It's a good point. That is so true, especially the way I go through media myself and look at things, that we really are at that time where, it used to be many years ago, you'd find a random YouTube or web page and it'd talk about something really fantastic, and you just write it off like, okay, it's just kooks looking for clicks. Mm-hmm. But nowadays, with the censorship happening, everything else, I've found some really breaking, interesting stories that pop out of nowhere from some random site, and then 2 weeks later, it's talked about on the rest of the sites. So it does happen that way, or they'll just bury it, because we know the system doesn't want any talk about Nephilim, fallen angels, any of that kind of stuff, or angels with the ark, or any of that.
Yeah, because they want everyone to believe they're aliens, this intergalactic, whatever they call them, and it's like, no, they're fallen angels. Read the book of Enoch. It's very simple. But and you know what I found interesting when I was watching y'all's video with you and Nicholson and the other man, you spoke about the Seattle Space Needle. I did a little video of that on my channel and breaking down some things, but what I did remember was I saw that clip that guy posted when he was sitting in his apartment, and he's like, wait, what's this? And he pans his camera over, and it shows a Space Needle out there in the distance, and there's nothing going on. I'm like, well, Lord have mercy, what's going on here? And then that's gone.
Well, I'll tell you this. I don't have it up now, but one of my subscribers under that show, look in the comments, found it, and I've already uploaded it to my computer because I'm putting it in the video. Yeah, so if you look through there, you'll find the link. It should still be up. I uploaded it 2 days ago, but you'll see it in my videos coming, because that's a very important. That's one of those bits we're talking about, right?
Yeah, for sure.
It comes out of nowhere, and then, here's a crazy thing. As I mentioned on the show, I went back and that guy's channel had been suspended. So I was like, I don't know anything about the guy. I don't know if he was posting Trump stuff or whatever, but wow, maybe it was just that. And maybe we're getting that close to this. And one of my new videos is called How They Can Create a Fake Alien Invasion. So
yeah. What's your take? What's your take on that Space Needle thing? Because I had two opinions, and then once I saw that video of the guy panning over and there's nothing going on, it was like, okay, so is this Project Bluebeam? Because I thought for a moment, because I did a little, like, I screened over the Space Needle, what I called was a ritual, because that's what it, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's a lot of NWO stuff in there for sure.
Oh yeah, most definitely. And man, I forgot what I was going to say.
The Space Needle panned over to.
Oh, that's right. So I was curious if it was drones making all that occur, because at one point you could see like these beams of light shooting down. It was just like, well, that would entail drones, and that kind of falls into the category of what you would see on the latest Spider-Man movie.
I mentioned that, you bet. Yeah.
Yeah, drones. And it's like, if they can do that and have that ability, they can definitely bring in a false antichrist in a very subtle way and make people believe they're seeing something that's not really there. But we should all know that especially if we're in the Word, that the first thing that comes is going to be a deception. So always be prepared for that. Everyone in the chat, I'm sure they know that. And shout out to Tamara too, fellow moderator on Days of Noah channel.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, you're so right though with that. I mean, I've even thought that they could do the Project Bluebeam for the fake aliens, and then here on the land they'll be shooting up at them and stuff, and then all of a sudden the demon aliens, the tall whites or whatever, they show up, and then they kind of save the day, and then that's our introduction to we're real and we're here to help you. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many different ways this could actually play out.
Right. And see, it's just since the beginning of the year and how everything popped off so quick, that Chaz and Chop, and then what happened on the 6th, it's like, this is, I don't think they realized how big of an awakening this was going to create from the true believers, you know, because we stand firm and we know, you know, we don't know everything, but we know when we're hearing lies. We know when we're getting fed a bunch of BS. And it's just like, I don't think that they realize they might have shot themselves in the foot, but at the same time, the Most High is in control. So even the nonsense that we're seeing, God is still in control. And at the end of the day, his will be done, period.
Absolutely. Yep. Good point, my friend. Anything else you wanted to cover on that?
No, that's it, brother. Hey, by the way, I just wanted to shout out to everyone in the chat. You know, God bless you all, and I pray that the Lord continues to keep you in the presence of his very faithful, loving, caring, and everlasting spirit. For he is our Savior, and he will continue to keep us always, and continue to seek him through prayer and supplication. And KJ, God bless you. God bless your channel. I pray you're in part of my prayers, along with a few other guys you know, that I also speak with on a regular. And you know, you're doing a great job, brother. And I pray that you continue to be able to put out your content, and you're able to reach people, because you definitely are. I mean, your streams are flying. I mean, you can barely even keep up with these chats. You got 2,000 people in there. So, you know, you're doing a great job, brother, and God bless you. And hey, just real quick, do you mind if I shout out my channel?
Oh, no, of course. Please do.
Hey, guys. So everyone in the chat, if y'all don't mind, it's Ned Levon, Leevone, and then prayers. Instead of airs, put prayers. And you'll find me on there. Please go like, share, and subscribe. I really appreciate it. I don't get nothing from it. It's just about getting the word and the truth out. And that's all it's about. It's all glory to the Most High God, because I am nothing and no one. I'm only a servant of the Most High.
Man, first off, I just want to say what a beautiful heart you have. I mean that. Thank you very much. So well spoken, all of it, and just much appreciated, my friend. And thank you. You're an encourager, I can tell as well. Well,
thank
you guys, you're welcome. Guys, check out his channel as well. And have a good one, Ned. Really, I appreciate
you, brother.
Man. Okay.
Looking forward to talking to you. Bye-bye.
Hey, you too. See ya. All right, guys. That was really nice. All you guys are awesome, man. You really are. And it's always different each time. It's so great. I got Kelly. I got Sojourner, Skydome Atlantis, This Mortal Coil, Chippy. Hi, I'm Chippy Pig. And Aaron K-Dub. And then I'll be putting the link back up in a little bit, guys, so you can jump in. Let me clear out. I don't want to say, let me get rid of a few more of these. Throw a few more boxes over there on the cabinet. No, once we go through a few more people here, I'll put that link in there, and you guys more people can jump in. But right now, we'll talk to Kelly. Hi, Kelly. Oh, Kelly, you have to unmute on your side. Unmute it. You'll see it. Just got to click the little microphone there. Sorry, Kelly. There you go. You had it for a second and went back mute again. Now it's unmuted. Hi, I can hear you. Hey.
I'm here.
How's it going?
Hey. Yes, you can rid of it, of all of us. You can get rid of all of us. Hi, this is Kelly. How are you, KJ?
Hey, Kelly, it's nice to talk to you. I'm good.
Can you hear me?
I can, but it's coming in and out a little bit. It seems to be, in and out. You're unmuted. You're good on that, but just sometimes the audio trails away. It depends how close you are to the microphone and stuff like that. I always deal with it too. But go ahead. Let's see if I can hear you. So right now I can't hear you.
How
at
about
all.
now?
Now I can. Now I can.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Awesome.
You're in. You made it. Yeah, good to have you.
Hey, KJ, how's chops? Hello?
I can't hear
There's
you now.
a little lag.
Yeah. Oh, is there?
Here, but
that's what it is. Okay, well, I'm just going to be quiet and just say hi and just what's on your mind today. There you go.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much. And thanks to everybody here in the chat. Thanks to everybody that's been calling today. Today it's a beautiful day here in beautiful Georgia. And there are a couple of chemtrails, but it's okay. Weather is beautiful still.
Yeah, I know. I get them really bad where I'm at in the Midwest.
Whoa. This is Kelly from Mainstream Bible Science. Last time we talked, I was so ashamed, but everybody they were so loving in the chat, and there were so many good messages. This audience is awesome. I mean, sometimes I don't even get the chance to chat.
Good. Well, I'm glad they were all real nice to you. Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Yeah, there's a slight delay. I just put the link to the chat back up in the or the link to join me back in the chat as well. Go ahead, Kelly. Continue. Yeah, there is a little bit of a delay there.
Yes, it is. But it's okay. I'm going to continue talking anyways.
Okay, go ahead. What's going on?
Thank you.
It's nice talking to you again, by the way. I remember.
Yay! Yeah. I remember that day when you got me in the show. It was like a horrible day. I mean, I was having a terrible day. And then I was so ashamed. I didn't even want to listen again, the playback for the show. I hope that it was a blessing for many people, at least me having a bad day and talking to you.
Oh, no, it was good.
There was... the next day you had a great interview. I mean, a conversation, a combo with Jeff C. And I enjoyed it so much that I forgot that I was so ashamed the day before.
I'm sorry you were feeling that way, but yeah, no, I mean, it was good. Everything that show was meant to happen, and it reached the people it needed to reach. That's the way I saw that. That's why I see everything, that there's a reason that sometimes people come around and be like, let's do a show. I always have my core group that I go to a lot of the time, but throughout the years, I've tried new people. Plus, you'd be surprised how many people don't want to talk. I've reached out to lots of people. I think we could have a great conversation, and they're just like not having it. But again, I get it, because a lot of us that reveal this kind of information are feelers and sensitive and stuff like that as well. Are you still with us?
Amen. Yes.
Okay.
I'm here.
So don't let me take over your time. So what's on your mind today?
Well, I'm so excited. I'm just very happy to be able to call, and I'm outside of my office. It's almost my time to go home, but wow.
Good.
I mean,
good.
It's been so crazy. When all the election madness started, I was so pumped up with my own work that I was kind of doing, creating videos on the YouTube channel, and then I get into the anxiety and the madness that was going on. I really have to shut down everything and and really not paying attention. Yes, because you know how that works. They really get into your head, and oh no, I just needed to connect with the Lord and just be with Him. Yes. So That's what I did. And now, the beginning of the year, even though I know it's gonna be, I know it's not gonna get any better. I'm still holding his hand, you know.
Yeah, that's all we can do, and be led. You know, he may have things for us to do as everything's moving on, but I don't know. I may even start trying to change the dialogue of saying things like, you know, it's going to get worse, guys, and whatever. I've never wanted to do that, you know, even though we know it is, but I struggle with that. You know what I mean? That's where in the past it's been good to have some of these guys like my friend Jeff C. and some other people out there and who are pretty hardcore, like it's coming and you know what I mean? I just have a slower approach to things, but you know, I know it's the seriousness of it all, the seriousness of it, but I'm also just very excited, you know, because I like strange, weird stuff. I mean, you all know this as far as like paranormal, supernatural, UFO activity, and I know it all is all biblical. But we're about to see more and more of that stuff. So I think it's going to be interesting to watch things like this unfold and try to, you know, still have our groups out there where we can hang out and talk, and I can do my videos and other people make their videos, and we share information with each other, and we just keep being a remnant, you know, as it goes on, I guess.
Yeah, a light to the world. Yes.
That's it.
I really like, you were talking with another caller, and I was able to listen a couple of things here and there, and how you were saying like, Mom, the world is ending. I do that too.
Yeah.
when everybody is around me like, I no, the elections, this and that. I'm like, the world is ending.
Yeah. That's
Get over it.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
It's a very interesting. It's a very interesting attitude to have, but it's just because of the hope and the peace and really knowing the Lord. I mean, it's not being cynical, it's not being sarcastic, it's not being mean, but it's just having the right attitude. That's how I see it.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. You know, it's like you're not helping anybody being stressed out and nervous and freaking out. I mean, I used to have, you know, I mean, everyone goes through periods of anxiety. But when I was a teenager, and that's before it was so popular to have anxiety, you know, it became popular as I've grown up.
Right?
But
yes.
Yeah, it's like, you know, own your sickness. Oh, what else do you got? You're anxious and you're this, and you know, they just want to put you on pills, right? On meds. And they convince you that you're a little crazy, you know, when you're not feeling good. But yeah, my mom always used to say, and it's not funny or anything, but it's just a good basic statement. But she'd say, worry is like a rocking chair. It gives you something to do, but it gets you nowhere. And I always thought of that, you know, it always sank in. It's so true. Yeah, I'd even visualize a rocking chair. I'm like, yeah, that's right. What's the point of worrying? But we know in the Bible also we're told 65 times or something, fear not. So yeah.
You got it. You got it. And keep going, stay strong. Everybody there in the chat listening. You guys, you got this. You got this, because none of us are gonna come out alive from this.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know if I phrased that right, but I'm sure you get it.
Yeah, we understand. Yeah. And, you know, and we'll see, you know, like I say, we shall see, but nothing to fear. And that's a great encouraging message. And I appreciate it, Kelly. Anything else you got for us today?
God bless you. Dios
That's
los
perfect.
bendiga. I am heading to my car and putting together my stuff. And can I make a shout out to my YouTube channel?
Yes, of course.
Yes. Well, guys, thank you so much for the ones who subscribe. You guys are awesome. We are really having this as a priority. This is mainstream Bible science, and we're gonna have creating content just on a biblical perspective, and also taking a look at the media and the Bible and a little science, because we love science. And yes, thank you so much, KJ, and enjoy the show, everybody. Have fun, and God bless.
Thanks, Kelly. Nice talking to you, and have a good one. All right. We'll see you next time.
Too.
Okay. Bye-bye. All right, guys. Going to keep on moving on down. Thanks again, Kelly. Looks like Sojourner is next. Sojourner, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi. Hey,
wow.
Are you my friend, Sojourner?
Yes, I am.
Oh, how's it going?
I'm driving on a very long trip, and I just want to thank you for this show that you're doing right now. You've had some amazing guests. It's been very edifying, and I've enjoyed listening to it while I'm on the road.
Awesome. Hey, you're welcome, and thanks. And I was going to ask you how you're doing, because I know you have been doing a lot of traveling and you went to some of the big events recently. But how are you feeling about everything playing out in the next couple of days? What are your thoughts? And you can tell the people as much as you want about whatever you've been seeing.
Well, there's a lot that I can't say for obvious reasons. I went to DC back in December. On December 12th. I had something planned that weekend, and it was very important to me. But at the last minute, someone said, "Hey, let's go to DC," or "I'm going to DC." And I just felt in my spirit, like when God calls you to do something, you feel it and it's undeniable. And I felt like God told me that was where I needed to go. Like he was going to show me something. And I went and I saw a lot of things. And I've been, like, for the last month and a half, since leaving there, well, it hasn't been a month and a half, has it? I don't,
Close.
But since leaving there, it's been insane. Just, I knew that there was something that was going to happen, because there was people talking about it pretty openly, which, in a lot of ways, if I know about it, and people are talking openly about it, then they know about it, and everybody else, like if something's being talked about openly online, not only are Trump supporters hearing about it, but so are the left, and other people. So there was a lot that went on the 6th. But anyway, I'm very concerned about the next few days. The last place I want to be is in DC, but spiritually speaking, I'm actually on my way there now.
Oh boy.
Not spiritually, but in the flesh I'm going. But spiritually, it's like I explained it like when you're on somebody said, you need to be calm, and I was like, sorry, I'm like, my brain's going a million different directions. He said, if you weren't calm, I would be concerned. And I was like, I really am not. Like, I'm terrified. Like my brain is going, what are you doing? Are you stupid? This is really stupid to be going there. But my spirit feels very, very, very strongly that's where I'm going. So I'm meeting up with another, with a guy that's has a YouTube channel, Torch of Christ Ministries. He just posted a video today. It's definitely something you want to watch, because we're going to be there. My hotel is inside the militarized zone, and we're going to be walking around and praying and speaking, whatever we feel the Spirit's leading us to say.
That's cool. Look at that. I think that's kind of cool. Now that I hear it, it makes sense. You're really getting out there and just totally trusting in the Lord. And sure, it may be a dangerous situation, but people faced dangerous situations all throughout the Bible. Still win by faith. So that'll be interesting. Yeah, it will. And I will pray for you. And who knows what's going to happen, man? Who knows? I would hate to think that it would turn into American soldiers firing on their own people. I'm sure you've considered that option. I don't think it will happen, but
I don't think so either. But the fact that there are 20, like, think about this, because people were like, well, there's nobody there, and I go, well, yeah, there is. There's a lot of people there, actually.
That's what I was going to ask. Do you know of other groups that are organizing to go there too?
No, I don't actually. But what I mean by there are a lot of people there is right now there are 25,000 plus soldiers right in that spot. And I was thinking about this prior to getting my information to go. That when I saw the images, I thought, that's a lot of bolts.
Hey, sorry, I lost your audio there for a little bit. Yeah, it just kind of crashed there for a few seconds. Go ahead.
I'm sorry about that.
It's okay.
But I was seeing these images and seeing all these soldiers there, and I thought, that's a lot of souls. And having been a soldier myself and having been in the National Guard, I can only imagine you don't join the military that you're going to be possibly, fighting against the American people, or like your own people in your own country. That's they've probably got a lot of things going on in their head right now. And another thing I thought was really pretty awesome is that how many countries in this world, when a city is totally militarized, like got troops everywhere. I don't know of any countries where a Christian could go into that city with all these soldiers everywhere and pray aloud and have the right to do that. That's a pretty awesome mission field right there. There's homeless people, there's soldiers, there's protesters, there's crooked politicians. That's who's there right now, and I'm really excited. I just really pray that the Lord keeps us safe, and that our foot does not set down on the ground, and not like that wherever we step, God guides each and every step.
Yeah.
When we put our foot down, that God puts the ground underneath us, that where He wants it to be. So I'm praying for that, but gotta tell you, I'm really freaked out about what's going on, and I don't know. I think that these next few days will be interesting.
Oh yeah, it's going to be. Who knows? Exactly. It's just going to be interesting. Again, we can't predict. We'll see. Well, I'll do a live show right after, and we'll talk about it all of this here. But I pray you stay safe out there, and the others are praying for you out there, and keep us updated on anything, and hopefully you get some good footage, pictures, or whatever you're into. And mostly, hopefully you reach people with your prayer. That's the most important.
Yeah,
so
that's going to be my focus is
good.
Ministering, not so much documenting, but if I can, I will.
Sure.
There was one last thing I just wanted to say.
Okay.
Listening to everyone, and there was a little bit of talk about coronavirus and people being afraid and not being afraid. And I lost one of my really good friends of 20 years died a few days ago, and we had many conversations. He used to be part of Jesus People USA for like 20 years, and his wife passed away 25 years ago, and we went to church together, and just amazing individual. And we used to talk about the rapture all the time. He caught coronavirus, and a few days after he got it, before he even got the diagnosis, we thought it might be, and he ended up very quickly ending up in the ICU. He didn't have any. That's one of the few, and I know that sounds terrible and scary, but what I want to make as a point is actually uplifting. Is that we don't need to be afraid of losing our life to anything. We don't need to be afraid of coronavirus. We don't need to be afraid of man. We don't need to be afraid of war, because it says that that God is not going to have His people go through judgment. And I hope and pray that there is this rapture event. But if you think about it, death is also a rapture. And so we're not to love our lives. And if we are, like my friend Breck, I cried, and then it just kind of dawned on me that he was raptured, and he's not going to kill this.
Yeah, that's
not
a good
that
point.
we should be like
Sorry again, the Sojourner. I keep losing some of your audio, but I just got your basic point about that. And yeah, that's a good point. Even after Jeff C. had passed, I said he may be one of the lucky ones. You know, he went early, but there is so much of that happening. Me and my family were just talking about that. We've lost a lot of members. I've lost other friends. I mean, over the last few years, there seems to be an increase. I'm hearing more and more people having friends and family passing away as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The Bible says that when a righteous person passes, that's a blessed thing because their labor is finished and they are with the Lord. So, you know, we don't need to be afraid. Nope. And we also don't need to be putting our hope in man to save us and a man or, you know, man's inventions, you know, like this vaccine to save us, because we can only put our hope in Christ alone. That is the only hope that we have. And so that was what I wanted to say. And
good point. Great points all around. It's always good chatting with you too, you know. We've been friends a long time too, and so it's funny, we talk more on the shows than I do in real life, but you know how I am. I'm not much of a talker on phones with anybody, honestly, or even texting usually. But look, I really am glad you're staying strong and safe. Sounds like you're on a mission. Definitely led. So keep us updated. Stay strong. We'll pray for you. Okay.
Thank you very much. Love you, brother. Y'all take care.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, man. Interesting. On the road. That'll be an interesting trip. It's going to be a very interesting trip. Be interesting to see what happens out there. Okay, moving on down. I got Sky Dome Atlantis, This Mortal Coil, Crippy Chippy Pig, Sky Harbor, Glorian, Ty from Seattle, Jester Avage, and Christine. And that's my list. All right, guys. And now it'll be Sky Dome Atlantis. How are you?
Good. How are you, KJ?
Hey, I'm good. I like that name.
Oh, thank you very much. It's Demon Hunters too. I don't know if you the Sky Dome Atlantis is my backup channel.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. Well, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, and appreciate your having the time to allow us all come on this platform. It's very kind of you.
Hey, you're welcome. It's always a blessing on my end too. It's just nice to talk to y'all. You know, you always have so much to offer, and sometimes when people just want to be nice and be encouraging to everybody, that's great too. You know, it all works.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, listen, I just wanted to go ahead and kind of touch on a three-prong attack that many people seem to kind of be missing or being able to put together. This is what the Lord's revealed to me, Jesus Christ being my Savior. Now, first off, Satan's trying to hijack your pineal gland, okay, via his targeted individual program. Okay, he's attempting to influence. He's looking to influence and gain your favor via this target individual program. You got to think in terms of the Vatican Church. You've got the huge pineal gland with the two peacocks, and then you got that nanite bot circular machinery thing, you know, up front. So this is how Satan's attacking you, and this is all plugged into the one hive mind, which is AI Satan conscious, the quantum cube. It's Metatron's cube, okay. And it's all part of Sky Dome Atlantis. I believe there's actually a city atop the Sky Dome. You have Yahuwah's enclosed structure. Satan has inverted, twisted, polluted that, having created his own smart desk confinement dome, okay, within Yahuwah's enclosed structure. Satan, Apollyon sitting the sides of the north being up under Polaris, God's throne room. Okay, so he's got this huge smart desk confinement dome. It's connected to the 5G towers, which is connected to the Gwen towers, which got 300 copper smoke wheels underground, and it's all aimed at altering God's natural earth frequency, replacing it with his own. Satan being raw radium. It's all radium based. He's looking to radiate the planet and set his kingdom up in the hearts of man, just like Nicholas in 1968 has talked about. You know, where Satan's looking to replace God. God dwells in the hearts of man. He's attacking the heart. This whole thing's about attacking the heart, trying to win your favor. Mm-hmm. So the targeted individual plan, he's trying to attack you there. That's number one. Okay, then you have the Antichrist spirit that is also being birthed into our realm via chemtrail gateway portals. At Gothard Tunnel, it talked all about that. And what they did is they collected ether antimatter via CERN, the key to the abyss, from outer darkness, the primordial waters, and they dispersed it through the chemtrail network. That's why you're seeing all these crazy demonic structures and demons coming out of these chemtrails. Okay, so now, and you got to think in terms of Prometheus, where you had the predictive programming, the black goo raining down on us, the antimatter, the dark matter. Okay, and then you had at Trump, in front of Trump Tower, you had Black Lives Matter movement, but that's actually Black Matter Lives or Black Evil Matter. They painted that in front of Trump's Tower. In Trump's Tower, you got to think in terms of you have the big cube, the black cube on Trump Tower. You have the 7 pillars of Baal worship on Trump Tower. You got the tip of the spear on Trump Tower, and you got the 666 floral arrangement on Trump Tower. And they painted BLM right in front of it. And who runs BLM? 3 warlocks, witches. So they're summoning in that dark matter. Okay, and you got Abaddon, Apollyon. Okay, so right now you got to understand we're being influenced by this dark matter that's raining down on us. Okay, so we're being attacked through the targeted individual program where they're trying to access your pineal gland and gain your favor. Okay, and now we got black matter coming down, looking to also take over and win your favor. Okay, Satan's looking to set his kingdom up in the hearts of man, replacing God. Okay, the main thing is you got to be grounded in Christ. You got to stop sinning. Sin actually lowers your vibration. Okay, I've been gang stalked and I'm a targeted individual. The only thing that's prevented that from taking place any further is me being grounded in Christ, remaining strong in his word, asking Jesus to renew my heart, thoughts, and mind on a regular basis, asking him to fill me with his presence and restore my spirit. Okay, because Satan's trying to win your favor over you. He's attacking the heart and he's trying to attack the pineal gland. The third one you got is it's the vaccine. Okay, you get coronavirus. It's all about the crown. It's like the Messianic Talmud Jews. They have the black cube on their head, on their crown. They're attacking the pineal gland. Okay, so what you got is and you got to think. Trump said he sent a tweet out and he says my blood is the vaccine. Okay, then you got Kanye West saying that Trump is dragon energy. Then you got Colby Covington, the UFC on ESPN, saying Trump is dragon energy. Okay, and Trump saying my blood's in the vaccine. So it's my belief that they're looking to impregnate us with the serpent seed. All right, the Canaanite serpent seed. Trump's from the tribe of Dan, based off my studies. Okay, he is from he's a Canaanite. Okay, he serves the Shabbat doomsday occult, the serpent seed race. Okay, we're being attacked from all these 3 fronts, and you got to think the PCR test too. Okay, when they shove that thing up your nose, they're breaking the blood barrier. Okay, so now that black matter that's raining down can go up your nose. And you got to think about the specters, all these archon statues that are all around the world, these Masonic statues. Okay, so the specters or the archons. So that stuff's just raining down from dark matter from chemtrail gateway portals. So that's in there when you're inhaling it. Okay, so now that you got a hole in your brain barrier because they took the PCR test up there, then you're going to take this nanite synthetic hydrogel, black blood mind virus vax. Okay, that's going to now have a highway system up to your attach to your pineal gland in order to plug you into the one hive mind. This is all about Satan winning your favor over attacking the heart, just like Casey and I think Casey came up with the Operation Warp Speed, where they had it was the chakra symbolism there, where they wanted to attack the heart, right? Because God dwells in the hearts of man. Okay, so he's trying to win your favor. I don't want to go too far, but there's a video, and I'd be happy to talk to you offline too, KJ. But there's a video that I've done that I just need people to see, and I put all this predictive programming in it from all these movies talking about the targeted individual program. It's Operation Brain Hack. Okay,
I just want to quickly say the whole time you're talking, I'm over here just thinking. I need to listen to more. So can you quickly shout out where we can find more of your videos?
Yeah, sure. They've been censoring me. They shut down 2 of my channels. I've got pictures of helos, them, just screaming all around my pad. And when I first moved in my house, they had, there was no airplane traffic or nothing of that nature, but now it's just like I got helos, I got 747s, and you got to think 9/11, you had the 747, those are holograms. Okay, they have utility fog and foglets it's beyond the whole Project Bluebeam thing. You got to think utility fog and foglets, okay? And then you got the voice to skull technology. But they could send a 747. I did a video on this. When you get all these planes standing still up, in the atmosphere or the stratosphere, and they could send a blueprint of a 747 within this smart nest confinement dome, and it looks real, okay? And then they can project the sound in your head through the voice to skull technology, and they're using optogenetics, which is like that. The whole sun sim, based off my research, that is actually a surveillance apparatus. That's the all-seeing eye. That's Satan looked to be omnipresent like Yahuwah. Okay, it's a surveillance program. Okay, there's a NASA patch. It's called PAN, and it's got Atlas on it, and it's Atlas is actually their fusion centers, AI police surveillance fusion centers. It's all connected to the AI that's all around the world. And it's known as Atlas, and it's got an all-seeing eye on their logo as well. So it's all connected. And it's based off my belief that the sun sim is actually a camera apparatus. It's Lucifer the false light bearer. We're not even really truly seeing. They could simulate all the constellations. They said they're going to simulate the meteorites at the opening Olympics. The moon sim. They got a sun sim. So they're simulating everything up there. So I guess you wanted my channels, KJ?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, it's Demon Hunters 2 and on YouTube. And then I've got also Sky Dome Atlantis on YouTube. You're only going to see I think 1,500 views. I can't get past that for the life of me. They keep, they're shadow banning on all my comments, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
And then I'm also on BitChute, where I'm putting all my videos about coronavirus on there and the jab, because they keep pulling them down on my other ones.
Yep, they don't like that one.
I'm on Library TV 2 Sky Dome Atlantis as well. But the most important thing is to remain grounded in Christ and just armor up daily and be aware that they are trying to hijack your pineal gland and the whole zombie virus. I'm telling you right now, that's going to come to fruition. The young lady that was talking about all the leg shaking, the convulsions, it's because it's the synthetic DNA. It's attacking the central nervous system. And all these zombie movies too, you'll see them. They'll use electricity and they'll hit the right clavicle, with these stun guns. Okay, and then the zombies come back to life, or the humans come back to life. It's because the median nerve goes all the way down your right hand side of your arm, and they're trying to hijack the right reptilian side of your brain, and it fries all those nanocircuits. So I'm not saying to go out and buy a stun gun, but I'm also not going to say that, I don't own one myself. And it's the right clavicle nerve. It's the right neck, the right shoulder, not on your heart side. But it's my belief that they'll be using 5G and psychotronic weapon systems in order to target the nanobots and the nanites that are in you from this vaccine, and they will create this zombie virus. They have CDC has a 101 zombie virus notation on their site, and that's how they're going to get everybody to take the vaccine. They're going to be freaking out. They're controlling the food. They're controlling the water. They're creating all this order out of the chaos. And the world's a stage with, the whole thing's going on. Well, then I guess, so in terms of, I guess Trump and Biden, I don't know. I think you mentioned it before, but probably Alexandra did a really good summary of that, where where I guess Trump was Q and Shabbat's the second beast of Revelation, deep state cabal is the first beast, and Satan coming out of the pit. He's actually using the second beast of Revelation to take off the first beast in order to reclaim his crown. So they'll do away with the Great Reset. Then they're going to institute Nasara Jasara, but it's going to be a false light. They're going to give you all this money, forgiveness of debt. If you take the vaccine, you plug into the One Hive Mind, you get your ID 2020 chip, Mark of the Beast, my belief. And, and I do like to plug Jonathan Kleck too. I know you like Brother Kleck, and I know a lot of people give that guy a hard time.
Hey, yeah.
But I'm going to tell you right now, I've watched this stuff from the beginning, and anybody that's done hit pieces on that young man or gentleman, they're taking stuff out of context, and they're creating their own narrative, and it does not align at all what he's saying. But I do personally think everybody should at least plug into Jonathan Kleck, Brother Kleck, and at least put that in your back pocket.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he's one of the only, in fact, he's the only person on YouTube I've ever seen that I felt and knew I needed to meet him. And I have. We're friends. I've been to his home several times, stayed the night there. Like, we're friends. And he's one of the few people who've seen me in real life, you know, which is not a big deal. But one of the reasons I stray from that as well is I don't want to be caught up in the cult of personality and stuff. I don't want it to be more about, hey, I just want y'all to, you know, hopefully see what I see. But yeah, man, I agree. Jonathan's great. He and I may have a few differences on the way I see things, and it's on me, like ways I interpret things he sees, but it doesn't matter. Like, I mean, I've mentioned this. He's legitimately the one person I've ever known in my life that from the minute he wakes up to when he goes to bed is living the word of God. And he's serious. He's no joke with that. It puts me to shame. I was like, dang, man, I don't barely even crack my Bible unless I just need a uplifting word, you know?
Yeah. But, yeah. People call him a false prophet. The pinnacle of his entire ministry is bringing people to Christ. And I mean, you know, he's revealed the Genesis, the one Genesis 2, you know, scenario, and then the host body system, the dualistic system. He's shared the you know, the 9/11 and the information on the currency. I mean, he's exposed all this darkness. So I mean, he's a brother, and I just wanted to share that. And I don't want to take up too much time, but I guess all I'd like to say is just thank you to you, KJ. And also, you know, don't take my word for any of this. You know, the last thing I want to do is mislead anybody. So I ask that you just please take this information to Jesus, test the spirit, seek a confirmation. And if feel led, then go ahead and share it and pass it on. But don't take my word for it. And yeah, but I guess that's it. I don't want to take up too much time.
What a pleasure you've been. It's been fantastic. I look forward to getting on your channel, and just man, you're something else. So thank you so much, man. And in a good way. It's been really nice talking to you.
You too, KJ. Well, God bless you, brother, and thank you for all that you're doing. I really appreciate it, my man.
Thanks. Take care. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, buddy. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye. All right, guys, going to keep on moving on down the road. What I think I may do is I may stop now on adding the link, guys, because I've still got a full house here. We've gone about 2.5 hours. So, yeah, I'll probably stop for now, but I promise I'll do another one soon. And, you know, if you missed today, hopefully you can get in there next time, okay? All right, Chippy Pig, how you doing?
Oh, man, what a guy to follow.
I know, right?
Lots of stuff. But maybe it's a good thing. I was going to take it back to myself a little bit, which, you know, cool. But first, you know, thank you, God. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for letting KJ be on and keep continuing on the word. Because, you know, Jeff C was a guy that I found through you. And, yeah, it was sad, but, I mean, but like, I think he kind of brought me, you know, give me the words, God, you know, that brought me to be more heightened in my awareness of just a lot of that programming that's out
great.
There.
Jeff did his job.
Yeah. Well, and like I said, I found him through you, and I don't know, 3-4 years. I feel connected to your story a lot. I'm up here in Alaska, southeast, probably as far from Seattle as Kodiak, but you know, it's like, but great place to be.
Yeah, it really is, especially now, huh? In fact, I've got Animal Channel or Animal Planet on in the background, and it's one of those shows about the families up in Alaska, it looks like. So, well,
shoot, brother, let me show you what the pig's about.
Yeah, let us know.
Yeah, this is a pig.
Oh, wow, man, what a little cutie, huh?
Yeah, dude, he's my buddy. He's my traveling buddy. You know, I did the RV Roadhouse for a while. I grew up in scary movies too and stuff, you know.
Oh, yeah.
There's just so many similarities. I feel with you, brother. Cool. And I think that in a lot of respects, you know, we're gonna be here. We're here for a reason. You know, I'm back in the house I grew up in, which is a really interesting place to be in 2021. Right?
Gotta feel weird, kind of, huh? Were you away from it most of your life, or?
No, I born and raised in this house and had a lot of different points traveling forward. You know, I played with the dark side a little bit, but I grew up Catholic, got into a lot of that tarot, and so many of your callers tonight have just hit on so many different points. And like, speaking to me. So, yeah, just feel blessed being here. But got into all that dark stuff. Had a dream one night where the black man in the black, the black hat, which kind of is funny because when I see your channel logo, I kind of think of that a little bit.
I was thinking of that earlier, honestly, and I've had some people mention it, and I've been like, dang it, dude, because, it's the Hat Man. I mean, it's really not the Hat Man, and I didn't do it for that purpose, but, you wanted to get something out there, and, I think it's just a good example, but I didn't think about when I first put it up about, it's the Hat Man, it's the shadow guy, KJ's being but, there's going to be a small fringe element of people who probably think stuff like, oh, he's actually a Hat Man, and,
No, dude, I think it's like it's exposing it, right? Like,
yeah, absolutely.
Right. Yeah. I faced him and it's a weird spot, man. I don't want to take up so much time with the channel, but like in high school, I like got on this kick where it was like some kid asked me for money and I told him I'd give it to him if he sold me his soul. And then we just tried to see, and like I bought these souls. Supposedly, just dumb stuff, but I don't know. Like I said, grew up Catholic and played with the magic a little bit. I kind of even 4 years ago when I think probably first finding you, I was still doing cleansing rituals and stuff like that when I'd shower, and it's I don't want to take away, and I think there's power in some of that stuff, but I think if you got to focus it through the right crystal, you got to focus it through Jesus Christ, the Son of God that came and brought everybody that salvation.
Yeah, he needs to be the core for sure.
And if you're doing that, if you're in the right mind, like it's kind of what I hear in a lot of these things, it's like, don't the last guy there talking about the nanotech going up your nose, and who knows, trust the God, and like your buddy Sojourn there before, she said something about, like listen to the Spirit and be where you got to be, and that's kind of where I feel I am. It's come full circle back in this house, but good. It's lots changed, and not to get too much back into the energies and stuff, but my mom was a hoarder. This place was full, and it sat empty for a few years. My sister moved in, had a couple of kids here, and so like I don't have any kids of my own. I'm about, I'm 40 now. Shit.
Yeah, that's still young. No, you're good. 40 is still young. You know what? I don't know if you're going there, but I'll throw this out at you. I hope you don't get. Well, hey, you were married before or no?
No, I've never been married. Okay. I've had a lot of girlfriends.
Same.
I thought I had a lot. No, that's to say, man. I listen to a lot of your shows. YouTube podcasts all the time, and it's like I'm thankful that YouTube still got you up, because I know how much harder it is to do it on something like BitChute. You can't listen to it in the background necessarily, Yeah. But I do my chores, I'm out chopping wood and kind of living more of the homestead life. My sister had kids in this house, and it's kind of like reset, reset the energy. And I don't think that's something that needs necessarily be blasphemous to say that God can't reset energy in places.
I know what you mean. Yeah, I know where you're coming from.
Yeah, so I feel like I'm just like the seed was planted, and now I'm looking at trying to plant some seeds. We get a lot of rain here, which is a blessing in a certain way, because I'm off water. I got my own water tank, got a wood stove, and yeah, if it goes bad, like I said, I jumped in a bus for a while, and I have a commercial fishing boat, which is funny too, because you Coast Guard, and like we're a fan, but not a fan. You're not a fan until you need you guys.
Yeah. No, I'm a big fan of anyone who's got their pilot license and all that, or captain's license. A friend of mine out of the Coast Guard stayed in Alaska, moved to Juneau, and he to this day still drives those charter boats, or those vacation boats, through the Alaskan Peninsula. And what a cool job, man. What a great place. I loved Alaska. It felt clean up there. It felt clean. The air felt clean. Are there chemtrails there? I was there years ago.
Yeah, I'm out on the water a lot, and so just shout out for Alaska, man. You got to be places where you got to be, but like, I don't know, we got a small population, a lot of land, and always looking for like-minded people to come up here. You know, there's a certain spirit you have to live up here, you know. But, you know, Juneau, oh man, as far as the politics of Alaska goes, you know, they have the city mask mandate. You know, I got a feed in my article about how Juneau didn't have the big surge there yesterday, and it's just kind of funny, you know.
Yeah, well, it's unfortunate. It's all over the place. Even where I live, I'm in the Midwest, and the city I'm in is a very liberal city, and they've been hardcore about masks since the very beginning. You know, they're all in. They even defunded our police, and they've put BLM classes into the elementary and middle schools too. So it's good times, you know. And that's the
Midwest. I know.
It's a conservative area, you know, mostly.
Yeah, well, so like Juneau, I'm on an island, which you know, there's certain pluses. I feel like that I don't know. I feel like God's led me here, and just real happy to talk to you. You know, I could go into so many similarities. I'm praise God, I get to talk to you on live on the show.
Hey, it's all right, man. It's nice meeting you too. It really is.
So just one thing I want to, I don't know. I have so many things to say. I guess one thing I was going to say was my dad's going to take the vax. You know, mom signed up for it next week, and it's like, I guess I expect the family, expect this house, you know, it's like I reflect on it. And it's a big reason I stayed. You know, I went to California and went to film school for a year.
You too, huh?
You know, yeah, me too. You know, let's just laugh about it. You know, like I said, I loved the horror movies growing up. And
you too? Do you still watch any?
Oh, I have so many.
Well, here, I was going to ask, have you heard of this one? There's one I'm looking forward to. The audience needs to understand, again, even though we're followers of Christ and everything. I mean, it sounds like you and I both I grew up with horror and sci-fi from my dad. He went to church every Sunday, so he raised me on it. But I went to film school for it and everything. But there's, so I still have some real quirky tastes. There's a really over-the-top movie coming out called Psycho Goreman in a few days. Have you heard about Psycho Goreman?
No, I'm
it looks like a cheesy 80s but over the top gory movie. It's like
Hobo with the shotgun.
Right, stuff like that. Hobo with the shotgun. Yeah, it's in that vein. But anyway, I'm looking
I don't know.
That.
Yeah, well, I you know, I have a lot of them, and I think Freddy Krueger definitely, like, you know, I saw The Man in the Hat. That was years later after I came over the sphere of Freddy Krueger. You know, I saw that when I was young, man. Yeah, he was. And you know, he taught me, and that's a big part why I still am a big horror fan, is like, he taught me not to be afraid of dying. It was never, he's not real. It was, well, if he gets me, you know, he's going to get me. And that's kind of like, you know, putting your faith in the Lord too, you know. It's like, we're here. I have a feeling, man, that I'm going to see you in person one day. You know, you're going to end up in Alaska after you drive across country, jump on a boat. You know, Chubb's got his place here with Pig.
I appreciate it. Well, you know, the thing is, I fantasize about that in my own head. I'm a writer, so I have that imagination. But I do wonder sometimes if we're going here to go through all the stuff, if I do get to become that guy that gets to travel around through America trying to escape everything that's happening, but also having us all still meet up and talk. And I love that. That's not a bragging thing, but I'm also just kind of a geek. You know what I mean? Like, even with the mystery I've built around my existence and who I am and all that, but it's all part of it. You know, I think it's like we're missing mystery in these days with the internet. Everything is answered so quickly, and now it's all fake news. But, you know, to keep the mystery alive, but I would love to be that. I've said, Lord, let me be that weird, strange, quirky character like that. Let me be that eccentric character, you know, and I'll be it. You know, I already feel like I am, but I'm talking about myself too much. Anyway, I think you get it.
No, dude, you know? We love it. We love it. Yeah, no, you know, you got to wonder back to what our fellow before me there. I can't remember his YouTube channel. I'm gonna check him out for sure.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah, for sure. He's good.
The pineal gland hijacking. You know, how the movies we've seen shape us, but it's a duality. You know, you go back and you watch those old movies and you start seeing more of that symbolism, and that's something like, again, like I gotta thank you for and keep pushing that. You know, like it's asking for discernment is important. And grew up Catholic, back in Christ after, you know, playing with the tarot. Even at one point, I think I called myself a good witch, and, you know,
Ruh-roh,
I know, right?
But you learned your lesson. I know what you mean. I worked in my dad was a VP at a hospital years ago. I was a teenager. This is before he started a cleaning business, or as he was starting it. But anyway, he had a really big position there and got me a job there as like a candy striper. And then I eventually started taking food to patients' rooms, worked in the kitchen. But in that time, my best friends were older people than me. It was a married couple, and they were both practicing witches and into astrology. And so for about a year, they'd have me over, and they were trying to teach me all this stuff about, I'm a double digit, I'm a 22, and I need to teach them about all that, all this, and, the whole thing, man. And it just, so I got sucked into it there for about a year, but it didn't last long. I was always, even before I was woke to the stuff I'm into now, I was always with Jesus. I was always a friend of the Lord, even as a little boy. And I definitely took some different paths throughout the years, but man, I always had a conviction, and I'd feel pain and guilt for being bad. And I'm not Catholic, I was raised Church of Christ,
Right.
But I always could feel condemned quickly for doing things that he didn't want me to do, even though I did them all the time,
Right. Oh, absolutely. That's 100%. I think the animal love, is something that like is apparent. I never felt disconnected from God. I just think maybe you had me walk that path a little bit to see some of the tools better.
For sure.
And I don't think that necessarily they're not tools that he can't use. Right. But absolutely, Satan corrupts and copies everything. Right. So you got to, not that there's not truth in it, but you always got to look for that truth and pray for that truth. And I got tattoos, back in the day, and that's something that's like, I feel like he's shown me some of that, like how far I strayed, which, hey, every day now, it's like, it's a big part. I made it moving in here. We pray at dinner, and that's just put out the positive intents and ask for protection, ask for thankfulness always, and being thankful. So
great,
anyway,
man. You're in a good spot.
Thanks for having me on. Yeah. Oh, I feel a great spot. Like I said, it's like coming home and planting the good news seeds and just and being close to the family. And mom's going to get the vax and my dad's getting to get the vax.
Mine are too.
Because he doesn't want to fight her on it,
Yeah. What you gonna
he's
do?
Autoimmune. Yeah, right.
What can you do? That's it. I'm not going to freak out about it. I just have already told them how I feel, where I stand, but they're adults. They can make their choices, and I'll be there to help them if anything happens, So anyway.
And one more thing, one last thing. I'll just touch off that because I feel like that was the other point I wanted to make is, it's the slow roll. You gotta introduce people to concepts bit by bit, and like they'll get it. You pray for them, and they'll find their own discernment. They'll get it eventually. You just got to keep leaving those breadcrumbs and ask for patience, because that's a big part of it. I've had talks with my mom about the Catholic Church. She's a devout Catholic in the family. My dad grew up in a no-name religion where they just met in the house and read the Bible, and there was something there that, like, in looking back at my own past, you find families, bloodlines, all of it. There's just so much truth that echoes in all of it, but you can't get caught on the details, and you can't get stuck by the serpent. He wants you to stop and look at one thing instead of seeing the whole mosaic.
Absolutely, you nailed it.
Yeah. Anyway, love you, brother.
Hey, man. You too. It's nice seeing Chippy Pig too, man. I'm a huge fan.
I'm gonna keep trying to throw out comments in your chat and remembering to like and all that stuff.
Thanks.
I'm on the boat a lot, so sometimes I get to watch your shows downloaded. It's good times. Anyway, you're with me always, and hey, we're here with you too, man. Always remember that, and love to everybody in the fam.
Hey, I appreciate you, man. God bless you, and stay safe out there. Okay.
All right, brother.
Okay, see you later. All right, man. I love it. You guys are all great. All right, next up, let's see. Moving on down the list. And next is Glorian Murray. I think I said that right. Hi, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, how are you?
I am fine, KJ. And you said my name perfectly. Thank you.
Great. You're welcome.
I have been a subscriber to your channel since 2013. So
no way. Thank you so much for that. For real. I appreciate that.
Hey, you one of the last Mohicans out there because YouTube did their thing with the truther community, and it's like only a remnant left.
Big time. Me and the guys were talking about that the other day. Enter the Stars and Nicholson 1968. It's just like you look around and wow. So I feel blessed, honestly, and I do pray, like I said, about it all the time. It's like, Lord, thank you, and please continue to protect it. So it's crazy times. That's times we're in.
Yeah. Oh wow. And it feels like a lifetime ago, but I can honestly
say a lot.
Yeah. I took my breaks and my breathers because a lot of the information that was coming out, it was spiritually overwhelming. And I remember back in 2014, like when my eyes were open, it was like, oh my gosh, I was attacked in my dreams. I was looking at people crazy. I was like, oh my gosh, this has been going on with me forever, and I'm just now seeing it. So
you're being attacked, it sounds like.
Yeah, I went through a lot spiritually on this journey, but I never left my truther community because you guys were the ones that really opened my eyes. And I've been a believer in Christ since I was 6 or 7 years old. But as a child, you don't understand what's going on around you, especially when you're preaching religion, the pastor's yelling at you, you feeling good. But then you go back out in the world and you deal with hatred. So Christ has definitely kept me. And it's like, okay, I see what you're talking about. especially in these days at times. It's been crazy.
I know. But it's a lot. It's a lot.
It is. And you just got to breathe. And I'm sorry, I'm at work.
That's okay.
So I can't stay on too long, but it's like, wow. But this has been predicted. And like I said, the truther community, especially the truther Christian community, really broke it down. So I'm like, people who was following back then, even though a lot of stuff is overwhelming now, we was really prepped for it back then, Yeah. So when you see the manifestations of everything, it's like, okay, I didn't know it was going to get this crazy, but
I know. Yeah, it's like people get ready because it's really happening, and all of these psyops are playing out. Things we've been talking about on this channel for years. You see how they're trying to turn black versus white, and then they're trying to turn, red versus blue, and it's all of it. It's all division, and it's a Bolshevik revolution, literally. And I'm covering some of that in a new video I'm working on, and all these have occult and satanic roots as well. So it's no surprise, right? That same hive mind spirit has come to steal, kill, and destroy. It's America's time. This has been prophesied before in the Bible. I've mentioned before, I never know where to stand on pre-post-trib stuff, rapture, but I don't feel compelled to know. I just pray about that. I hope it's an early one, let's do this, but if not, then just guide us while we're here but in a weird way, it doesn't make sense we're going to be here. I know that people have their arguments for that. Like other people have suffered through history, but never in a sense like this, or in a way like what's coming. I mean, the Bible tells us to be the worst time in history. Why do we, those of us that still believe Jesus after all this time and all this deception, all this mind control, do we have to go through this? Now, again, I don't want to judge God on that because God's got his thing. And if that's how he chooses, he chooses. But I don't know. I think about it all the time. Trust me. I really do. I'm curious.
I do too. The only thing I can really pray about is if I'm still here, just make me spiritually stronger and make me more boisterous in the goodness of Christ, everything that he's gotten me through, all the head games I had to go through, because you talking about, I've dealt with witches and warlocks through all my life. I just didn't know what they were until 2014. I tell you, that year was really where they just came out.
Tell me, I'm on the edge of the seat. Go ahead. No, I'm quiet. Go ahead and talk.
Oh my gosh. Like this, when I started understanding the symbols, it was like, hold on, wait a minute. Back when I was a little girl, you know, these people would give me like little gifts and they would tell me to pray to this. And I just never felt right about it. Mm-hmm. But I kept them as gifts because I was a very lonely child. I mean, when we have time to like really chop it up, then I'll tell you some things. But I held on to certain things because I'm like, people liked me. I wasn't receiving love. I came from just traumatic experiences in my childhood past. So I'm like, if somebody gave me something, I'm like, oh, they love me. They like me. Mm-hmm. And then when I started reading, because this really actually started in 2008, well, I back it up to like 2007 when I read the Illuminati book, 666, and some other books following that, where some of these gifts that I was given as a little kid, you know, I should not have been possessing. And I really didn't know that.
Was it generational Satanism or witchcraft in your family? Is that kind of the thing?
My family was basically religious, but it was something that I asked my mom about that I was like, we really need to go back into our family tree because something is not lining up here, because our generation from when I was born and I would say about a generation ahead of me, whatever, it's always been a spirit of depression, suicide, mental illness, poverty, domestic violence, drug use, alcoholism. And I'm like, okay, it's always been concentrated in those main things. Mm-hmm. So I told my mom one day, I was like, I really do think in our ancestry, someone was dabbling in that stuff. And then and somebody came along and said, no, I'm going to cut this off. This is not of God. And we're not going to do this anymore. So now our generations are being hit the hardest because somebody decided to leave that, whatever it was back then, decided to leave it and decided that this house shall serve the Lord. And we have just been dealing with it ever since then. So that is a journey. I don't know how strong enough I'm going to be in actually following that, but it would answer a lot of questions because, like I said, it's been certain things on both sides of my family that we have been dealing with. And it's like, dang, can we catch a break? Can I get a 1 month break? Just a month from this. But
I'm sorry. And I like that your mind goes to generational curses. It certainly sounds like you're right on that.
Yeah, because it's just been crazy and strange. And then when you have certain people popping up in your life, like I said, this was when I was a little kid into my teenage years. They would just like to give me stuff like, here, hold on to this. And when you're afraid, just hold on to it. And I was like I said, as a kid, I was like, oh, you like me, you care about me, I'm gonna hold on to it. And then when I started reading decades later that, oh, you're not even supposed to be having that. You worshiping a false God, a false.
Go ahead.
Hello, sorry. Are you still there?
Yeah, I just lost you for a second.
Oh, we got disconnected.
It's all right. You said you're worshiping a false god, and then it went click. So go. We're good. You're coming in clear now.
But, okay, what happened to my call? See?
I don't know. There you go. I hear you.
Okay, I can't. For some reason, Casey, I can't hear you. I guess I was speaking too much.
No. You're okay. Let me jump into the private chat. You can't hear me? Here, let me jump into the chat. Let me see if you can see me in the chat here. I'm saying I'm here.
Casey, can you still hear me?
I can hear you, but I guess you can't hear me. All right. Let me see if you see me in the chat.
I gotta do this in speaker. 2 more minutes because I guess certain folks didn't like what I was talking about. And this has happened to me before, so I'm not surprised. But
no, it's not from me. I didn't do it.
No. I know you don't.
No.
You
can hear me?
No. Oh, you can. Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, good. You can hear me. Yeah. Okay, good.
Yeah, because I've went through this before when I started speaking on certain things. Facebook came after me. My certain comments I would leave on different channels.
No, I get that. It's okay. It happens. It's not being paranoid because I've seen it happen, you know?
Exactly.
So, yeah. And there's a ghost in the machine as well. We know that. So,
yeah, because it's just funny when I start talking about things, there goes my communication. So,
yeah.
So I'm not going to stay on the phone too long, but
it's okay.
It's just breathe, stay in the word. And there's certain petitions that I reached out to the Heavenly Father about. I want to be more boisterous about my faith. I mean, people see it, but then I do have that worldly side of me that
I know,
it's hard to shake off. It really is. Especially when especially when you've built an image of, oh, you don't want to mess with me. That'll be your worst mistake. Don't do that. But now coming from a more humbling place of, you can do what you want. I'm not scared of you because I know my God is going to protect me always.
Yeah. You got the right idea. You got the right mentality with this, and you'll be fine. We're going to pray for you as well. And I appreciate you being honest and sharing, because you're reaching people, man. There's a lot of people who feel the same way, a lot of people who are losing hope. And, you know, that's what's great about this, is getting to hear from other people just like us, man. We're all going through the same kind of feelings and thoughts and craziness, you know. But thanks for sharing, though. It's nice meeting you as well. Anything else you wanted to share with us?
Yeah, I just want to say that, and I learned this a long time ago in my biblical studies. If you've been attacked every which way but loose and you're coming into the Lord, stay with the Lord, because first of all, it was a reason why you was attacked. Out of all peoples, you was attacked, you was going through what you was going through, and you had to deal with a lot of tribulations. There's a reason for that. God already knows who he called. And he may have just called you. So just hang in there and just pray and breathe, because like today, and you spoke on it a moment earlier about what's getting ready to happen in DC. And that's going to be a trickle down effect. Like, I'm in New York and I'm already like, damn it, but excuse my language, but daggone it, I wanted to move to Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
I want to be in the woods when this stuff happens, because it's getting to get thick.
I'm sure. And I know you feel that energy out there in New York.
Yes. Yes.
What a demonic little man. And de Blasio as well. Both of them. I just can't.
Hang
in there. You're right. Breathe, brace, pray, and we'll just see how it plays out. You know, gosh, we don't know. We got 2 days. We're going to see what happens. It's going to be interesting no matter what it is. So, you know, but yeah, I appreciate it though. You get good perspectives there. Glorion.
Yeah.
Glorion or Glorion?
Glorion.
All right. Love it. Glorion. I don't see that often. That's a cool name. But
thank you, Casey. I'm getting ready to let you go, because I got to find out what the job wants of my life today.
Go get them.
And I just pray that I can do God's will today.
There you go. You got it. And hey, you hang in there, stay strong, and we'll talk to you next time. Okay.
Okie doke. Be blessed, y'all.
You too. Bye-bye. All right, man. Moving on, guys. Every one of y'all. It's fantastic just chatting. It works good with my brain. It's always different stuff, and I like that. You know, it's fun. Ty from Seattle's up next. Ty, let me see if I think you have to unmute your mic on your side, please. And you'll see.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah. How are you?
Good. How are you doing, KJ?
Hey, I'm doing good. It's a good afternoon, just chilling and chatting. I like it.
Yeah, I love these shows. You know, I first got started I was a seeker kind of like you. And when I first got started going down the path towards finding Jesus, I really liked George Norrie's show. I remember you said a few times you really like Coast to Coast.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I feel like he's lost something over the last few years, but especially when I lived in LA, I listened to him every night. And when I was in Alaska, I listened to Art Bell before he left. But I feel like now, man, every time I pop into Coast to Coast, I feel like it's either a witch he has on, or someone reading tarot cards, or over the top goofy alien stuff that there really are aliens and they're here to help us. You know what I mean? I feel like it lost its edge, its flavor, its reality in the weird stuff.
I'm with you. I haven't listened to it for probably a year or so. But before I really found Jesus, like it was just really interesting hearing doctors come on talking about post-death experiences, and it just like blew my mind. It was really cool. And then and then eventually I found channels like yours, and I've been subscribed to you for a few years, and you kind of have a similar flavor, but it's very Jesus focused. It's talking about the weird and the strange, the paranormal, but all comes back to Jesus being that core, which is just so important. He explained, and Jesus is the foundation of everything in the world, everything we do today.
Hey, thanks for recognizing that. That was always really an issue for me throughout the years, because you find these so-called heroes, that know things and show you things, and really like them, but they never lead you to Christ. I mean, none of the ones except for Bill Cooper, of course, one of the best. But that's about it.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. So I wanted to, if it's all right with you, I wrote like a little 3-minute essay a little while ago about Jesus, and I was hoping I could read it to the audience.
We'd love to hear it. Please do. I'll be quiet. Go for it.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah. So this is called What It's Like to Know Jesus. And starts like this. So earthly satisfaction is one mark of a follower of Jesus Christ. It's a satisfaction that is unaffected by the world. A follower of Jesus will be fully satisfied in whatever situation he might find himself in. Whether worldly wealth or poverty, whether physical pleasure or physical suffering, it's as if the Christian man's or woman's greatest desire is always exactly what he already has. As the Christian hymn goes, it is well with my soul. How does the Christian obtain this supernatural satisfaction with his own lot in life? The answer is simple, but also difficult to grasp by the worldly man. Everyone has things they desire. Someone who is overweight desires more than anything to be thinner. Some men desire a wife or family. Some people desire a nice house or a car or social status. Others hate their job and want a better one, or make little money and desire more. Better relationships, greater achievements, health, wealth, happiness, the list goes on and on. In the midst of life, these desires seem very important. Our lives more or less revolve around them, whatever they happen to be. Our emotions and feelings rise and fall as we draw nearer or further from our desires. Our stress and anxiety levels spike at the thought of losing our desire. Our desires dictate our actions so much so that if you really think about it, the only reason we do anything at all is because we want to. Often we cannot be satisfied unless we are actively accomplishing our goals and filling our desires. Some desires may be so significant to us in the moment that they seem as life and death. But let me take your head and hold it underwater for 30 seconds. Maybe the importance of that new job is fading a bit. Let's remain beneath the water for another 30 seconds, 60 seconds now. What was that worry your mind had been bent on for days? Can you even remember it now with your new perspective? Let's give it another 30 seconds, 90 seconds now. All your worldly desires have now faded away into obscurity. You can't even remember whose self the desires belonged to. You care so little about your three-dimensional life that you no longer are able to recall your own name. Has some spell been cast? Did your hopes and dreams mysteriously become less important? Not so. The value of your worldly life did not become less. The value of that new job was the same 90 seconds ago as it is now. Your marriage and children are still now what they were then. The change is in the weight of the old against the increased weight of the new. A new burning desire has risen up in you. You might say that you now desire a breath of air with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind and with all your strength. There is nothing left of you to desire what you once did. In fact, at this moment, you would throw your worldly life away as quickly as you might throw away cancer or debt. You'd gladly hate your life in exchange for that thing you've taken for granted all along. You would die if only to live. Now imagine gaining a glimpse of something what's value eclipses that even of breath in your current state. Something so worthy of desire, even in your desperate condition, weighs a breath of air equal to absolutely anything else. Now imagine that what you desire most is already yours. It has been bought and paid for and awaiting your arrival. If you can imagine what this might be like, you can imagine what it's like to know Jesus, the Son of the living God. And 2 examples. The war is over. They're coming to get us. Your commander calls out. Are you concerned with the fact that you haven't had a good meal since who knows when? Do you mind the cold, wet weather or the water in your boots? You may be so beat down and weary. You may have lost friends. It may still be days before you reach home. But today is the day your homeward journey begins, and you are absolutely vibrating with glee and anticipation. Buried under rubble, you're trapped and awaiting death. It's been days maybe, or weeks. All hope is lost of being saved. If only death could just come more quickly, and yet, by some miracle, you hear a rescue team digging overhead. Someone is searching for you. Hope is not lost after all. Do you still bemoan your broken arm? Are you still cursing any longer the pain in your back or the struggle to get air? Despite your sad condition, you cry out in joy. I was lost, and now I am found. The happiest time for a child, after all, is really the night before Christmas. The earthly life of a Christian is a long night before Christmas. That's what it's like to know Jesus. That's the
wow. Dude, well, first word that comes to mind, honestly, is medicine. As I was listening, that is medicine for the soul, for the spirit out there, the brokenhearted, the lost, and just so well done, man. Thank you so much for writing that and for sharing it. And what a talent you have. And that's a lot to take in, but really wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks, KJ. I was just thinking, like, man, if I could get on your show, you have such an awesome audience. And I think there's over 1,000 people listening and watching right now. I was thinking, what would I want to talk about? Jesus Christ. What else in the world would I talk about? Right.
That's great. No, you did great, man. And that's, people need it and they need to hear it. You know, that's where groups like this, communities, if you will, like this really come in handy, because there are so many sad and brokenhearted people and ready to give up. And, you know, we know there's people on different levels of strength and understanding and knowledge. And, you know, I always try to think of those on the lower, I don't want to say lower realms, but, you know, on the people who are just maybe just now waking up. There's so much happening in the world. There's a shaking. Yeah. So many people are just now like, wait, what? Our government lied to us? Fox News I can't trust? You know, they're starting to see it, and it's tough.
Oh, it's crazy. I've got friends that used to never entertain any idea of conspiracy theories, and now they're texting me videos of conspiracy theories.
Yep, I got the same. Isn't that great?
Yeah, it's really funny. But I wanted to say just one more thing really quick, because you had mentioned that you were not you were surprised when Donald Trump got elected, and that brought something to mind from back in 2016. So I was able to predict really accurately that Donald Trump was going to get elected, and it was through a strange tool, or a strange method. It was Google Trends. Have you heard of that before? Google Trends?
Yeah, let me throw something quickly, because I'm looking forward to hearing this. That's how and for so many years, that's why I've been telling people I believe the flat earth thing is mostly a psyop, because if you go on Google Trends and look up flat earth, that subject is dead until October of 2015. And then it shoots up to like 98%, and it's full on. I mean, ever since then. So it's like, that's when they injected this into, you know, the algorithm or whatever is the way I saw that. And that's not to get in a debate or argument over flat earth. I've never been into it. No offense to the people that are, but that's a real thing. You can all look up on Google Trends and see what our friend's talking about. It's a way to see what words are trending and movements.
Yeah, that's a great point, KJ, because you can look at, there's so many ways you can look at it or use that tool. And one of them is there's kind of like natural ways that information grows, like an idea grows, and it kind of happens the same way every time. So if you see something like the flat earth and it's opposing that normal way, like it just spikes out of nowhere, then you know something's up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So something really crazy about Google Trends, and anybody wants to check it out, it's trends.google.com. You can put in any two presidential candidates from all the way back when the tool first became available, when they first started collecting data. I think it was 2005. And every time the winning candidate in October, you can see back actually several months before the election happens, every single one of them, the winning candidate had more interest in Google Trends every time. And the ratio between the winner and the loser in the Electoral College is really close to the winner and loser, the ratio of the winner and loser in Google Trends. It's almost 1-for-1. And that ratio stays through every election up until Hillary Clinton versus Donald Trump. And in Google Trends, Donald Trump has way more, back in 2016, had way more interest than Hillary Clinton. And so I was like, okay, Donald Trump's going to win, like no question. But he only won by a very slim margin. And that made me believe, I think that they tried to steal the election back then, but they didn't do it hard enough. And so even though Donald Trump should have won by a landslide, he only won by a slim margin. And for the first time ever, that tool was wrong in the Biden-Trump election. For the first time since 2005, Biden had obviously far, far less interest in Google Trends, and yet he won the election. So that's a little bit of evidence right there that something fishy might have happened.
Sure. It's totally good evidence. We know something happened. And that's what's happening right now, is that because they're teaching us a lesson of obedience, is the way I see it. They did it on, it's obvious. Most of us get it. Even people who if there's anybody left on the left that actually vote for Democrats anymore, that I don't know who votes for this stuff. That's, because it's become so obvious what they're doing. It's a Marxist takeover in a sense. So, man, so that's what it is they're doing it on purpose. Now they're coming after people who are talking about it and talking against it, because that's bad. That's a no-no. So right now, I believe we're in the part of this we're being taught a lesson. The beast system's manifesting. It doesn't have much time. The AC, I believe, is waiting in the wings, and that's where we're at. And it's coming on really hard. So
they're throwing a Hail Mary. They're just all the cards on the table.
They're just saying, screw it. We're going to do it. It's done. We're pushing. And it's fascinating, though, isn't it, man? And all these years I've been following this and talking about it, I always saw this part of it coming further off. I always thought, okay, maybe in another 10 years, or maybe we'll.
Me too.
Right. And then ever since the lockdown thing, it's become very clear. It's like, oh, wow, this is it. Here we are. So it's also an exciting time to lift up our heads and focus on Christ, focus on our redemption, and just know that we have a loving and good God. And we'll see how it plays out. But, ultimately we'll be okay. I believe that.
Yes, he loves us and we love him. I mean, that's where everything good comes from, is the more you love God, the more you love other people. I mean, think about what it's like to be a man in love. You're like a whole new man. You could almost say a man in love is reborn, a new person. Yeah. And all the commandments in the Bible, if you love God, if you're in love with God, you fall in love with Jesus, like everything else just works. You don't have to think about the right church or the right Bible or the right theology. You just literally do exactly as the Bible, as Jesus commanded us to do, just because you're in love.
Nailed it. Yeah. Man, I love it. Anything else for us today, Ty?
Yes, one more very short thing about Google Trends as well. Something very interesting about it is if you look up Jesus in Google Trends, it shows you, Google understands like the context of words. And so it understands like if you type in PlayStation, it understands the video game console, etc. So if you type in Jesus, what it classifies Jesus as is a preacher. And if you type in Satan, what it classifies Satan as is God. So, that's a little insight into Google's mind, that Google as an infrastructure, an internet infrastructure, has decided that Satan is God and Jesus is a preacher. So that's another little interesting thing. And that's all I had.
No, that's great. That's interesting stuff, man. Thank you so much. And it's really nice meeting you and chatting with you. And thanks again for sharing what you've written with us. It was fantastic.
Yeah, thanks, KJ. Hopefully I'll talk to you again sometime.
Okay, Ty, take care, all right?
Take care. Bye.
Bye. All right, guys. We got up next, Just Your Average, Christine coming up, Unmuzzled, Jay, Jared, This Mortal Coil. I thought you were up. You probably were. You may have got disconnected. Sorry. And then Falba Ecclesia. So next up is going to be Just Your Average. Hey, how you doing, sir?
Hey, what's going on, dude? This is John.
Oh, hey, nice to meet you, John. Or nice to see you. Sorry.
Yeah, I talked to you a couple shows back, and I'm your Friends of KJ patron. My daughter sent you a card with all the scary stuff on it.
Man, I think I remember that. And I also want to say, and I always feel bad about this, but especially now that you're on here and in your Patreon, thank you. And, I miss a lot of those messages and I miss a lot of emails. And I get bad about that partly because my obsessive nature of when I'm working on things and I'm always on something. But I always want y'all to know I appreciate y'all so very much, man. And just thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, you said thank you, so it's all good.
Okay, great.
But I heard something from a channel just right before I got on, and it kind of made me think. I wonder if it's true. So his point of view was that the elite aren't going to try to take over the world. They're like the Georgia Guidestone says, maintain 250 million, like live with nature or whatever. That's not saying that they're going to do it. What his point was that they're trying to go underground because they know that God is coming and they're going to try to survive it. And they know the rest of us have to survive it up here. And that those guidestones are for whoever emerges out of their underground bases and whatever else. I just thought it was interesting.
I can see both at play at the same time, though. I can see the elites running their game on us now, and of course treating people like cattle and really putting the beast system into play. But at the same time, like running Because I imagine they've got the Lucifer telescope at the Vatican. I imagine these guys watching the skies. They understand, they're cultists. They understand about the stars, constellations, the times we're in. They reference every source imaginable. Unlike most religious people, right? Most religious kind of Christians only focus. The Bible is number one, of course, but when you start reading these other things, like many of us have, you start, you understand the enemy's plan. You're like, wow, this is a very deep, deceitful situation, and it's absolutely happening. But anyway, go ahead, man. I'm with you.
Well, yeah, we were never supposed to have the Bible. That was for the illuminated only. In fact, people were killed for writing down parts of the Bible, and they went kicking and screaming, the Catholics, into letting us actually have the Bible. But they've got more things over there, not necessarily scripture, but battle plans from Lucifer himself, I'm sure, like what to do and how to do it. But I believe we're right here at the time, the end times, and it's just kind of obvious at this point. Like, I really became a Christian, it was 2019, but your show and a couple others really gave me the push to go there. But since then, I've been looking into all this stuff, and I'm wondering, like, what's my role in all this? And one of the things is that I've always been a prepper. I've always been worried about earthquakes or whatever, right? And so I've been stockpiling food and bullets and crossbows and air guns and tools and all kinds of stuff. And we're about to buy some land out in the middle of nowhere and move my family out there. But I was reading in it, and I think people have the wrong idea that they're gonna somehow join a militia and win back the freedom of this country.
Yeah, right.
That's not what God wants. I definitely think you should have a gun to protect yourself, but it says that those that go after them and will live by the sword and die by it. That doesn't mean God doesn't want you to have a sword. It just means the reason our government is so bad is because we as a country are so bad. Like, if we didn't kill all the babies we kill, if we didn't do all these horrible things, if we honored God every day, then God would give us a good and righteous king or government. And there's no free lunch. You have to do it that way.
You're so right. But it's even biblical. It's in biblical history that this country needs to be punished. It needs to burn. And I've said that before, and I hate to seem so, it's not negative. It's just, I understand it. I get it. I see it. Like you mentioned, all the babies who are killed, and drag queen story hours for your children, but you try to have a Bible study class, and that's no. We understand the inversion's taken place. We're in the as above, so below situation. Absolutely. What's evil is considered good, and vice versa. Even Target's holiday commercial for Target company was RuPaul. It's a man who dresses in drag hanging out with a bunch of children. I mean, this is on just TV, and most people don't even see it or care. I see this stuff, I'm shocked and dismayed, and that's like you and others. We get it, we understand. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's crazy that all of this is in the Bible. It says that children will be rebellious against their parents, and everyone's going to be lovers of self, so self-absorbed. And I'm sitting here by the beach here, and I see 50 people, and they're not enjoying the day. They're all on their cell phone.
Well, it's terrible.
It's insane. It's like that they're so inundated and so, I don't know what the word is.
Mind control, robots.
Well, they're mind. Yeah. Well, they are that, but there's this idea around this, like, live your best life now. Like it's all good. There is no God. So party now. And it's all about you. It's all about me. And nihilistic is, I think, the word.
For sure. It's the golden age, the golden dawn, as Crowley wrote. Where children will be free to have the partners they choose. It's disgusting. But we're moving.
But it has to be this way, because God is a righteous judge, and he can't bring Christ down because Christ is coming back the lion. He's not coming back the sweet nice Christ that everyone always talks about. He's coming back, the Lion of Judah.
With fire.
He's coming with fire. And, you know, I don't know if you heard this. I was looking up where does China fit in prophecy. I'm just curious about those kind of things. And I Googled it. Or no, I think I DuckDuckGo'd it. I'm not sure. But I came across this Russian Orthodox guy that 30 years ago, he came to America and he had a dream. And he wrote down the dream. And before he wrote it down, he didn't know like the geography, but he was talking about how it's going to start in San Francisco. And I live right here, man. But
you're in San Francisco?
I'm in Venetia, which
I
is.
I went to Petaluma for military medical school.
Oh yeah, that's right here.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Nice place to go fishing and stuff. But yeah, I can see the beast system firsthand. You don't have to go to San Francisco to see freaks anymore. Everybody's walking around, you know, looking like a girl, or if they're a girl, they're looking like a boy. Everyone's so confused, and I feel so bad for them. But you know, it has to be this way. They have to be that deceived, and they have to willfully take the ticket.
Yes, you're right.
That's the problem.
Man, you've got the best attitude about it, because that's what I tell myself when I go out. You know, I live in a pretty small town. There's a little hamburger joint. I'll not frequently, once a week, once every couple of weeks, I'll go to a local restaurant, like local, you know, and just kind of whatever, get something to eat there. Try to help out the local business in a way. And there's a little joint I go to over here, great little hamburger place. But now it's like, I don't know if management changed or something, but now 2 of the waiters are boys who are wearing dresses. And and then like one of the managers is a man that's wearing dresses. And I love everybody. And I always try to remember that's the way Jesus is. I don't sit here and judge him. I don't act weird around him. In fact, one of my waiters I talk music with. We both like a band called Idols, IDLES. It's like a punk band. But so, you know, I'm nice to the folks. You talk to them and stuff. But yeah, I'm always been bad about that in the real life thing, you know, as far as like, you know, leading people to Christ in real life. I mean, I have my ways and I do the best I can with what I got, and I think it's effective. But in real life, it's a different thing. I'm not evangelical, you know, I don't have that thing. I don't know how to tell people, but I want to. Like this one guy's, he's a cool kid, you know, I like him. He's a kid. He's probably 22, you know, he's a musician and got a lot going on, but he's just trapped in that. Anyway, so I pray about it. If I'm led, he'll show me the right words to say or something, you know.
No, I don't. I've been wondering what's my gift and like how can I do it. I just ordered some tracks and I'm gonna start there, but you know, I realize I'm not leading anybody to Christ really. I've just been trying to figure it out myself for the last year. And you know, one thing I can say though is since I've been praying for my mom and my dad, and praying for my friends and family, and I let go a lot of the anger of, you know, the people that are doing this to us. My screen name is just a little joke to give them some hell, but you know, I've been praying and really thinking about how to let go of the anger and to share with my family. And, you know, as I did that, I was able to have some conversations with my mom and dad, and my mom still gets angry talking about the backs and all that. But my dad, he now is saying, no, I definitely won't get it. Because when I came in a controlled way and I wasn't like, these guys are taking over. It's like, hey, just look at how they make this thing. It's going to change your DNA. It's got a little molecule in there to crack your code. Like, and that's what they say. That's what the people who made the vax say. It's not like a super secret
on that one. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah. And my mom didn't believe that. She didn't believe that they used underage or not underage, but babies from Planned Parenthood. And then I showed them the Pope saying that it's moral to take it, even though it used these babies, because they used them like in the 70s or something.
I remember that story.
Yeah, and my mom, she's still just getting mad, but my dad, he's like, no, I'm out. Like, and they're probably going to make him take it for his job, and he's probably just going to retire early, which I'm all for.
Yeah, that's good. I would hope so. I just don't want to see anyone get it. And of course, some people are going to take it and maybe things will be okay at first. But we already know, if anything, this is a precursor. It's also a conditioning, getting people used to getting jabbed, and
yeah,
the stories coming out. I even told my folks, I'm like, well, they're like, oh, finally. And I'm like, well, once you get it, Dr. Fauci, he says that, or Fauci, whatever, you can't take your mask off after the first dose. You got to get your second dose. You still need to do your 6 feet distance after that as well. Most likely keep a mask. And I try to show them, but again, I try to be in a loving spirit about it.
Yeah,
I can
have. You got to do it every year.
But yeah, you just gotta. What can you do? I don't want to get angry about it. Like I said, we all have our things, and I can have a temper, but I got to be really pushed to it, and it's not pretty. But I will not do that to people I love. Again, they're adults. I told them you have free will, and you choose what you choose. And if there's side effects, I'll be here to help you.
Yeah, and I'm not one of those people that say that it is the mark of the beast, and you're going to lose your soul if you take it. I don't believe that. But because I think there's worship tied to that, you have to worship the Antichrist through the mark. So
I think there's even going to be a VR component possibly to that as well, because of how 5G virtual reality. Yeah, it really depends on 5G. It's a big part of 5G is virtual reality. So I've wondered, even after seeing that clip we're talking about earlier of the Space Needle, where nothing's happening in real life, but on TV it's like this amazing show, and it's all New World Order stuff as well. But that could be a part of that as well. This kind of false reality, fake illusion type stuff. But
yeah, well, so much of what this is spellcraft. Like it's like actual mind control of repetition and subliminal programming. And a lot of people they think they have these ideas, but they were told to have those ideas. Some people just go about their day just thinking whatever the mainstream tells them, and it's really sad. But hey, I'm gonna let you go in just a minute here, but I just wanted to tell you my daughter, I don't let her watch your shows because she's only 8. She wouldn't understand.
I wouldn't blame her.
But she knows that that you led me to Christ, and she wanted to say thank you. And the other day she was looking up at the sky, and I said, "What are you doing?" She's like, "Oh, I'm looking for Jesus. He's probably gonna come soon."
Aww.
And that was awesome. And I want to tell you the prayer that she says every single night. And here it is. She goes, "Dear God, thank you for the day that we just had, and please watch over us while we sleep. And for the ones that don't believe in you, Lord, please let them see your light. And thank you for Jesus, and we know that he's coming back, and then we'll have 1,000 years of peace, and they will be the best days of our lives, Lord. They really will. In Jesus' name, amen."
What a beautiful little girl, man. That's a heart melter right there.
That's right. Well, anyway, man, God bless you. And I just want to let everybody know, we're going to be all right, but you need to have Jesus.
Yes, sir.
It's the only way out of here.
You got that. Hey, it's a pleasure meeting you. Thanks so much for sharing with us, man. And say hi to your daughter for us, okay?
Oh, I will. All right, take it easy.
See you later. Bye-bye. All right, guys. You got Jay, Jared, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 people. Okay, still got a show, guys. Still doing good. Got over 1,000 people listening. Just want to take a moment and say hello to all of you who are listening. I hope you're enjoying it, man. This isn't creating video. It's not showing you my, what I want to show people or my opinion on something. It's leaving it wide open, and we're just talking. It's people just coming in and talking, and it's important these days because they really are shutting down our methods of reaching each other, aren't they? But we already know that. So on that note, just thank you once again for being here. Big shout out to my moderators. Also, big shout out to my Patreon and PayPal supporters, guys. I cannot thank you all enough. Thank you. All right, moving on, guys. Unmuzzled Unicorn is next on the list. Unmuzzled Unicorn, all you got to do, there you go.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you, KJ?
I'm doing good. Thanks for calling in with us.
Yeah, so I'll try to keep it short and sweet. I'm really anxious. I've been a listener for about a year. And yeah, I've probably seen all of your shows in the past year because that's what I've been doing during the pandemic.
Thanks.
Anyway, so a few things I was going to bring up is, I don't know, I'm sure some of your listeners have heard this, but I believe a big date to watch for is going to be the 21st of this month. If you write out 121:21 in Roman numerals, it is 9/11 mirrored. It's IXXI. And I know how they are with their symbols and numbers. So
no, that's a good point.
I don't know if that's going to be a big date or maybe just a coincidence. But I just, in the past couple years of waking up, I don't believe in coincidences anymore.
Right.
Another thing, I don't know if you've heard about this, but I'm an RH negative, and I have yet to get sick. And my husband is also an RH negative, and we were looking into it, and there's actually some studies they've been doing that show that the copper bloods or blue bloods, RH negative, have a lower risk of getting any of the infections.
Do you want to, this is a great rabbit hole, and I've covered it in some videos in the past, and you've already brought out some really good points. And, it's even been attributed to the serpent seed, right? You've probably seen some of that. Yeah, right. It's interesting. Anybody in your family have 6 fingers? First question. No, but really though, interesting.
No, but I do know that it runs in a lot of the females of my family. My sister's an RH negative, my mom and my grandma. So we know it's there. And my family's interesting. I'm the black sheep, if you will. And so I feel like I've kind of been condemned for a long time that I have that bloodline, but I'm learning that anyone can be saved, even if I am part demon.
Oh, well, there's also like even Jonathan Kleck's got ideas on that about we're all half and half, but even beyond Jonathan's ideas, that ideas existed around there forever, that there's an angel and a demon with you, right, at all times, and which one will you choose, who you listen to. And so even on a very basic level, we can just say, well, once you choose Christ, you get to relieve yourself of that demonic voice. Right. It doesn't mean you're not going to stop quenching your flesh, which is unfortunate because we still do, right? The flesh has needs. And unfortunately, that's the battle so many of us continue to have even after getting Christ, is fighting that flesh, your addiction,
Well, I can personally say, I just wanted to share a quick part of my testimony that, he will save anyone. I'm a ex-addict. I was addicted to a lot of things, including men and drugs. And I had an abortion when I was about 19 years old, and I listened to all the demons for a long time. But he doesn't give up on it, and he never gave up on me. I actually heard your shows when you had a heart attack. I actually had open heart surgery when I was 27.
Wow.
And, yeah. And the doctor said I was the first person. He'd been a surgeon for about 20 years, and I'm a person under 30 that he had to do this surgery on. Dang. And I had to I had to sign forms basically saying that my family wouldn't sue or anything if I didn't make it, because a lot of people that have this specific type of surgery don't make it. And that was hard for me, and I didn't really understand, but I remember waking up from surgery and everything was different. I literally woke up, and I was watching a documentary about 911, and it just hit me. I was like, everything's a lie.
Yeah.
The doctors told me I wouldn't be able to conceive, and that broke my heart, because most women dream of being a mom, but
right.
That's actually her. I have a 2-year-old now. I had her a year to the date of my surgery.
Look at that. See, you were blessed, huh?
Yeah, and I think she helped save me as well. But I'm in a much better place now. I don't know if you can hear her. She's
sounds like a delight.
So anyway, yeah, that is definitely a rabbit hole, but I encourage people to look into it, but ask for guidance when you go down the rabbit hole. Any rabbit hole at that. I've learned over the past years that if you ask for guidance, he will show you the shills, and he will show you who's actually in the light.
Yep. And that's why, and I do the same for my own research and what I do. That's why I never signed off with the Q thing, because I prayed about it way, way back, man. I was curious. And then I was led to what I said. It's like, there's maybe 60% of solid, good information out of that movement.
Yeah. And I still follow, people may call me on, we occasionally watch Alex Jones, but we don't watch it every day.
We know better.
A lot of information that we have gotten from him.
Right. You bet there is. And they do get insider tidbits. Again, this is what these people are there for, is to tell a certain amount of truth and then suck you in and then get you to, hey, let's go to the Capitol and start a riot.
Right. Yeah.
Right? So anyway.
And then I was going to say, I know you know this, but there was a couple of names that I looked up the origins for that I thought was kind of interesting for those that haven't seen it. Dr. Fauci in French actually is Jaws, and it can also mean the sickle maker. And for those listeners that don't, I didn't know what a sickle was, so I had to look it up, and that's actually the harvest thing that the Grim Reaper holds.
Yep, it's also when they separate the wheat from the chaff and they chalk down
for harvesting. So I thought that was kind of interesting. And I know most people have heard this one. Kamala means lotus. But I kind of went down a little rabbit hole with that. It also means pale red, which made me think of like the red horse of the apocalypse.
No, that's a good one. I think Lotus, Casey mentioned this on the show the other day, means regeneration.
Right.
And the Space Needle show that they only showed on television because it was all fake and created. But even on that, it's all NWO, if you will. And there was a huge Lotus in that as well.
Yeah. And then I know Casey actually showed me this one, or one of his listeners maybe, but Biden can translate to two teeth or fangs. Bi meaning two, and den like dental.
Wow, that's a great catch. Not even surprised, huh?
No, and they want us to have two shots. So that was kind of interesting.
That is. And then there's the very basic of, I've shown it in videos too, but their eyes, both of them, their eyes have been seen going completely black and other anomalies. And that's why I don't get too deep into that. But even on my own personal side, I'm always thinking, are we dealing with things that are even fully human at this point? Are they synthoids with the demon inside? And I wonder.
Okay, come here.
Go ahead.
One of my little dogs just got the. Hey, you're fine.
Uh-oh.
We're good. And then do you know who Monsef is? KJ?
Hey, are you there? I'm sorry. I actually
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you asked who Monstaff was, and then I clicked a button on accident and jumped out. I'm sorry. So who's Monstaff? I don't know who that is.
Monsef, he was covered by Casey's channel the other day. He is involved with like the bioelectromagnetics. I'm probably saying that wrong, but he is basically like the biotech and electrotech that they're putting into vaccines. Casey did a show about him, and so I looked up his name, and it was actually an interesting little rabbit hole I went down. His name meant the one deliverer of the difference of good and evil.
Interesting.
So anyone that didn't catch that show, he's a character that I would suggest following, because he has done interviews with like DARPA and some of the other military branches with this nanotech that he has helped develop.
Thanks. I'll definitely look into that myself. I'm sure that some of the folks were probably already looking into it.
Yeah, it's Moncef is his name.
Cool. Monsef, Moncef. Check that out, folks.
Yes. And just a quick tidbit. I'm sure you know this. A lot of like the changes, history, if you will, and paradigms happened in the 1500s, and like the rapture, and just different delusions that were put out there. I just lost my train of thought on that.
No,
but
no,
basically,
I think you're talking
at the same time.
No, I got you. I think you're talking about how there's people can look this up. There's psyops attributed to the rapture theory, even go back to Freemason. There's some of that. But then beyond that, there's also the people who are pro pre-trib will show scriptures about, you know, first there were two, then there was one, or, you know, that God's going to save his bride from the wrath and things like this. So, and that's where, and I've been honest about this for years, you know, I think I'm really good at the things I do, but my things that I do are a bit quirky and offbeat in a way. But then when it comes to this, you know, breaking down the Bible and, you know, post or mid, I can't do it. It's not my thing. So as I've mentioned before, you know, I would love to see a none of us want to be here for the kind of stuff that's coming, I don't think. But then if we are, we don't know exactly what it'll look like. And maybe we are fully spiritually protected through the whole thing. And maybe that's when more people will start manifesting the signs of the Holy Spirit, the 9 manifestations, you know, like laying hands on people, and who knows, you know, I mean, I've got a lot of possibilities in my mind. I don't want to stick with just one, you know, because I don't know, you know.
I think there's been so many ideas thrown out there. I think that was kind of part of the psyop, that we would be confused, and we have to just not let that be a dividing line between the true believers. That we have to stick together. We honestly don't know what's to come. Only he does.
That's a great point, my friend. Anything else you wanted to offer?
Just real quick, a shout out to some of the channels I appreciate and follow. I'm sure a lot of your listeners follow these channels as well, but RSE and Enter the Stars have helped me a lot in my journey over the last couple years. And then, have you heard of Apocryphile 1970?
I have not. I know the other two guys, of course, but I don't know about Apocrypha. No. What are they like?
He goes over a lot of the apocryphal books, and he breaks a lot of them down. And I don't necessarily agree with the entirety of the Apocrypha, but I do believe that God guides you to the truth in different matters. So I don't agree with everything he does, but he breaks down like the Gospel of Thomas and the Gospel of Barnabas, and a few others. But it's a very interesting channel because he introduces a lot of things that people don't talk about. And he basically describes the betrayal of Peter as also being the betrayal of the lost books.
Interesting. I'll check him out because Jay Dyer covers some of that kind of stuff as well, some of the religious books and whatnot.
Yeah, and he does a lot of the spiritual meanings of a lot of books that people don't talk about. Like he just finished a whole series of Revelation that was very interesting.
Cool. I'll check it out. I appreciate the suggestion.
Yeah, I'll leave it in the comments. I'll leave a link. That way other people can find his channel as well.
That sounds great. You know what? It's been really nice talking to you as well. And just thanks. Thanks for giving us all some new resources as well.
Yeah, of course. And have fun in Oklahoma. I lived there for about 5 years.
It's something. I have a love-hate with it, and that's a whole other story. And it's just where I'm from, man. You know, and I'm a traveling man. But you know, eventually I may wind up in Tahlequah. I do love Tahlequah and that side of Oklahoma, right? Yeah, the Illinois River. They got the hills out there.
Yeah,
I like
for
that.
Sure.
You know, and 10 Killer. Anyway, hey, nice talking to you, and take care out there. Okay.
All right, you do the same, KJ. Thanks.
Okay. Bye-bye. All right, guys. Next up is going to be Jay Ether. Hi, Jay. Are you there?
Hello? You hear me?
Hi, Jay. Yes, sir. What's going on, man?
Nothing. Just getting out the mall.
Oh, yeah? Is everyone wearing their masks?
Well, of course.
They better be, right? Just kidding.
Yeah, man. I've been listening to your show since probably 2 years now, 3 years.
Thank you.
And to tell the truth, I'm surprised I'm even on right now.
I'm glad you are. It's nice talking to you.
Yeah, I've been in this rabbit hole for a long time, but I've been able to climb myself out.
Good.
The point is, let's just say, I know all this is a lie, and I've been through this medical stuff since the day I've been born, and I've been in quarantine. I have to be forced to wear a mask and all this stuff. The reason why is because I had 2 kidney transplants, and I had at least 12 surgeries.
Wow, man. That's something else.
So I've been in the hospital my whole life. So I don't even have to be a doctor. I've been around them my whole life. And let's just say this whole quarantine thing, the main point of the whole thing is just keep your immune system low.
I can see that. Yeah. There's even been some studies on what masks do to your immunity as well.
Because when I was after my kidney transplants, they always had me wear a mask, and they quarantined me for a long time. Because when you get a kidney transplant, you're getting a foreign object into your body, so you have to keep your immune system low, or your immune system will attack your kidney. So one of the main reasons they have you quarantine is to keep it low. So it's easy for you to get sick. My first time around, when I had my kidney transplant, I used to get sick a lot because I took my medications, I did all the stuff. I used to get sick a lot. The doctors never gave me any warning, no nothing. My parents didn't know anything. They grew up back in the day. You know, nobody was ever educated. So I did my own research, and you know, I'm the patient now that no doctor wants to deal with.
I'm sure.
Because my doctor that I had since I was 16, the last question I asked him before he retired, before the COVID broke out, before he retired, I say, "Hey doc, do you take the vaccine, doc?" He always had a straight answer for me. This time, he started laughing, and after that, I said, "Does your family take the vaccine?" He just started laughing more.
Man, that's messed up.
And then he said, "I'll see you next time, Jose." I was like, "Okay, no problem." Didn't see him next time. He retired. Never told me.
Well, what do you think, huh?
Oh, yeah. He didn't take
Right?
it. We know for sure. But
Oh, yeah. Sometimes these guys get busted. These doctors, we see stories on it where they won't do it to their kids or, right? Billy Gates, the rest of them. But go ahead.
Listen, this whole time, like I said, I had a kidney transplant. I had a second kidney transplant at least 5 years ago after my ex-wife left me.
Wow.
Besides all that, she was put there for a reason to save my life. I would even be here speaking to you, even though things happen crappily. I'm not going to really describe it, but things didn't happen the way it's supposed to. But things are put in your place for a reason.
That's wise of you to recognize it like that. So please continue.
Because even if let's say, even if something, she broke my heart, someone cheated, it doesn't matter. People are put in your place for a reason. People look for signs all the time, when people could be signs themselves. But we always look for all these gods and all these things when there's so much in between that we have to learn from. It's not about the date itself, it's about the preparation.
Good point.
And everybody's always focused on the date and this and wedding dates and all this other stuff. No, it's about the preparation. What did we learn in between? You know how many things happen in between, and people are so focused on the actual date itself? You know, nobody ever learns the lesson.
Well, that's the thing.
So,
right? People want, it's how we've all been trained. We want an easy answer, and we don't want to have to suffer any kind of pain, and we just want a quick escape. And so you can see where there's a danger, obviously, of the pre-trib rapture, and people address it all the time, that if it doesn't happen the way people are expecting, will they lose their faith? Will they be brokenhearted? Well, that's why I think people need to keep an open mind on things, consider the possibilities, and, just prepare, like as you're saying, for everything. Go ahead.
Yeah, because you never really know what's going to happen. Life is always full of surprises. Like, you can't plan for it. You can only prepare. That's all you can ever do. And then prepare your body, prepare yourself mentally, spiritually, physically, every form you could think of. Doesn't matter what religion you follow, we all practice the same thing. And that's peace of mind and peace of heart. And and
let me ask
what's up?
I was going to ask you, how's your health now, man? How are you holding up?
Listen, to tell the truth, I never really know. But compared to my first transplant, I've not gotten sick. I work with animals now. So I mostly work with dogs and stuff like that. But the point of the whole thing, I train with them. The point is, like, listen, a dog lives such a short time. They live, 15, 17 years? And their heart is so pure, and they live on the now. They don't focus on, I lost my toy. Oh, they left me in the woods. No, like as soon as you see them, they're already like, oh my God, where'd you been? I love you. They always focus on the now. They tell you, they talk to you by body language and everything. We're too focused and triggered by words.
You got a great point that they're a great lesson in our lives all the time. Pets are, absolutely.
And sometimes I feel I watched this movie last night. I go with the flow of things. I don't plan things. Everything I go by gut instinct now, because I feel like it's a compass. I feel like a gut
There you
has
go.
lived there before. I feel like gut is like a time traveler. Like it's lived there before.
Yeah, I like it.
And it gives you like a hot, cold feeling. Like sometimes your gut's like, hey, maybe you shouldn't do it. And a lot of times you don't listen.
Man, I'm with you on that. I do that all the time, especially when I meet people. And that's, again, why I'm such a kind of loner, because I feel people, man. And a lot of times I feel things I don't like. I mean, there's some people that were running a store nearby me recently that I always got along with, but I always had a weird feeling about. And then I just found out the other day that they both got fired because they were stealing from the company. You know, so I didn't know exactly what it was, but I knew not to get close to these people and not to, you know, I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you got to be careful.
I know.
You got to listen to your intuition.
Ever since my split, I had, a lot of my gut's always been trying to tell me something. So ever since then, I was like, I'm tired of being backed in the corner. Let me feel this out. I've been through a lot of tribulations lately, a lot of demons, facing my demons from the past, present, and future. Like, you have to face the dark side, no matter what. There's no running away from it. We were born into sin, and we have to, like, it's like our dark side is our other side. It could be a twin. What if you die and the scales show, and then the day we die, we meet ourselves, and ourselves is the past, present, and future. Everything we could have, and we could have been, what we didn't do, what we did do. We have to face ourselves, and a lot of people don't face themselves. And I was forced to face myself.
Good.
So ever since then, everybody thinks I'm a conspiracy theorist. I was like, no, why I have nothing to lose by telling you this. I was like, I've been in the hospital my whole life and everything. I should be dead. I should have been dead 6 times already throughout my life. So obviously I'm here for a reason. I'm not trying to go, I'm a prophet. No, I don't put labels on things. So sometimes I even think God is a label. God is God is too powerful to put a label on. We put a label on it just to understand it.
Right.
You know what I mean by that.
I do. It's the creator. Absolutely.
It's the creator itself. There is no name. There's no name that could contain something like that.
Yeah. Well, the God that's on our money isn't our God anyway, right? And God we trust. They're not. For years, people took solace in that. That's a Christian nation. It says in God we trust, but it's underneath the pyramid of Lucifer. Yep. So we get that. Yep.
And then watching the show like American Gods, these things manifest depending if you believe in it. So as long as you believe in it, they could exist, right?
Yeah, it's called Tulpa. Yeah, I think it's Eastern Indian practice, but yeah, it's a real thing.
And then even your existence goes as far as the last person that believes in you or remembers you, right?
Yeah.
So it's like the same thing. We're starring gods ourselves. We evolve. What if an animal, that is going back to the dog, what if an animal goes back, right, and it dies, and all the lessons, and it manifests into a human?
I don't know about that, and that's just me.
You never know. You never know.
Stuff. Well, I just
neither am I.
I just personally don't because of what I've studied, and I know the Kabbalists are really into reincarnation and all this. But I also say that I don't limit the Creator. The Creator can choose to do whatever the Creator wants to do.
Yeah, whatever it wants to do.
Circumstances that happens, who knows? I don't know.
Yeah, and then I was born. Listen, I was born. When I was born, I got a burr hole in my head. What a burr hole is, I was born premature. What a burr hole is, they put a tube in your head. So since the day I was born, something's been trying to take me out. So that's the way I feel. And then but for some reason something stubborn is keeping me around. So that's why all these feelings, my grandma passed away 2 years ago. So ever since even she passed away, I get all these feelings, all these things that has been guiding me. And then I feel like a glitch in the matrix. Let me give you one story one time, because I don't want to be too long. I'll call back some other future. Sure. One time when I was walking on one of my animals, I was walking to the backyard, and there was this bird-looking thing. It looked like the bird from the Egyptian things of the pineal gland. I don't know if you ever seen it. It has long legs. And I was looking. I thought it was a statue. I was like, all right, it's a statue. I kept moving. It starts moving. And then I got closer. It flies away. I was like, all right, the fence is pretty high. As I'm going around I was like, all right, no problem. as I'm walking, there's this gate there. Behind the gate, there's this same statue-looking thing as I saw of the bird, but it was an actual statue, and that's the direction that the bird flew. You get what I mean by that?
Yeah, like you may have actually seen a manifestation of it.
So like, was that bird a statue? And then it just like things, and then I didn't see it for a month. This is when it all started. I didn't see it for a month, and then I was like, all right, who cares? I told my brother about it. He's the only one that listens to this crap, all my conspiracy stuff. But next thing you know, I was even thinking about it. I go back outside again. I walk the 2 dogs, and by the 3rd dog, I see that bird again. All of a sudden, same exact spot a month later, and I was like, oh crap! And I was like, don't move. And I'll try to get my phone, and as soon as I did that, it flew away, and then it disappeared this time. I was like, where the like?
And it's definitely a bird, right? It couldn't be.
Yeah, but it looked like some bird. Yeah, who knows? Like it was a bird as far as my vision. Yeah.
Well, the Mothman is a very real. Like, I mean, it's a manifestation in some sense, but a lot of people see it. There was just a guy they interviewed from an airport in somewhere up north. I can't remember, but it was the TSA guy, and he was talking about his experience seeing one of these flying things at the airport. Anyway, go ahead.
It's true. Trust me, I walk outside every time at night. I see UFOs. I see all that stuff. I believe in all that stuff. Spirits. Oh, you got to believe in it. There's no thing. The universe is too big to not believe in something. We don't understand it. So to put a barrier like ghosts don't exist. Like it's funny how people say, "Oh, that stuff is crazy," but then they go watch the same shows that they think is crazy. They tell you crazy for it.
Well, even with ghosts, I mean, I've covered that through the years, but that's where, again, I don't want to limit God. Like, you know, if God wants to provide someone a moment to see a dead loved one, I don't know. There's no scripture for this, okay? I'm just saying, like, nope. I don't know. But
or based on experience what people have written, like Facebook.
Right. But on the other side, though, I have seen where there's a lot of, and we've shown and exposed a lot of fakes and frauds who use this ghost thing to get money from people. And it's your spirit talking, and I'm channeling your daughter, you know, and there's a lot of crappy, dumb stuff there, right, too. So, and I do think most things are demonic spirits, if anything, perhaps an occasionally angelic visitation or something. But hey, I don't know everything myself, right? But I like the way you're thinking. Keep a mind open.
One thing as a human we need to admit is stop saying we know, because we don't know anything. We don't know anything. Even if we think we know something, we still don't know anything, because that's just a fragment of how big something could really be.
You know, because crazy times indeed.
Like I'm telling you, like, and I just want I ended here. I just want to thank you for everything you've done. Like, you really opened my eyes, and you're the one that brought me to Jeff C. Rest peace of soul. You know,
thanks, man. You're welcome.
Like, I miss his laugh and his bang on the table and all that.
He'd have plenty to say about everything happening now, that's for sure.
Along with the last segment that this lady said, talking about Jaws, and then Jeff C. always talked about Jaws.
Yeah.
And then this lady just connected Fauci with Jaws. Boom. He knew what he was talking about.
It's interesting.
We know what we're talking about. We do know what we're talking about. We already lived it. The thing is, there's a source out there, and I can't tell you it's the devil. Because sometimes the devil, so one thing I learned about the devil is that he can't lie. He can only manipulate things. So, like,
yeah, I don't know. We may have a difference, and that's okay.
What I mean is, like, he could force other people to do his job. He himself can't do the job.
Right. That's where the idea of lesser magic comes in. That's where the symbols I exposed for years comes in, because that is a way for them, if you like, the devil, the system, to make you become a part of the spell, right? Without you even realizing what you're doing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because the devil made his own choice to be where he's at. So even ourselves, we make our own choice. So we're picking sides. We're choosing red, blue, good, bad, white, black. You know what I mean? We're always choosing something.
Yes, sir. You got it.
Like, we need to stop choosing. Like, so there's a day we need to choose, but like, you will know when that day comes. But like, we need to stop choosing and really need to start putting our work together and put our info. We have a whole chat room of people of knowledge. Imagine what difference we could really make, along with YouTube, and we're bigger than what these corporations are.
Well, kind of, but again, I get you saying in the system gets
really
to win
are.
though. But this system gets to win though. That's the thing. They can silence voices and everything else, even though we know we're bigger than them. That's what the devil has a short time, man, and so the devil's going to have some wins.
They can only silence us, but in reality, they really can't because we're still marching. They're only scared. It's just like a bully trying to shut somebody up. Like, no, like you can't shut us up.
We'll keep on fighting, man. That's all we can do, right?
Keep on fighting, people. Keep them fighting, KJ. And you introduced me to Enter the Stars, Jacob Israel.
Great.
I found it through Lee Project. I listen to a lot of people. Mark Asio. Like,
good.
Yeah.
All good.
I just bought a. Why did I go to the mall? Oh, to buy a Tesla book, a Nikola Tesla book.
Oh yeah, I've read a book on him years ago. He's very interesting.
Something about the number 369 keeps running in my head.
Well, might be something there. Keep looking and let us know what you find sometime. All right.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure this medical stuff out, especially being a patient myself, because I'm my own doctor by now.
Well, hang in there. We'll pray for your health, and it's nice chatting with you, Jay.
It was great talking to you, bro. Thank you so much for letting me chat.
You're welcome. Take care, and I'll talk to you next time.
Take care.
All right, man. Sorry about that, Jay. I don't know if you're going to answer. All right, guys. Coming up next, I got Jared in the waiting room here. Jared, how you doing?
Not bad, KG. Can you hear me?
Yeah, coming in good. How's things?
Hey. Not too bad, man. I've got more blessings than I can count.
That's wonderful. That's good to hear. What's on your mind today?
I actually just called in because I wanted to let you know something that I'm seen on I'm subscribed to the Outer Light channel, and he did a Patreon video the other day, and sorry, I just noticed Jared, there was something on there.
I'm just gonna say I'm gonna be
there's
quiet.
Something on there that he had mentioned.
I was just gonna say I'm sorry. There's a big delay with you and I. I'm gonna be really quiet and let you just keep talking. So I may be quiet, but just keep kind of talking what you want to talk about. Outer Light, you checked out his channel. Go.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Ed, the Outer Light, just like I am of your channel. And he had posted on there. There was a paper that came out. It's a Rothschild published paper on a website you might be familiar with, ResearchGate. And the paper is about. Sorry, let me bring it up here. I'll tell you.
It's okay.
It's evaluating the scale, growth, and origins of the right-wing echo chambers on YouTube. And at the end of the paper, they had compiled a list of who they considered right-wing and far right-wing. And I just wanted to let you know that you made the list for far right-wing.
You're kidding. Are you serious?
I'm 100% serious, actually.
That's news to me. I may have to start.
Names I recognized on there. You might recognize them too.
Go ahead. Oh, now, first of all, once again, sorry. What publication was this?
Sorry, KJ, I didn't catch that. What was that?
So I was wondering, what publication was this that posted it about the YouTube, right-wing channels? Sorry, man, dude, I can't even hear you right now. There's something's going on with the audio. I'm not sure what it is, but I hope you can hear me. But I think I lost you, Jared. I can't hear anything on your end. Maybe check your audio there. Your mic is unmuted on my end, but I can't hear you. It seems like we may have lost you. I'll have to look that up.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, KJ?
Yeah, now there you are.
Am I back? Okay.
Yeah, you're back. You're back. Okay, so hopefully you can hear me, but I need to know this because I'm going to have to, if that's really the case, I'm going to have to really start making some moves probably pretty soon. But what publication is this that put me on that list? Dude. All right, I lost you again. Jared, I don't know what's going on.
No, I'm back.
Okay, cool.
Hello?
Please go ahead.
Sorry,
I can
man.
hear you.
I know I got lost your audio for a bit too. Maybe it's because I'm in Canada or something. I don't know.
I don't know, man. But please continue.
Yeah. ResearchGate.net is the website you want to check out.
Okay.
And I did shoot you a tweet, so I knew I didn't get a reply back from you, so I figured you probably hadn't seen it yet.
I haven't.
No problem. I know you're busy. But yeah, I noticed a few other names on there, and one of them was really graceful, and Dabu, and Nicholson. You know, Nicholson was just on your show. He was on the far right column. And Nefertiti.
Who compiled this list? Was it the ResearchGate or was it YouTube?
Yale, I think, was the university, and it was sponsored by Rothschild.
Oh my gosh, that is so crazy. Well, I mean, of course, it's a bit of a badge of, it's a good thing, but I've never heard that anybody put me in a far right category. But, well, that means I may have to start making some moves here soon and just, maybe start setting up some back things. I've already got a few things set up, but we'll have to see, man. I mean, it's always just been a TikTok really with all of it. And as we talked earlier, I'm on the beast to expose the beast. So we'll see how it plays out, but that RV life may be a real thing for me. I may really be a KG on the run here one of these days and have it a broadcast from different parks and stuff for you guys.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty crazy. Like, I figure they're trying to frame some sort of a narrative, and I think the right wing is looking like they're going to be the new terrorist or something. So I figured you might want to know. And
I do. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. So not a problem, man. And yeah, I don't know if Nicholson wanted to reach out to him or anything like that, let him know he made the list too. I don't know. Yeah, I just didn't know how important it was to let you know, but I figured I'd share.
No, it's very important to know. I mean, it is. I mean, we need to know that kind of stuff to see what's coming. And if they're starting to put us out in the mainstream media, who knows where that can go. Again, they can do anything. They can frame up anything and make up some BS. And this guy went and committed this crime after watching the scariest movie ever YouTube videos. I mean, you don't know, man, but we'll see. I ain't going to worry about it. I'm just going to play it out by ear and see how it goes. But I'm going to research that when the show's done. So thank you very much for sharing.
Yeah, definitely, bud. You're definitely on the right track anyways. Definitely. Always good knowledge.
Thanks. We'll keep fighting as long as we can. Anything else you want to share with us?
For sure. That was it, KJ. That was all I wanted to share. I'm glad I got to finally get through and get that to you.
Man, thank you. I'm sorry I didn't see your message. I mentioned that earlier, and excuse me, I am bad about that, honestly, about staying up with messages on all the social media and emails, but it's just overwhelming, man. And like I said, I get really caught up in what I do, but I'm glad y'all understand, and I'm glad you made it through, man. It's nice meeting you, and thanks for the intel.
No problem, man. I'll talk to you again next time.
Okay, take care. I'll see ya. All right, guys, that's interesting. I haven't heard that before. If y'all can look it up, ResearchGate, and then look up this list or whatever of, it'll be interesting to see what that's all about. So, Falba Ecclesia, I believe, is the next step. Falba, are you there?
I am here. Hi, KJ.
Hi, Falba. Nice to talk to you. How are you?
I am doing very well. I got a chance to finally speak with you.
Oh, that's great. It's nice having you here.
Okay. So now you said we could talk about anything. So because I don't want you to think that I'm trying to, like trying to grill you or anything, because that's not my intent at all. I just know that you are a wealth of information. So I figured while I had the chance, I would ask you all the things that run through my head when I'm looking at all your videos.
Okay.
So I work at a hospital. I've been working with, all the CV patients. I work on the floor. I work directly with the patients. What, if this is not real, then what the people that I am wrapping up in body bags, what are they dying from?
That's a good question. I mean, even I'd mentioned earlier that I was talking to a family member and I said, that 99% survival rate. And they said, yeah, but what about the 3 million people that are dying? And then I didn't want to get into the whole debate with them over this stuff. But, a lot of the deaths are being attributed right? Like deaths outside of CV are being given that moniker for more money for the hospitals, is what I understood. What do you think about that?
I think that is true. Like I know there was one gentleman a few weeks ago. He was an elderly gentleman, but I since I had to take him down to the morgue, I had his death certificate, the paperwork, and it just said respiratory failure, hypoxia, which most of the time, if they're saying that, then that's attributed to COVID. Or if somebody already came in with heart condition, and they started to have respiratory issues, they'll test them, then they're positive, and then if they pass away, then they passed away from CV.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, there have been a lot of cases, a lot of other people who work in the health industry have been exposing over the last several months about that very thing. There was a motorcycle accident was attributed to CV, a suicide was attributed to CV. So we know what they're doing. And I showed a list at one point of all the money these hospitals make, extra federal funding, depending on how many patients they have. So that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's true. So with my hospital, it's kind of interesting though, because even though like we were full, I mean, even like just a couple weeks ago, we had to shut the ER down because there were ambulances. And I know Casey always says that's not true, but I actually experienced it myself, that there were ambulances trying to get in, not just for CV. I mean, the hospital that I work in is in an urban area. So there was some, gunshots and traumas and stuff too, but they couldn't get everybody in, and they had to, like take one side of the ED and just totally quarantine it off because they had so many people that they had to test. But our hospital told the employees that they didn't get enough patients, CV patients in to pay the hazard pay. So we never got paid the hazard pay.
There it is. There it is.
But, we do it because we're there to help people. So, it'd have been nice, but
it's such a tough spot for you to be in because, I was a medic in the military. I was active duty, and I worked in a clinic my last 4 years out of Virginia, Yorktown, Virginia. And I loved it. And I did it all because I love people. And I know most people in healthcare care about people and just want to help. But now it's so crazy, isn't it? Because you're being pulled into this, really, it's like a globalist plan, and then on top of that, what did you think about all the people making those TikTok videos of nurses dancing while all this stuff's taking place? Were you any feelings on that?
Oh, I kept telling my coworkers, like, no, don't do it.
Yeah.
I know why they were doing it, because, sometimes people would just get so frustrated. And of course, if they're hearing, oh, that's a TikTok thing, that's a thing, they're like, yeah, we should make some time. We should do it too. But I'm like, no, you don't know about the other side of people saying that, we're really not working. We don't really have sick people because we have time to make videos. So as far as I knew, at least the floor that I work on, we never did make the video, but they were really trying really hard to do it.
Wow. Well, I appreciate that perspective. It's just a crazy time. I'm glad you're out there, and I'm glad you're caring and trying to help people, though, the best you can.
It's really interesting, though, because I don't know if you've heard of the CV psychosis.
No, I haven't.
That is something that right now, that's what we're dealing with more than anything else, because people are either drinking themselves into a psychosis, or their, livers are failing them. People are harming themselves because they can't handle being alone.
And that's something.
Yeah. Yeah.
And what creeps me out is I always think of these globalists in all their different conference rooms planning this stuff out for years and understanding that would be, I believe, a part of this psyop, that would play into it, because there's so many levels to it, isn't there? Even people attacking each other over the masks, but yeah, that's just so unfortunate and sad, man. And yeah, I mean, I've seen it through statistics I've shared as far as, people taking their lives, man. That's huge right now. And it's drug and everything.
It really is. I never thought, I mean, of course, I've been taking care of people for a long time, but until I started going and working in the ICU, because I work in med surg, but I would volunteer and go up on the ICU unit earlier this year when everything started, and to see, you know, all of these people all vented. I don't know if people realize it or not, but when you are on a vent, not only do you have that tube down your throat and all of the wires because you're hooked up to all of the different machines, but 99% of the people that are on vents are also restrained. They have to tie you down.
Ooh, I didn't know that.
So, yeah. Well, yeah, they don't say stuff like that. So I guess the thing that I really wanted people to know is if you have a family member or someone that you know that, you know, may be hospitalized, everybody doesn't come in, you know, going directly on the bed. Most people come in and they're just, you know, they feel like they got a really, really bad cold or they're really congested or they can't breathe. Please tell your friends and loved ones, they have to move. Whatever this is, and I find it strange because every time it seems like they get a handle on it, and then they'll say, oh, we figured out, you know, it'll do this. And then, like, I noticed in the last maybe 3 months, they've, at my hospital specifically, they've added on about 20 new symptoms because every time we clock in, we have our clocking in. This is really interesting. So we have to do facial recognition to go in. You get your temperature taken through facial recognition, and then when you use your card to clock in, you are attesting that you don't have a certain number of symptoms. And every time you go back and look, they just keep adding on symptoms. You could probably have a limp now. And they'll say, oh, well, you know, well, if you probably have symptoms, we have to send you home. You can't be tested by your own doctor. You have to go through the hospital to be tested. And from what I've seen, they never, like, you know, if you go to the doctor, you can see your paperwork or you see your test results.
Yeah.
When you're in the hospital, you never see your own test results. It's just whatever they tell you. So how do you know? How do you know what you have or what you don't have? You're afraid. People are so afraid. It makes them really, really tired. They can't breathe. So they lay there and they're like, oh, you know, I'm just going to lay here. And I keep telling people, I was telling a 25-year-old about a month ago, honey, you're young. You need to get up. You have to get up out of the bed. The last thing you want to do is just to lay there and let your lungs keep filling up because it's not only filling up with, you know, fluid, it's filling up with blood clots. So
Good point.
the young man just, he was a bigger guy. He didn't want to do it. And 5 days, I had him for 3 days on my floor. I had the day off and I came back and he was on ICU. 5 days he had been at the hospital. He passed away. He was 25 years old.
Wow.
That's so young.
Dang.
It's
crazy.
So, yeah, people just have to keep reminding people and, you know, try to call because I think that loneliness, that attributes to the psychosis too, because you're in a room all by yourself. Our protocol is to have it at the least amount of traffic as possible to go into the room. So it's not like people are going in there all the time. You may spend 2 hours, 3 hours at a time before you see anyone. So talk to your family members and friends, call them, try to encourage them, you know, sit on the side of the bed, try to roll on your side, try to get up. If you can walk around the room, but don't just sit there. Don't just lay there in the bed.
That's great advice.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing to people, but it's not good.
Well, yeah, I agree with you, and I appreciate that insight too, as well. And well, that's what it is. You know, that's what this system is. Even with the masks and everything, you can't see each other's smile and 6 feet distance, no hugs, no handshakes, no kisses, and we get it, right? We understand on a spiritual level what this is taking place, but it's so interesting to hear on this worldly level. Your eyes there in the hospital and what you're seeing. But just thank you for telling us about that. I appreciate it, and stay strong out there.
I have another question for you, if I can. You were talking about the other day when you were on the phone, when you did the video with Casey, about videos that you learned from channels from back in the day. Had you ever seen The Extermination?
I never saw that, but but there was a movie called The Arrivals. That was one of the first things I saw from back then. I don't even know if you can find it anymore on YouTube. But no, what is it you're talking about? The extermination.
So the extermination is, right now I can only find 40 episodes. It's actually like 80 or 82 10-minute, 11-minute YouTube videos. They are deprogramming videos. They show the history of, the Roths and all of those guys from the beginning all the way until when Jesus comes back. But the only twist is, and I thought about it when you mentioned it the other day, because it's from Islamic perspective, but it's still right on the money. And because you were saying that's how you got a lot of information back then.
Oh yeah, yep. And I didn't convert or anything. It wasn't like that, because I understood it's the same information being spread out even through the Holy Spirit. It's important. It's all getting out there.
For sure. And because and I have to thank you, because you have introduced me. I've been listening to you since like 2010.
Thank you. Wow.
And to know like about Jonathan and about Casey, amazing. Like, it was something that Jonathan says all the time about the W's. And ever since I was like in elementary school, I always thought it was so strange. Why a U and a W? Yeah. But it makes sense. All that stuff makes sense. And I don't know. I just pray for everyone. I hope everyone will be okay. Just be strong.
Thank you. Yeah, definitely. And thanks so much for sharing your insight. I appreciate it. And we're all praying for you as well. Hang in there, okay?
Yeah, no problem. Have you heard of Celeste Solomon?
I haven't.
You have not?
No.
Amazing. Okay. You really need to investigate her channel.
I will.
Because everything that we talk about, everything that you talk about, she talks about it, but from an inside perspective, because she used to work for Homeland Security.
Oh, no way. Okay. How do I spell her name?
Celeste, like Celeste, and her last name is Solum, Solum.
Thank you. I'll look it up.
She, that's just like now, she, in her hometown, she's totally banned. She can't go to any stores because she refused to wear the mask, and her town has completely banned her from doing anything.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that.
She's a really intelligent, really, really smart lady. You got to check her out.
I will. Thanks for the suggestion.
Thank
I appreciate
you.
it. Hey, you're welcome. You
God
too.
bless
Nice talking to you. You
Stay
too.
healthy. All righty.
Bye-bye. All right, guys. So what I got left is a couple people came in after. No offense, y'all. I can't get to you because I'm creeping up on 5 hours live. But I'll get Aaron K-Dub and then This Mortal Coil. I get This Mortal Coil first because I know she was ahead of him earlier. And then I'll get Aaron. And This Mortal Coil, you're live. How you doing?
Hey,
Hi.
how are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. Yes, loud and clear. How's things?
Oh my gosh, I don't even know where to start, but I'm just super grateful to finally get to talk to you. I've been following you basically since I got converted, and it was horrible and wonderful at the same time because it was like, you know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I do.
I'm gonna put this down because I've been holding it and it's my iPad and it's kind of heavy. But
that's fine.
Hang on. But yeah, so I was hanging out with some friends. I'm down here in Southwest Florida. I moved here to kind of get away from my sin. Let's be real, if I really wanted to change my sin up north, I totally could have.
Yeah.
But I just had so many friends and it was all pagans, all of them. Like, I love them to death, don't get me wrong, I'll always love them, but it was for my own good to move away.
Good for you.
But yeah, well, when I was down here, I met a couple people and I went over to their house and I instantly thought of you. A friend of a friend, he was in the military like you were, and he said that he's had like an attachment, like a spirit that follows him everywhere. And I had that too growing up. So we were talking about it. And then he said one day him and his friend were walking in the woods, and all of a sudden both of them look over and they literally saw a gray alien wearing a tool belt. The alien looked up at them and tapped something on a tool belt and then took his other hand and tapped his ankle and disappeared. like just disappeared.
Wow.
And totally thought of you. And I was like, well, yeah, I think it's spiritual, honestly.
Oh, I do too. I think they might be synthetic kind of skin suits for the demons to go and roam in and whatnot. But yeah, definitely
you gotta
more.
Teach me about that, please.
Yeah, there's a lot. I've peppered some in videos through the years, but I need to approach it again. But even my new video for YouTube has alien UFO stuff in it, because man, that is coming on really strong right now. UFOs are in Fox News has been a leader for the soft disclosure of all this stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I'm thinking they're getting real close maybe to actually launching that off. That's why, again, I don't know what's going to happen in a few days, but wouldn't that be crazy if with all the military there's suddenly an alien attack, on the camera? I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me.
I know.
Like, do you remember those video games back on like the NES? And it was like all about killing aliens, and when you killed the boss alien, all the mini aliens died. Like,
yeah,
that's what I picture. Like,
oh yeah, and that's Apollyon. Probably that's probably a reference to Apollyon and all of his little monsters that are going to come out of the pit.
Totally, yeah. Before I was a Christian, I've always kind of been attracted to mythology. I'm pretty into like gaming and music, but like gaming wise, there's a video game called God of War, and it's like my favorite series ever. I just love it. I grew up playing button mashers.
Yeah,
and it's kind of like what got me into archaeology. I like fossil hunt too. I've got tons of fossils. I've got like 1,000. I'm not even kidding. Like, yeah. So that's kind of where I got my start. I used to believe in the ancient astronaut theory, and then you actually are the one, after I converted, that got me to see it was demonic. And I had the hardest time. It was so hard for me to change my mind on that.
Yeah.
Because it's such a bizarre connection. Like how, like coming from a secular perspective, how do you wrap your head around that?
Yeah.
That, you know what I'm trying to say? Like lights and spaceships. It's like, what? How do you even? Yeah.
And there's so many different levels to that. There's different kinds of spaceships. I mean, the video I'm working on now, I've got a guy that showed photos from the stuff the Nazis were back engineering, and even connected to the spaceships we're constantly seeing on my show that look like scrolls in the sky or long cylinders.
Yeah.
These things have been around for like 70 years, that they were
forever.
Creating. Yeah, so there's there's the spirits, there's all kinds of different ones. But I'm really glad you found the videos and they helped. That is a tough one to finally, you're breaking your conditioning. And even me, I was a Christian since 11. But when I was in Hollywood, it's when I found, the stuff on YouTube. I never looked at YouTube, and I was on YouTube and I found, the Bohemian Grove stuff. And then I just went down the rabbit hole and, the whole thing. But even then I feel you, because I went through the 5 stages of grief. It was really hard to let go of that preconceived ideas I had on like Bush. I thought the Bush family were Christians and like good leaders. Yeah. You know what I mean? It was terrible.
Oh, I know it. I know it. Yeah. I've only been a Christian for like 4 years. I'm coming up, in October will be the anniversary, and it has been, I mean, I'm in a way similar to you. Like I'm a realist. I kind of exist in a gray area. I don't really like to consider things absolute fact. I went to nursing school and stuff. I just love to learn. It's like, I could binge. Yeah, exactly. Like I think I read about a book in content a day on just whatever. Like I just love to read. Yeah. But it was like, I've been binging like all the theology I can fit into a day when I have time,
Good.
So I'll sit here and I'll play through video games and stuff, like just mindless stuff. I don't play the violent stuff I used to.
Yeah.
But that's kind of like, I don't know, I just binge on it, and I just feel like my whole world, has it been turned upside down or has it been turned right side up, right?
Right
like
side
Jonathan
up.
Kleck says. Yeah.
Yeah. And
love Jonathan Kleck.
Yeah, good. Yeah, he takes a lot of heat, and then I've taken heat for years just being his friend. Some people, but it's like I'm friends with Casey, I'm friends with Jacob, and these are all people I talk to off of YouTube, because there's not many people I really trust. There's a few of them.
Yeah, same.
Same.
Yeah. I just noticed that a lot of my pagan friendships, like if things were ever if there's ever drama, somehow I would get blamed for it because I was like the only Christian there. Yeah. And that's when I noticed it's just going to be betrayal. And as much as I love these people and I care about them. Like, that's where a lot of my grief is, you know, I used to play guitar in a band.
Cool.
I was in a death metal band. Have you ever heard of a band called Ween?
That's
like
one of
a
my
joke
favorite.
band.
That's one of my favorite bands of all times,
No
actually.
way.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know if you've ever seen, but I make music videos. I'll put music over images
Yeah.
of things I think are important, and I've been doing it for years. They're only, you can find them on my website or on Thescariestmovieever.tv. But yeah,
Okay.
Ween is a huge favorite. I'm a big music geek.
Oh
I've
my
talked about
gosh.
this in the
Me
past.
too.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
lately I'm listening to Parquet Courts, if you know who they are, and Idols, IDLES, and then I
Sounds
listen.
familiar.
Yeah, it's all good stuff. But yeah, man, I'm a big music
Yeah.
geek. That's cool that you have that
Oh,
gift.
me too. I mean, man, it was like ever since I was a kid, there's just something about it. Like, it's always been there for me. You know, it's like when other people would leave, like I had a really hellish upbringing. It was like authoritarian military, except without the military part, you know?
Wow.
So, I guess I'm your type A overachiever, but I'm not narcissistic, so that's good.
Yeah,
Right?
got that going
So,
for you.
yeah, so I would just stay in my room and try to learn these ridiculously difficult riffs. You know, it was like how I coped, because it was a war zone. It was like, you know, heavy metal. Like, I didn't really listen to traditional heavy metal. Mine was more groove metal, and that's like hip hop except off time. And
Yeah.
it's got like a lot of crazy Egyptian style riffs in it. And that's what really attracted me to it, is like the riffing, because after you learn an instrument, your music taste changes a little bit. So I would just sit up there in my room and I would just practice these crazy riffs, and then it was like my escape, you know? And
Yeah.
that's, I don't know, I've just always loved music. But yeah, back to Ween. I was in a joke band called the Grape Slushies, and my drummer actually introduced me to them. So we had a band that was kind of in that genre, except you know how like they play like kind of thrashy, kind of sludgy.
Yeah.
Some songs. It was kind of like that, and
That's good.
I don't know. Yeah, let me tell you how awkward it is to be a girl that plays guitar, though. Oh.
I'm sure.
I mean, I'm no feminist, but you know, I mean, I'm not anti, you know, female, but I'm not, you know, a feminist. But it was
Right.
like people would either get like really weirdly attached to me. It's like, hey, you're really good at guitar. I'm gonna send you inappropriate pictures now, and it's like,
Uh-huh.
what do I even do with this? Like, I don't even know what to say.
That's
So
too bad. I'm sure that's a
yeah,
big deal. Yeah, that sucks. I've mentioned on one of my shows recently that I've got a really, beautiful friend, and I asked her about that, and she knows I wasn't being a creep about it, but I was just like, that's got to be an experience dealing with creeps leering at you all the time, and then there's jealousy with people and things like that.
yes.
So yeah.
Oh yeah. Like, I don't really consider like people creeps. Like, I'm always willing. I'm a pretty chill person. Like, I'm not gonna judge you like that right away. Like, I'm really easygoing. But you know, there's boundaries, and when I repeatedly tell you a boundary and you repeatedly test it, that's a red flag to me. You know.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, you get people that are like either really weirdly attached, and the same as in gaming. I pretend to be a boy a lot, and I pretend to be a boy on social media too, because it's like people just don't understand. I don't know if it's like my generation, because you know how my generation kind of is. I'm 31, so
Yeah.
I guess I'm millennial, so you kind of know what I'm talking about.
I do. I know
It's
what you.
like,
I totally know what you mean. I mean, it's keep
yeah.
going. But yeah.
But it was just super awkward because it was like, you know, we have a band in common, but I don't really know you, you know, like, and then you don't want to make your band look bad. So it was like, you try to be as, I don't even know, you kind of have to be understanding and, you know, but still holding your boundaries at the same time. But it was just really awkward. And I ended up like leaving the metal community because it just got really awful. Like, it used to be kind of like the punk community. Like, they take in anybody. They didn't care what you listen to. And I don't just listen to metal. Like, I'm a music, like anything. Like, I even listen to like classical, like anything. But it's like, I don't know. It was like, I can't even describe it. I lost my train of thought. I'm super tired. I'm sorry. My
No, you're
birthday's
okay.
tomorrow. So I
You're
was out
okay.
with some of my friends.
No, you're fine.
But
You're just talking about, the experience of being in the band and the way some
yeah.
of the people treat you and whatnot.
Yeah.
But how many people in your peer group are awake to the things you are? I mean, are you, as you said, I guess with the pagans and whatnot, you've had to kind of pull away from some of these friendships?
Yeah, about that. No fighting, really. So I just moved like 1,000 miles away from my hometown, and then I just got out of a 9-year relationship. So it's kind of just me and my cats down here, and I don't really know anybody. So I've been trying to do well. I'm an adventurer, like that's right up my alley. I think I told you I lived in Hawaii for a little bit. I went to Louisiana. Like I don't see myself planting roots, like, but there's this awesome lady. I go to this church, and this lady, she's just so awesome. Her name's Melissa. She is hip to all this stuff. Like, she knows about you. I got her into Casey and Jonathan Kleck, and she's awake to all this stuff. And the people in my area, at least, they're all hip to the New World Order. Like, they know what it is, even non-Christians. But that's kind of where it stops. They don't really have a plan of fighting back or what they're gonna do. They're just like, "Oh, did you hear about this, bro?"
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
And
that's gonna be most people for sure.
yeah, it's like it's isolating too, because like there's not really anyone my age that, is a Christian. It's like I just feel out of place, and that's kind of been the paradigm of my life. I've never really fit in anywhere. It's like I grew up hanging out with guys. It's not like, "Oh, look at me, I'm not like the other girls." It's not even like that. It's just I just happen to have like similar interests to people, and I've always connected better with men. It's just like my
Nothing
whole
wrong with
life.
that. Yeah, I've known
Yeah.
many girls. I'm good friends with some girls too that are just we're
That's
friends.
awesome.
There's nothing weird, and yeah, I mean it's okay to and that's the way it should be. And even where you're at right now, it's okay. There's a lot of Christians going through that because we already didn't feel a part of this world, and now that it's manifesting
Yes.
the way it is and being so evil, now we really feel a part. But man, it's just a time, and it sounds very basic, but it's true, to lean on Christ, talk to the Lord, let him
Yes.
guide you, and be surprised at maybe the friends he brings into your life or the new outlets or whatever. But, it'll work out.
Oh yeah, I think so too. You're right, because all of this stuff had to fall away. Like I got so much better mentally, like when I came down here and I got away from all that stuff, because I think I was dealing with some leftover spiritual stuff from when I got converted, honestly. So it's been a positive, and I'm just trying to keep my eyes on that. Like, it's going to get better. It's not always going to be so isolating, and
Yeah.
it's I try to keep it on that. It's like just worrying about my friends and my family. Like that's really
gotcha.
yeah. But he's got them, like I think my dad's starting to wake up to some of it, because I was like, "Dad, you got to know about this." And I told him like 4 years ago. And then I took him what did we do? I think we went kayaking, and then he started asking me all these questions about the New World Order. I'm like, what? I never
Yeah.
saw the day. Yeah. So the
Yeah.
seeds are planted. So
Good.
I can hope. But the last thing I wanted to tell you, oh yeah, spiritual stuff. So the guy with the alien, I kind of am being called to do that. I think it's just I'm such a baby Christian that I really can't handle like anything huge, I guess. But I wanted to tell you, I was working at this school up in Ohio, and I can feel demons. Like if I'm just sensitive to it. I can just feel them. Like I know when they're there, and I just like, you get out of here right now. I'm not putting up with you. Like I stand up to it. Like, get out of here. I'm not dealing with you. But when you work somewhere, it's a little different. So I was working alone in this school, and this thing like was harassing me, and I was like, okay, Lord, like we got to do something about this, because I about had it. Like I'm not about to be chased walking down this hallway, because it was in this one hallway by the gym. And then my supervisor and I ended up doing an investigation, and I went through and I like collected like people's testimony. What did you see? What did you feel? What did you hear? And we got a description of a very tall man, all dressed in black, like 8, 9, 10 feet tall, with a white face, like black robes, and it would just sit in the corner where I felt what was going on, and then like look up at you as you pass by, and then like you look back and you wouldn't be there. So that was someone's testimony. And then
Yeah.
like yeah. And then we did all this investigation. We found out someone had done a seance in the basement. So we prayed that stuff away. It's like, no, I'm not dealing with that. Like that's crazy. I'm not gonna like work around that, because like I would be working and stuff would fall off the shelf. I'd feel something touch my clothes, and it's like, nah. And I ask God before I do anything. I'm not just gonna kick your door in and say, get out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So while we went to the boiler room, because that's just where the seance happened, and we ended up praying in the room. And while we were praying, handprints appeared by my head. And I didn't even realize it at first. And then we kept going, and we felt it leave, like me and my coworker.
Good.
And then my coworker ended up accepting Christ that night. So I was super geeked about that. Yeah, super geeked.
You're doing good.
So, I'm trying. I'm trying.
Yeah. Keep
It's
it
just
going.
weird because like I didn't realize what I was feeling this whole time, so I always blame myself. It's like, nope, you are crazy. You should talk to a psychiatrist. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're doing
I thought
great.
I was nuts.
It's okay.
Like,
That's what this
yeah.
world will do to you, make you feel like you're nuts, but it's,
Yeah.
you're on it. You're okay. You're clear-minded.
Thank you.
You're doing good.
Thank you. But yeah, what ended up happening is we caught a picture, and I didn't even realize it at first. I just sent it off to someone else that goes through the audio and the pictures. And she ended up finding a goat skull, a floating goat skull in the middle of the hallway. And then we got the same entity that we caught on the description. It had a white face, and it was like 9 feet tall. We caught both of them in the same picture. And then I was like, God, what is the origin of this haunting? And we ended up going in the principal's office, and we found Freemasonry books. And that
No
was
way.
yes, that was the root of the haunting. That was all God. That had nothing to do with me. I was literally led there. Like I was like compelled. And then we found a ritual book. So I hurried up and I got my camera out. I filmed all the pages. and then I was hoping to like send it off to an ex-Freemason or somebody to translate it. I don't know. Use their secrets against them. Find things maybe generationally we can break off of them. Like the more we understand, the more we can help people, right?
For sure.
So that was really like my goal. But yeah, we ended up getting rid of the haunting, and it left me the heck alone. And my coworker converted. So
Man,
super
great for
awesome.
you. You're being a warrior.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm trying. Do you
You're
have
doing
any
good.
stories? Do you have any personal? If you're comfortable, you don't have to share anything you're not comfortable with.
Oh no, you mean like personal spiritual stories?
Yeah, because I think in one of your live streams you were talking about how you had a couple experiences in Hawaii.
Oh, I've had, let me think. Oh yeah, in Hawaii, I'll tell you that one. I was seeing a girl out there, and she was kind of a hippie. I actually met her on a nude beach, and I wasn't going to the nude beach to be nude, but that was the best. Right, it was the best boogie boarding waves you can get in Maui. It was called Little Beach.
Nice.
Big Beach and Little Beach.
Yeah.
So I went to Little Beach, met her there. We became an item. But even from the beginning, and even then I was a Christian, but even from the beginning, she was kind of hippy dippy and into weird stuff and whatever. And that was fine. But we were together for a pretty long time. And then we broke up, and then she started calling me. This is before cell phones. But she'd call me at my house and tell me that, there's weird things happening around her. She felt like there's something evil surrounding her and all this. And I said, well, come on over. So she came over. We sat in the backyard and we're talking. And just as we're talking, I had a surfboard, a 9-foot surfboard leaning against the house. And it started spinning as her and I were sitting there talking, not even kidding, like on its pivot points is spinning. And then she's like, see, that's the kind of stuff. And I'm just sitting there just looking at it. And it starts spinning so fast that the cord is like bouncing on the ground.
Wow.
It was crazy. So I grabbed her hands. We started to pray. And I said, Lord Jesus, whatever this thing is, please. And I was still my own kind of baby Christian at the time, but I knew to do that. And it finally stopped. And that's the only time I ever had an experience with her or out there. But yeah, so something was on her, and I prayed with her a lot to try to get it to go away. And eventually nothing happened anymore to her, but that's one. And yeah, it was good. I don't know. I've had a bunch, man. I've had even just weird little things where God's showing himself to me. When I was in Costa Rica, I had a motorbike, and I was walking out to it one day. It was parked in a lot with tons of other bikes. And as I'm walking up to it, my helmet, which was on the back seat, just fell over backwards off the back of the bike as I'm walking up to it. And it's hanging on the chin strap. I'm like, okay, and there's no wind anywhere. So I walk up to it as I'm reaching for the helmet to pick it up. A single bee goes and buzzes right out from inside of the helmet and flies away. And I know it's very simple, but I thought it was like, I just said, thank you, Lord. Like, you're protecting me. I knew that's how I took it, So stuff like that happens a lot. Yeah.
Hey, the more, I'll listen for whatever you have to say. I love hearing your stories. Like when you call yourself rambling and it's just not even true. Because like that's when some of your best stuff comes out.
Thanks.
But anything, I love it. Like it's just really interesting because it's like not a lot of people understand this stuff.
No,
it's kind of
unfortunately.
isolating.
Well, thank you. Well,
Yeah.
I'm glad hanging out and talking with us helps a little bit for you.
It does for sure. It's not, yeah, I love this community. It's amazing. I love the people here. Like, we're just so diverse.
Yeah.
There's like, we all like come up with stuff that I feel like I wouldn't even come across had I not been a part of the community. It's just awesome. I love it.
Thanks, man. I agree too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, hey, on that note, is there anything else? Because I don't want to rush you off or anything. You're going to be my last caller, though.
Oh man. No, I can't even really think of anything. I did want to ask you, because I've been trying to ask you this question, but I just can't word it right in email. Okay, the tears. So is this a literal different race? We're talking non-human.
Yeah.
Or are we talking, whoa, seriously?
Well, yeah, like, okay, here's what I do is I'm pretty open to some of the different interpretations. Some more religious type people to say the terrors are just people that don't have God, but I don't believe that. I think it's more, I think it can be, I simply see it as the satanic hive mind rising amongst us, that there is a dividing line taking place, and that we're falling into our sides. Many of us have already chosen, but people are falling into their sides, whether they realize it or not. And those that don't choose God, the elements of them, the terrors, right? I do believe that there's a serpent seed connection as well. And I've covered that in a lot of videos throughout the years, but that's why you'll see them, changing shape sometimes on camera, or their eyes are flipping and things like this. I attribute that to either them being part of that serpent race, or they have a demon on them. People call them archons. Some people, they have a demon on them or in them, right? And then there's a whole element of the synthetic robotoids. They have these synthetics they make in clones. And one of the clips I've shown time and time, or a few times, it kept getting busted on YouTube, was that cloning factory that somebody put up a clip of a while back. It was meat hooks with all these skin suits hanging on them, and all of them had a slice on their right side of their neck. It was very strange.
What?
And
I didn't get to see that. Dang.
Yeah, it was a good one, but the YouTube took that video down. Then I put it up again on something, and then that one got blocked. So it's something they don't want people seeing. But anyway, my friend,
it makes sense.
It does. But on that note,
think about it. Like, they had back in the 90s when they discovered DNA. Like, I feel like they only tell us stuff when it's no use to them anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah. By the time it's already
they were probably already doing that. Yeah, exactly. So that's even more evidence. And like when we're creating things, God is responsible for our love. The good things are good emotions. So when something's being created outside the authority of God, think of psychopathy. No empathy, no love, right?
The narcissist among us, the monsters.
Yes.
You bet.
Yeah. Before I let you go, could you tell me where I could find out more about the tears? Is there an alien connection, or are these just like meat suits that are inhabited by demons?
I don't think they're an alien connection.
Me either.
I mean, Jonathan Kleck covers this quite a bit, and
I've only seen a couple videos. Let me write it down.
He does it pretty good. Then I've got videos where I labeled that, which is kind of the good and bad thing about how I do it. Hiding in plain sight. I don't put the obvious on my titles. I'll slide stuff in, but I've touched on it throughout the years some. But I would look up what Jonathan says. I'd also just look up terrors in general and start researching different ideas on it. But you'll find that a lot of the more religious people, again, they think it's more of just a spiritual thing, which, but anyway. But hey, man.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. No, I'm just getting tired, man. I just looked down. It's almost 5 hours. I haven't eaten. No offense. Yeah, Chubbs is meowing. He wants to be fed.
Yeah, my cats are harassing me too because I got booted out a couple times. So you enjoy
thank you for hanging in.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yeah, it was nice talking
I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, you too.
You too.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Thank you, this mortal coil. Yeah, sorry, guys. I just, I can go for so long. I'm also borderline type 2 diabetics, and I only ate something early this morning. So it's time to go ahead and take care of that, fix a little dinner, settle in for the night. But look, to all of my guests, thank you all so very much, man. What a blessing. It was great meeting you all, talking to you all. And I always get so much out of it. I know the audience does as well. And for the audience listening, thank you guys so much for being here. There's links below to everything if you want to find me on other websites. May have to, if that thing about me being a right wing, is true. I'll have to look that one up. but we may have to start moving around again soon. We'll see. So check out my links below. If you haven't done any food preparation, I'd suggest check out the emergency food supply link. Also, if you don't support the channel through PayPal or Patreon, please check those links if you'd like to support my work. On that note, I'll say a short prayer and just say, Heavenly Father, thank you so much, really, once again, for the fact we're here. We have a platform. There's a place we can all meet up and talk. I pray you keep protecting this and keep guiding us as all this in this world is unfolding. And if things do happen here, just guide us to a new place so we can all stay in contact and stay in reach with each other. Keep us all lifted up, Father, in these days, please. No fear. Lots of people are scared out there and feeling bad and worried. Please, Father, I pray you take that away from people. Help them all just to lean more on you and understand that you're not going to lead us wrong and you've got this. So thank you. On that note, I love you. And in Jesus' name, I pray. Amen. All right, you guys, that's it. I've got a show tomorrow night and I've got a couple videos coming up very soon. So until then, you guys take good care of yourselves. Thank you so much for joining us here today. And I'll